Hello, hello! Welcome to yet another Ember stream. It has been a little while, but today we are finally doing that Elden Ring boss tier list that I kept talking about. And I have close friend Mannequin Tears, who you might have seen in some videos. He's here with me. We're going to be ranking every single boss, at least most bosses from the game. So we added it up. What did you say it was 185?
185, and I think the leftovers are like duplicates, so there's only going to be one Erdtree avatar, as opposed to like, the 3 or 4 that are just carbon copies of each other.
Right. You'll see like, some of the bosses are like duplicates, but it's only counting duplicates that have like differences, whether in like their moveset or the arena. So we'll basically be going through every single one, ranking it S through F. I assume just like for the ranks, it'll just be like S is like flawless, actually incredibly fun. Like how are we doing this? Like, do you want to do it where like S tier is like really well designed, or like fun to fight? Challenge wise, like what do you think?
Okay. Here's what I'm thinking. So design plays a pretty important role, right? But I think that it should be chiefly about the all-around experience. So what does the arena look like? What does the boss and their attacks look like? Do you really care about going back and fighting him more than once or not?
Yeah.
I think that's what it should be, like the stuff you actually experience when you play it.
Yeah. What's up, Beningi? Yeah, I'm thinking... Yeah, I think we do kind of like a good balance of like moveset, arena, how like fun the boss is to fight, but also I think just like vibes, like aura, like how cool is this boss? How sick is its design? Is its lore? Its presentation. So I think we'll kind of just encompass everything there is to a boss fight. Yeah, Bale's probably gonna be S tier.
Oh yeah.
Just little spoiler for that. But I guess without further ado, we'll just get started. So we'll just go in order and begin with the Abductor Virgins, which these are mostly just normal enemies that you find. You'll find a lot of them just in like different castles and forts. I know there's a couple fights. Is this the only like actual boss fight where they actually have a boss bar?
I believe so. Yeah. So
well,
it's a duo. Have you ever experienced it?
I don't. That's okay. So another thing we should probably preface. Also, Beningi, this is both Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree. I believe, right? Yeah. So this is gonna be like almost every boss. But something we should preface: I've played the game twice, and my first playthrough was pretty thorough. I fought most bosses. My second playthrough was not. I just kind of ran through the game. Mannequin over here, he has played what? Like, are you what?
Like eight or 9 times,
Yeah.
and I tried to kill every single boss on every single run. So I'm like thoroughly familiar with all of them.
Yeah. So there's probably going to be a lot here that I might not remember or may have not even fought. Whereas Mannequin is going to be the big boss killer here. One sec. Let me change the size of the chat here. It's a little small. There we go. But yeah, so, and speaking of which, Abductor Virgins, yeah, I don't think I've fought these. Obviously, I've fought the enemy, but I don't think I did the boss fight where you fight both of them, or 2 of them.
Yeah. It is honestly, it's a whole storyline in and of itself. It's so cool. So you're initially baited into fighting them by Patches. He tells you, hey, if you go all the way down in this area in Raya Lucaria, there's a secret, and there usually isn't one. It's just the abductor virgin kills you, and once she does, you wake up in a prison in the Volcano Manor. And you have to
Oh.
navigate this area. Yeah, you have to kill enemies and stuff. And then you get right to the end, and that's where you fight them.
Okay, that's kind of
They're
cool.
like, yeah, they're given so much life, even though they're supposed to be robots, I guess.
Also,
Like
yeah,
they're not supposed to be
lore-wise,
living.
aren't these things made by Rykard?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're made by Rykard. They're made to resemble his wife.
Oh. Oh, that's kind of crazy. Um,
Yeah.
so here's my thoughts, right? Even though I haven't fought these ones in particular, I hate these things. Like as an enemy, they are ass in my opinion. Mainly because I feel like their grab attack where it like opens its like stomach hatch, Iron Maiden
Yeah.
type thing, and it like grabs you and pulls you in. I've had so many times where I clearly dodge out of that and it still grabs me. So that kind of pisses me off. But I think they're still challenging enough that it warrants being a boss fight, even though I haven't fought them. And the storyline you're talking about, I do like that idea that it's part of Patch's quest line because that's so in character with Patches.
Yeah.
So that probably bumps it up for me a little bit. As someone, I'll give my rating first. As someone who has not fought these bosses and doesn't even like the enemy type, I think just the fact that it's part of Patch's quest, I would give it a C tier, like middle of the road.
Yeah, I would give it a high B personally because of the entire story associated with it. It really elevated it past just being the enemy. I think it's so much more.
Okay, I can get behind that. We can do B.
Alright.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, well, yeah, like S will be flawless. Like this boss, I would absolutely love to fight again. A tier,
Yeah.
really good, like exactly what you want in a boss, very memorable. B tier, solid all around, good. C tier, decent. D tier, bad. F tier, should not be in the game. I think that's kind of a fair rating, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we have a link on hand for this tier list? I can put it in chat for you guys.
Oh yeah, they can like rate along.
Yeah. There you guys go. Link is in the chat if you guys would like to raid alongside us. All right. So that's the first one. Next one, Adon, Thief of Fire. So this is a tarnished model. It looks like, right?
Yeah, he is.
Is this one of the like invaders that can just randomly spawn, or like he has a set spawn point where you go in a certain area?
Oh no. He's part of an Everjail in southern Liurnia. His story is that he stole the flame of the giants. That's why he's the thief of fire, and he's the reason that fire monks are all the way down in Liurnia.
Oh.
They chased him down and imprisoned him for what he stole.
Okay. So
But,
lore
yeah.
already gives it a bit of a bump. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, but as a fight, this is as bland as it gets, maybe even less than bland. I really don't like fighting tarnished models personally
Agreed.
because it's just you and you're fighting the exact same model just with a different set of attacks.
Yeah.
And the whole the dodging, making them immune. It's fun when you do it, but it's not fun when someone else is doing it.
That's what I'm thinking. Like tarnished models for bosses, they don't feel fun or good to fight or kill as a boss because it feels like you're actually fighting another player, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is just the fact that they can dodge and heal, and they come off as just like egotistical. I don't know what it is about like tarnished model bosses, but they're dicks. I think it's the audacity to roll through my attack. So, but specifically with him, does he have like any interesting moves?
No, it's all spells and stuff that you can do. I think that's most tarnished fighters. I think that's the point, is that they can do everything you can do.
Okay. Well,
I would put him in, like, probably D, maybe like a low C.
I think, at least for me, most Tarnish models are probably going to be closer to D. I think his lore gives him... I mean, we can always move him around later, but I think D, high D or low C for me.
Yeah.
So we'll put him in D for now. I think the lore aspect makes him cool, but I feel like there's probably going to be other Tarnished bosses that we find that are much cooler lore-wise, which will probably beat him out, so...
Okay.
Sage says, wait, are boss fights in Night Rain the same moveset and stuff as the regular game? Because you've low-key fought more Night Rain than Elden Ring bosses. For the most part, right? Like, bosses like Bellbearing Hunter are like the exact same moveset, right?
Yeah, and the Revenant is the exact same. The Dragonkin Soldier is exact same. They're mostly the same. There's differences with, like, Margit. There's bosses that aren't there. But for the most part, yeah, it's 1-to-1.
Okay. I know they like changed some of their names, but for the most part, yeah, they're just copy and pasted. It's just scaled health? I think so, yeah, because obviously you're fighting with 3 people, or as of I think today, or was it today that Duos comes out? I don't know. In a couple days.
It's 2 days from now, July 30th. Yeah. Right now it's the 28th.
Yeah, 30th. Awesome. All right, moving on. Electo, Black Knife Ringleader. So this, if I remember correctly, this is the Black Knife assassin that you find in the hero's grave, right? In Altus?
No, this is the one you find in the, like, that big ass hill that Ronnie's stuff is on. That, like, we all tried to reach but couldn't because we didn't do the quest yet.
Oh, yeah, he's in the Everjail. Okay.
Yeah.
So I remember you were hyping this up as like the hardest Everjail, and maybe I'm just goated, but I got her first try. So
dude, I got my ass kicked so many times. I was so upset.
Honestly though, I actually really liked this fight. I think it was the best Black Knife assassin fight. Really, really fun. Yeah. I liked her moveset because it actually felt really intricate, and like it forced you to actually learn the moves, and once you learned them, or at least for me, once I learned them, it made the fight really fun and a lot easier. And that's what I think goes into a great boss fight, is having a moveset that's easy. I'm sorry, it's a move. You want a moveset that is maybe easy to learn but hard to master. I think that's what goes into a good moveset, because there's a lot of bosses that might just have like completely sporadic, like crazy attacks that are impossible to like understand or learn, and that's not fun. The fun comes from like, you try this boss, it's really hard, but as you continue trying, you start to learn the moveset more and more, and you start to master the fight. And as you know each move, just from like the moment you see that animation start, it feels really satisfying to be able to dodge perfectly through the attack. And I got a lot of that feeling out of this fight. It felt really satisfying to dodge through like all of her crazy like swipes and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I love about Electo. She is like the Black Knife assassin. She moves like them, but she's just a little bit better. She's a bit faster. She's a bit more lethal. That reinforces the whole, she's the leader. She's like the toughest one.
Yeah.
I'm kind of disappointed at the lack of, I guess, lore attached to her.
Like spectacle.
We know that she, yeah, like she's just another Black Knife with a deadlier moveset. I would put her probably in A tier.
That's what I'm thinking. It'll probably end up being lower A, but for now, definitely A tier.
Yeah.
All right. Now we're eating. Now we're eating. So obviously, for anyone who's seen my newest video, it's all centered around what is probably we'll get to other bosses DLC wise later. But in terms of base game, I think Ancestor Spirit might be my favorite boss. However, I think this is normal Ancestor Spirit. If I'm pretty sure Regal is somewhere later. Yeah, so this is regular.
Let's go down to the R's. This is
Regal.
the regular. Okay.
So regular is still crazy good because it's like your first introduction to it. And while I think Regal is a better fight, I can't, in good faith, give normal Ancestor Spirit any less than an S. And I think I kind of outline it like lore-wise and like themes and aura and like just atmosphere in my. I laid that all out in my video perfectly. But essentially, I just think this fight, which when I first fought it, I remember you and me were talking about it. You described it as much more cinematic than an actual fight, which I said again in my video, but I completely agree with that. I think this fight is the definition of like how to do a more cinematic fight than an interesting, or well, that's not interesting, but like a challenging fight. Because the moveset, very simple. Most players are gonna first try this boss, but just everything about it is so like memorable and atmospheric.
Yeah. I think especially lore-wise, I always felt bad killing him.
Exactly,
because you're invading their world and you're just killing this thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the soundtrack itself, it's more somber than like hype. And it's more like ethereal sounding.
Oh man, I love that. I love the Ancestor Spirit, like, or what's it called? Regal. I'm pretty sure the soundtrack is literally just called Regal Ancestor Spirit. But that soundtrack is so good. So I think we can
with
put
all that
in
in mind, I would put him in A just because it feels like redundant to put two of him in S tier.
Yeah. I can see that, but okay, here, I'll give you this. We'll keep it in A, but if we end up having some S tiers that I think Ancestor Spirit is better than, then we'll move it up.
We'll move him up.
But just for the sake of, not having two in one tier, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Especially because I do think Regal Ancestor Spirit. So here's my thing, actually. I love both fights. But part of me almost wishes that there was only one fight. Right. So while the fight itself, I think Regal is better, the impact of the first one was so much bigger because you fight Regal and it's just, this is just the same boss again. It's cool, and the fight is more interesting because of its moveset, but nothing will beat the first kind of encounter with the first Ancestor Spirit because, it's your first experience with this thing. It's completely new. It catches you off guard. And so in that regard, I almost feel like I might want to put the first one above the second one.
I totally see it. The aura is totally watered down by the time we get to the Regal Ancestor Spirit, because you've seen this guy already.
Yeah, like if the Regal was actually like aesthetically, if it looked different, then sure.
Yeah.
But they're basically the same except for the moveset. So in that, I think I can't, in good faith, put them in different tiers. I don't know. We'll keep it. We'll keep him in S from now. We'll get back to it once we do get to Regal. But I have a feeling I might still probably want to put Regal below regular Ancestor. So maybe we'll do Regal in A tier, and normal in S. But yeah, moving on. What's up, Lucas? Welcome. Ancient Dragon Man. So this guy's cool. This is from the DLC. He's I actually really like.
He is a tarnished model.
He is a tarnished model. So that's gonna be we're gonna dock some points for that. But he is like an integral part of the whole build up to the Jagged Peak, which I mean is probably one of the greatest locations in the entire game. Just the way you even get to the Jagged Peak, being like through a seemingly random catacomb that turns out to be like this huge drop off down into this giant cave, and then leads you out into like the area where the Jagged Peak starts. I think like the world design is just really good in kind of leading you to, like through towards the Jagged Peak, and Ancient Dragon Man is kind of like the introduction to that whole part. And I think lore-wise, I don't really know his lore entirely, but I think he fits, I mean, nicely into the whole dragon theming of the area.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
I believe his lore does reflect like so much of what's in his name. I believe he's like a regular Tarnished that ate so many dragon hearts he's starting to become a dragon himself. And I believe when you first find Egon, you find him in that like disheveled state. Yeah. I believe it was the Ancient Dragon Man that did it. And when you approach the catacomb, you get invaded by the Ancient Dragon Man. You have a sort of like a preamble
so you're
fight.
saying you think Ancient Dragon Man is the one who like hurt Egon?
Yeah.
I thought it's very clear that it was Bale.
Okay, that's the thing. How could Egon move from like where he was or where Bale is over to where we find him? But if you consider instead that the Tarnish that invades you literally a couple feet away from Egon is the reason that Egon is the way he is, it starts to make a lot more sense.
I can kind of get behind that, but I think it just detracts from Egon's character. Like, literally the whole idea is that he's, like, he only sees red. Like, he wants Bale dead. And it's
Yeah.
I feel like from his dialogue, like, oh, my legs! It's kind of implied that, like, his agony is coming directly from Bale, because he goes from complaining about his legs and, like, oh, the pain, to cursing Bale.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's Bale.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Another thing that I think makes the Ancient Dragon Man such a good fight is one, how lethal he is. If he hits you with his weapon skill fully charged, you are getting one hit. It's very interesting. But the reward for actually beating him is not only continuing to move on to the Jagged Peak, it's the anti-dragon weapon. It's like the best weapon I've used for killing dragons. I used it all the way from the foot of the Jagged Peak to up until like killing Bale.
Oh, really?
And it was incredible the whole time.
Man, that's one thing I kind of wish I did more, is experiment with other weapons. Through my like first playthrough, I mainly just used like big swords because I like big swords, but even then I didn't really change my weapons a lot. And something I kind of regret doing is in my second playthrough, I didn't change my weapon at all. I just kept using Blythe's sword. So maybe if I do another playthrough, I'll actually use other stuff. Because his weapon does look freaking sick.
Yeah.
Majula, goat. Anyways, I think he's definitely above Adon. Do we give him C just for being part of the whole Jagged Peak experience?
I would say so. Like, we've been talking about him a while. We didn't talk nearly this much about Adon.
Yeah.
I think there's something special about the Ancient Dragon Man.
Yeah,
I think
even though he's still
put him in C.
Even though he's still a bitch to fight because he's a Tarnished.
Yep.
Cool. Next one, we got Ancient Dragon Lannister?
Lanciax.
Lanciax. So this is the Ancient Dragon. This is usually going to be the first Ancient Dragon you fight, right?
Yeah, he's
the guy that pulls up in Altus from where you climb up. And then you fight him again on top of that plateau, right?
Exactly.
I think for an introduction... Hey, what's up, Flix? Welcome. I think for an introduction to what the Ancient Dragons are, and also just an introduction to Altus itself. Fantastic. I love when he comes crashing down out of nowhere. It
Yes.
scared the crap out of me. Although I think his final like second battle on top of the plateau is a little underwhelming. Maybe it's just like the arena area. I don't know. I think it's fitting.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have the same gravitas as other dragons, other like main dragons, right? I still think he's an awesome fight though.
Yeah, he's a very interesting fight because he's the maybe the only other dragon aside from Medulla
is
that just
Lanciax
disappears
a she?
for a bit.
Is this a she?
I believe so.
Okay, because Beningi says he thinks that it's a she, so we'll assume it's a she. Regardless, though. Anyways, as you were saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh. She's a great introduction into the whole, like the ancient dragons. But I'm honestly not wild about fighting ancient dragons because they're all stone. And so a lot of the weapons that I used to use, katanas and such, they couldn't bleed him. They couldn't freeze him. They couldn't do much. It was mainly just a standard battle. And especially the arena that you fight her in Altus, I'm not such a fan of it. The fact that it's curved, or not curved, but slanted, makes it to where hitting her head is pretty difficult, and you could easily fall off the side and have to climb all the way back up to fight her.
Yeah.
With that in mind, I would probably give her a B. Because anything lower would just be disrespectful, but I don't think she's that good.
I agree. Especially, like, if this was the only ancient dragon fight, it would be higher. But the fact that there's better dragons, and a lot of them, I don't think it's as great. But I do think she's good. Also, apparently Beningi said Lanciax was the sister of Fortisax. From Lanciax's glaive incantation. So yeah. It's a she, and she's actually the sister to Fortisax. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, I kind of agree. I think high B is fair. So I will say, like, when it comes to dragons, generally, like, design-wise and lore-wise and I guess just vibes, I like ancient dragons more than normal dragons. But they also can be a little bit of a pain to fight in some cases.
Yeah, like they've got more aura, but the fight is not as good as standard dragons.
Yeah, and even then, I already have my problems with standard dragons, which I'm sure we'll get to. But yeah, I think B is fair. I definitely think we'll get more into dragons as they come. In fact, we have our next one is a dragon. But yeah, I think B is fair. Okay. Next one is Ancient Dragon Senisax, this is one also in the Jagged Peak, right? Is this the one right before Baal?
Right before Baal. Yeah.
So this guy I don't know if it's a guy or whatever, but we'll assume. This guy sucks. Maybe it's just because I kind of went to Jagged Peak fairly early, and I got to him and couldn't really do much because I was a little underleveled, and I was doing no damage to him and got pissed, and so that's why he was the main reason I left and came back to Baal later.
Interesting.
But as an actual fight though, like when I was on level, it was just another ancient dragon fight. I don't know, nothing special really. What are your thoughts?
I have the complete opposite thoughts on him. So, and I think this is because I was using the Dragon Slayer katana, so it was kind of made for this. I loved Senisax because the whole Jagged Peak is sort of training you to fight dragons until you fight, the dragon, until you fight Baal. And I think Senisax is the pinnacle of that training.
I do agree.
Because
yeah.
Yeah, like his moves are quite easy to get around. The issue is if like you weren't doing enough damage to him. I'm guessing this is for whatever reason his resistances are like different, but if you were using that fucking katana, dude, it's so fun. You aim at his head, and from like any reasonable distance, you can just like slash him, or you could use torrent to go for his head. And it was a really, really satisfying fight that sharpened your skills for Bale.
Yeah. Okay, that's one thing I guess I didn't really take into account is, again, Jagged Peak is all peak, right? Like, the fact that it has you over the course of climbing this giant mountain and, like, getting ready to face this mysterious Bale, right? You're fighting all these other dragons. Like, I think there's what, like 1, 2, 3, 4 dragons you fight? 5?
Yeah. 4 dragons, I believe. There's one in the beginning at the bottom, and then there's 2 that are fucking fighting each other.
Yeah, that part was cool. And then there's this guy.
There's Senesac. Yeah.
So I think just the fact that he's a part of Jagged Peak, and it's this cool buildup of you're climbing, slaying dragons as you get higher, and as the higher you get, the more powerful and more ancient the dragons get. That is really cool. I will say his arena is kind of lame. It's literally just like a barren part of a little cave. I think the arena could have been a little better. Beningi says Senesax is his first F tier.
Really?
I think a lot of people probably had my same issue where like because at least in my experience, you go through all of Jagged Peak and you're like you feel like you're fairly on level. Like everything's pretty breezy. But for some reason, the moment I got to Senesax, it was like this hard wall where I was doing 0 damage to this guy. So I think that, maybe bumps him down a little bit for me. But I still think I would probably, simply for being a part of the Jagged Peak, I would put him above Lanciax.
Yeah, I would even dare say he goes into A tier.
Really?
Yeah, because of his role being so instrumental in like preparing you for Bale.
I can see that.
And him being the like pinnacle of that. I have him in A tier personally.
Alright, yeah, we'll put him in A. What's up, Goose? Welcome.
It's Gavin.
Also, yes, I should probably preface, we're going to be getting into heavy spoilers. So, like, Sage, I know you haven't played all of Elden Ring. If you don't really care, we're not going to be spoiling, like, every little detail. But in terms of bosses, if we're talking lore, we're not going to shy away from spoilers. So just keep that in mind. So, I mean, you can stick around, but obviously, if we get to a boss that you don't want spoiled, then just, keep that in mind. Moving on, though. Ancient Hero of Zamor. So, this is just a boss in a hero's grave, right?
He's a boss in a hero's grave, and he's a boss in an Ember jail in the Weeping Peninsula.
Oh, so there's 2 of him.
Yeah, there's 2 of him that are bosses that I can think of, and there's more like just scattered around the map.
Yeah. So generally, I kind of agree. Affinity says that this is like the first F tier. But I don't know. I think these enemies are fine.
Yeah, like I wouldn't go as low as F.
This is kind of just one of those forgettable bosses, in my opinion. Like, I think as a boss, they fit better rather than a normal enemy. Is this the one in the hero's grave or in the Everjail?
I mean, as far as we know, they're the same because the distinction isn't made. They're
right.
both. Yeah, they both behave similarly.
Okay. I think because I do remember both fights, even though they are forgettable. Although I guess that says something about them being not super forgettable. I do think the one in the hero's grave is cooler just because it is actually. I think this was like the first hero's grave that I went into as well. And it actually seeing like, oh, this is an ancient hero in this ancient hero's grave. It was kind of cool. So, um, I would say C tier. Nothing
Yeah.
about the moveset really jumps out at me. I don't even really remember. All I remember is it has like this like curved blade, and it does like long, like stretchy, swinging attacks that were kind of easy. Like nothing about it is super memorable. I just think it's a overall like boss. What do you think?
Absolutely. I think C is the perfect fit for it because it's not even like it's as average as it gets. So high C, low B. That's where
Yeah.
I see it.
Okay. Cool. Next one, Estelle, Natural Born of the Void. So we can see there's two Estelles here. I'm not sure which one is which. So the first one you fight in... What is it?
The one you fight for Ronnie's quest is Natural Born of the Void.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can see she's far more colorful than Stars of Darkness.
Yeah. Another one for Ronnie's quest was super cool.
Yes.
Because like... I can't remember. Are both of these bosses in like the super cool like starry skybox area, or is that just Natural Born?
That's just Natural Born. And fun fact, you don't need to do Ronnie's quest to fight Natural Born of the Void. It's just the way that 99% of people fight her. I think that's just like a tiny
kind
fun
of along
fact.
the way.
Yeah, but Stars of Darkness is in a random cave in the consecrated snowfield.
Oh, that's right.
Which, yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay. Well, we'll start with Natural Born. I really like this boss. Super cool design-wise. One of the coolest designs in my opinion. It really gives like almost Bloodborne-esque vibes. I think the arena is super cool. A little bit minus points for the moveset, just because I think this is a problem with a lot of large bosses. It's not the most interesting and a little boring to fight. And also, at least in my experience, he was a little tanky. But he was still a very fun experience to fight. And again, he just looks super cool. I will say, a similar kind of scenario to the Ancestor Spirit. Leading up to Natural Born of the Void, you do fight the Hanging One.
Yes.
Which I don't know how I liked, because like I remember seeing this like giant hanging centipede skeleton pincer thing, and I'm like, holy crap, this thing looks super cool. And you just kind of kill it. It doesn't really have a moveset. It just like bites at you when you're close and shoots at you when you're far, because it doesn't move from where it's hanging. You
don't even get anything from killing it.
Yeah, like I remember killing it and I was like, okay, that was cool. Really wish that was a boss. And then of course I got to Estelle and I was like, holy crap, this is cool. But I think it almost takes away from the reveal of Estelle. It would have been cooler to see Estelle for the first time as his boss version. But I know lore-wise, at least, it's kind of implied that the Falling Star Beasts, which we see many of, eventually evolve into Estelles, so it makes sense why there would be multiple. But I think because of that, it drops it a little bit for me. I would still probably give Estelle a high B.
Yeah, I think high B is a little low in my opinion. I really see this boss as an A, because I don't have that much of a problem with it, but all things considered, I can't see it going in S tier. So yeah, A or high B. I think that's where she should go.
Yeah, you're probably right. Especially now that I look at what we have in A tier. I would probably say Estelle's above Electo.
Yeah.
So
above
we'll
Electo, above Senisax.
Okay. I'm content with that. Now we got the worse Estelle, Stars of Darkness. So again, you said this is the one you find in a cave in the consecrated snowfield.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that just sucks.
It really takes away from what Estelle is, and like there is a lore reason for it. I just don't think it matters. I feel like we shouldn't fight more than one Estelle.
Yeah.
It's such a unique boss.
This goes back to that ancestor spirit problem. Like and I think this is a problem with a lot of these bosses. You have like one really cool encounter with this really sick boss, and then later on you just find another version of it in some random cave, and it takes away from that first experience. It makes it feel less special.
It waters down the aura.
Yeah, bro lost 10,000 aura for this one. I would say simply because of that. Like, the fight is still cool because it's Estelle, but I think it can't go higher than C, in my opinion, for that.
Yeah, same.
What do you think? Higher than an Ancient Hero, or?
Yeah, absolutely higher than Ancient Hero. It's still an Estelle fight.
Yeah.
But
so we'll do high C.
It's so watered down.
That's valid. Okay, so next one is Battle Mage Hughes, I think. Hughes. So I don't know if I probably did fight this guy, but when I see this guy, all I think of are the battle mages in Night Rain, where you like find a fort and you have to kill like 3 of them for the boss.
Yeah.
I don't know. From what I remember, he's just kind of a boring mage, nothing really special. Where even is this guy?
So he's right next to Celia. There's a giant cliff overlooking the town, and he's near that cliff.
Oh.
So, yeah, so you could tell, like, he's related to Celia in some way, but honestly, I'm not caught up on the, like, the sorcerer and Rhea Lucaria and Cardian, like, lore. But I think no matter how you slice it, there's nothing unique about Hughes. I really think he's just a mage, just a throwaway Everjail boss.
Hold that thought. I'm gonna let my dog out of my room.
Dear chat, this is the first time I've said that to a real chat. How are we doing? I can't read the comments. Just.
Alright. Yeah, how are we doing, chat? Are we gonna play more Night Rain on stream? Yeah, definitely, for sure. I haven't played Night Rain a lot since it came out, but I would like to play more, so maybe we'll do that in a future stream for sure. But yeah, Battle Mage Hughes, very forgettable.
I would say it's an easy D, yeah.
Do we just put it in F? Like, I feel like, are we saving F for, like, genuinely, like, a
offensively
disgrace?
Bad.
Yeah, like, offensively, like, that makes the game worse?
I would say so, and I think, now you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Throw him in F tier. He sucks.
Yeah, so
there's no redeeming qualities.
We'll do F for, like, genuinely forgettable and pointless bosses, as well as, you know, offensively bad. I think, yeah, that's valid. Okay. The moment we've all been waiting for, chat. This is by far my favorite boss in the game, and I'm sure I'm not alone on that. Instantly going in S, I'm sure you can agree.
Indeed.
So Bale is, so before I fought Bale, before the DLC, before I did the DLC, right? Ancestor Spirit was my favorite boss. And reasoning for that was mainly obviously because of the lore and the theme and the atmosphere of the fight. I'm a sucker for good atmosphere in a fight and good boss design. Bale just takes that to like a million. Like, if the scale's 1 to 10 on like how good the atmosphere of a boss fight is, Bale is in the hundreds of thousands. The whole reason that I got back into playing Elden Ring was because of this guy. I remember when the meme of Curse You Bale and the whole Egon thing kind of started getting big, and you showed it to me, and for some reason I became obsessed with it. That is the reason. I got back into Elden Ring because I wanted to fight this guy, and he, like, held up to the hype, on my opinion, in my humble opinion. So yeah, what are your thoughts on Bale the Dread?
Dude, okay. And again, like this discussion could merit a video all its own, but
Oh yeah.
the entire Jagged Peak was such a masterpiece in like pacing and scaling and like just, oh my god, like the journey from the beginning to the end. You begin with seeing like this victim of Bale wailing and cursing him, right? And you learn about what a big deal Bale is, and you start scaling this mountain. The more you scale it, the more dangerous things get. The enemies are more difficult. The environment, you're in a fucking storm with red lightning. There are dragon corpses everywhere.
That's such a cool detail of how, like, the higher you get, the more just dead corpses of dragons you see. It's just like, I remember in Limgrave, right? The first dragon you fight, Agil, that's his name, right?
Yeah.
Like, Agil is a huge deal when you first fight him. Like, holy crap, there's this random dragon that came in and attacked me, and he's pretty challenging on your first playthrough. And now, as you're climbing this mountain, you just see hundreds of Agils just laying,
just flying
like,
around,
motionless, or the fact you see all the dragons flying around too in the sky is so cool, and it just makes like the normal dragon seem so much smaller than Bale. So, yeah, I think this is a good example of how a storyline and lore can add so much more to a fight. I mean, if you take away the whole Egon quest line and all of Jagged Peak's like really cool progression, Bale is still a good fight, but he's nowhere near as cool as he is. And I think the added story adds so much more to his fight. The build up is perfect. Like, you don't get better than this. So for that, he easily deserves an S tier. In terms of the actual fight itself too, like, it's probably the most enjoyable dragon fight as well. Like, most of the time I like to think dragon fights aren't that good in Elden Ring. I have my problems with them. But Bale is like one of the few exceptions where like the fight is actually somewhat of a challenge and pretty fun.
I couldn't agree more. The whole fight is like okay. If the ancestor spirit is more of a cutscene than a fight, Bale is both. He is incredibly fast. He's so deadly, but at the same time, it's so fucking beautiful. When the second phase starts, and like wings of lightning fucking pop out of him. He flies up. The entire arena is raining with lightning, and he shoots a laser.
The coolest part of that fight is that phase 2 transition with the music.
Yes.
Oh, the music alone. So I mentioned in my video, and I think I mentioned earlier, that the Regal Ancestor Spirit is my favorite boss theme in the game. That might be a lie. Okay, Bale's OST might be better, and I think it is, in my opinion, because the dramatic flair of when he like erupts with these fake wings. That's another thing. Can we talk about the lore of Bale? Like, the fact that he is like, he was hurt. Like, we fight a nerfed version of him.
Yeah,
that is so cool. Because
you can actually see the remains of what's his Placidusac's. You can see his remains still on Bale. You can see Placidusac's head still stuck to Bale's body.
Oh, that's so cool.
His lore is so cool because back when dragons ruled the world before the Erdtree, Bale was like a normal dragon. He wasn't an ancient. He wasn't, I suppose, respected. He was seen as less because he was mortal. But in spite of that, he almost killed the ancient dragon, Placidusax, during their fight. And the fact that he survived that and didn't just accept his like place in the world. He actively made an effort to, prove that he's something different. He's special. He's stronger. That is so cool.
Yeah, everything about him is like, this guy is the dragon. Like, this is how you do a dragon boss fight in any game. And I think should we just give him his own tier?
God, right?
Like,
almost.
I honestly think he is the best fight. Maybe not gameplay wise. Like, let's be real. Gameplay wise, if we're strictly looking at how the fight feels to play and the moveset and the difficulty, the fairness, I think he's maybe mid tier. But everything else,
it's quite an easy fight. Yeah.
But it's just everything else about him that puts him so far past S tier for me.
Exactly.
Beningi says, it looks like a quote. I think this might be from like the dragon lady outside of Jagged Peak or something. Even after being consumed, oh wait, this is the heart of Bale. Even after being consumed, the throbbing heart of Bale continues to resist its subjugation, never weakening. One day, the fire within will consume the very body and soul of its communion devourer. One day.
So like, cool.
That is sick. This guy is so powerful that even his heart will just like consume the person who like eats his heart. Like, that's sick. Make a Bale tier? Yeah, we'll make a Bale tier. Screw it. Add row above. We'll make it. What color do we do? Red for Bale.
Yeah, but
the other two.
Can you
red.
not make customs?
I don't think so. We'll do gray.
That's a shame. Yeah.
Bale, the goat. Boom. You killed him and ate his heart, and he's still aura farming on you. Agreed. Yeah. Okay. I think we've talked about Bale a little too much here. Moving on. We got Beastman of Fair Missoula. So this guy, I actually didn't fight him on my first playthrough, but I know he's like one of the first bosses you can actually fight in Limgrave, right? He's in a cave kind of to the north of where you first start. Yeah,
so the Church of Ella, he's like just a little bit north. And I also missed his fight for a while. So our opinion may not be like the purest because you're supposed to fight him while weak, but regardless, he's like such a standard enemy. You see so much of him in Fair Missoula, and like moveset wise, you do.
See, like, I think this is a thing you see in games a lot, where like you have a boss that becomes a regular enemy later on to show how much you've grown. Like Dark Souls 1 does this a lot with like the Taurus demon and the Capra demon. Spoilers. But the Beastman of Fair Missoula, he starts out as a fairly challenging boss from what I've seen. Obviously, I didn't fight him my first playthrough, but like from what I've seen and heard and watched from like other boss analysis videos, Beastman is like a fairly challenging fight early game because his moveset mainly. And then, you fight him in your first, like, 10 hours of the game, and then 100 hours later, you make it to Fair Missoula, and now they're common enemies. And I think that's a cool kind of showcase of how you grow over the course of the game, where a boss turns into just a cannon fodder random enemy.
Yeah. Actually, and another thing that I kind of just remembered, one redeeming factor about this boss, and, the two that come after, is that the lore of how they actually got there is really, really interesting. Across the lands between, you're gonna find these like ruins, just giant pieces of rubble that look like they're straight out of Fair Missoula. It's kind of because they are.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure
it's been like crumbling and probably pieces are flying all over the place.
Exactly, from that fucking tornado. Mm-hmm. Odds are
that this dude just came with it
into Limgrave. Yeah.
Okay, that makes him so much better. That he just flew all the way from Fair Missoula. That's actually kind of cool. Okay. What do you... I think for me, simply because of the aspect that he goes from boss to normal enemy, I really like that, and I'd say I give him a B.
Exactly, yeah. I totally agree.
Are we thinking better than Abductor? Probably not,
Nah.
because he's still a pretty like fight. Like he's just a cave fight.
Yeah.
So, but I'd like the aspects about how he's used. So, all
Hmm.
right, next boss. We got Beastman of Fair Missoula Duo. So this is just two of them. I don't think I
Yeah.
did this one either. Do you know where this one is?
So this is in a cave right next to Garank, like right beneath the bridge that leads to the Bestial Sanctum,
Mm-hmm.
which is cool given the proximity. The cave is like right there, the Bestial Sanctum is right there. It's all kind of loosely connected with Fair Missoula. All the same though, I I don't think that this fight does anything that the first fight doesn't do, aside from just have two of them.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of cheap way to just. I mean, this happens a lot when in a game with over 200 bosses total.
Yeah,
Um, there's going to be a lot of fights that are just like, we need a boss for this room. Let's just do a duo fight of this one. And
exactly.
especially if it's like right underneath Garank, literally in Fair Missoula, it seems kind of lame just taking normal enemies and turning them into bosses. Like you're already seeing all these guys everywhere here. So I don't think that makes it very special. I think, I don't know, probably D.
Yeah,
Nothing about it screams like F tier, but it's definitely forgettable. I'd say below Adon.
yeah, for sure.
All right.
All right.
Oh, this asshole. Blackblade Kindred. So this is the one outside of the like northern Kaled area where you talk to Garank, right?
There's two of him. There's one right outside the Bestial Sanctum, yes. But there's also one in the Forbidden Lands, right before the lift that takes you to the mountaintops.
Oh, that's right.
For
The one in the
yeah,
snow.
for now though,
Yeah.
yeah. Let's talk about the one near Garank, just because it's the one that's likely most familiar to most people.
Okay, yeah. So I think most people have a bad experience with this boss because you can easily teleport to where Garank is from the Sending Gate, um, right inside the Sanctum, but like you try and leave, you're walking right into Northern Kaled, which is like end game level, and you're not going to be on level for that if you find Garank early. So you try walking out, and suddenly you're fighting this enemy that's crazy strong. And like obviously, if you're smart, you're not going to fight this guy. You're going to notice, okay, he's way too high level for me. I'm not going to fight him. But it's because of that, it almost makes it like the game doesn't want you to explore, right? Like the fact that you can find Garank so early should mean, oh, okay, I should be able to explore this whole new area up here. But you can't even leave the Bestial Sanctum without getting bodied by this guy, and I don't really like that.
And you know what? This reminds me. That may be the point, because not only is this guy outside, there's that giant like dragon
on the bridge,
that's
right?
also on the bridge. I'm trying to look for his name.
I don't remember his name, but he's just a normal dragon model, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, that's probably the point. Because Northern Kaled is so high level, it's trying to say, hey, come back later when you're higher level. Which I understand. But
I did not get that communication though. Yeah, I just felt like it felt oppressing and not much else.
Yeah. But even then, like when I was on level with this guy, I think he is a okay boss. I think his moveset is okay. Like you can learn it. It's not too bad. I think there's a little bit of BS sometimes with him. It just feels, I don't know. I can't really put my finger on why, but some of his moves are just like hard to master. Like even though you think you know each move, you still end up getting hit every once in a while for some reason. And I think a big reason the one outside of Bestial Sanctum is bad in my opinion, like a very the main reason that fight in particular is bad is the arena, because it's literally on top of like the steps, and there's like such a weird incline where like sometimes he'll be like trying to hit you through the steps, or like you'll be like on the kind of ground below the steps and he'll be like up above trying to hit you. It's just a weird area to fight him in. So I think overall, low C, mid C. Definitely memorable.
Yeah, like
But
high
not my
C or
favorite
low
fight.
B, I would say.
Do you think he's better than Estelle Stars of Darkness? I would say.
I would say so. Yeah, he's aura farming the whole time until you fight him.
Yeah. You know what? I'll say low B. I think he's. I don't know. I feel like I want to put him above Abductor versions, but
I really wouldn't say so, because
no.
like they're more memorable as fights, but this guy is just like the only thing that's memorable about him is how difficult he was.
Yeah, I agree. So probably low B. Because I do think his design is cool,
Mm-hmm.
and he at least is memorable. That's got to be worth something. I think. I can't decide. What do you? I'll let you. Low B or high C?
Low B.
I bet. Cool. Next up, Black Knife Assassin. So this looks like the one in Altus, but I think it's just the normal one that you find anytime you fight a Black Knife Assassin.
Yeah.
Generally, if we're talking just like that's another problem with some of these bosses where there's multiple. If we're just ranking like one version, there's gonna be different versions. So like I don't remember every Black Knife Assassin fight, but assuming we're just like talking about the best version of him, I like it. I think it's really cool. I think my first fight with him was very interesting. It's a different kind of boss, which I think is fun. It's cool to see like gimmick fights like that where like he's very evasive and he can backstab you, and his moveset is very like flowing. He dances around you. And I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
What are we thinking?
I'm thinking probably a mid to high B, maybe a low A, but probably a mid B because the Electo was already an A.
I would say better than Beastman, especially also lore-wise, because these guys are the guys that killed Godwin with the whole, Night of Black Knives or whatever. But yeah, I would say B. What do you think? Better than Abductor?
I wouldn't say so. Still.
Okay. I think it's better than Beastman, and probably more enjoyable and more memorable than Blackblade. It's one of those like common bosses that even though it's pretty common, you'll be fighting a lot of them. I'm never mad when I fight one. I'm never like, oh, this guy again, So I think it's a solid B.
Yeah.
All right, now we got a fun one. I love this one. This is Black Knife Assassin Invisible, which I don't remember exactly where you fight him, but his invisible version. I think it's a fun gimmick.
Yeah.
Where is he?
He's in the Sage's Cave, kind of somewhere in West Altus, kind of next to the Mount Gelmir.
Oh. Also, apparently, all Black Knife Assassins are women. I think I keep referring to them as he, but she, I guess.
They're all she's.
Okay, well, yeah. I think the invisible one is really fun. It's again a gimmick fight, a little different from your average fight, which is always nice. Change of pace. I like how you kind of have to like watch for her steps in the water. I think that's really cool and interesting. And I don't think this one overstays its welcome. I think that goes with most of the Black Knife Assassins. Their health pool is usually very small, so you don't have to deal with their assassinry for too long.
Yeah,
I would say this one's better than the base one just because of its unique property.
Did you ever fight it with the Sentry Torch?
No, I do remember hearing about that though, that you can actually use that to see her, right?
Yeah, so that's another thing I like about Elden Ring in general. there are some counters and some very valuable info that you could learn by just inspecting items and reading items and stuff. And I think this was a cool opportunity if you were lucky enough to find it.
Mm-hmm.
All that being said, let's do like higher than Lanciax.
Okay, yeah, I could
Maybe
get
right
behind that.
behind Senesax. Yeah, just somewhere there.
I don't think I'd give it an A, but definitely B just for the change of pace. I definitely think it's a good B tier right there.
Yeah.
Real quick, let me change. Make sure the music is okay. Cool. Just playing a mix of like Souls relaxing music. Okay. All right, moving on. Next up, we got Black Knife Assassin Wounded. So this is another one. I don't fully remember this one. It's another gimmick, right? It's like her moveset is a little different.
No, I think her moveset is the exact same. The only difference is you walk into the boss room and she's just sitting down. She's very weak. And when the fight starts, she's missing like 30-40% of her health.
Oh, that's right. Is this the one where we like see the body of the person she killed?
I don't think so. If we do, I don't remember it.
Okay.
Maybe I haven't seen it.
Okay, well, for that...
It's just a standard black knife with lower health.
Yeah. Is it the first black knife we find? I know it's like early, right? Is it in Limgrave?
Yeah, it's in Northeast Limgrave.
Okay, so for being like one of the first ones... Is this the first black knife we find? Because if that's the case, it's definitely a high.
Yeah, I know. It is absolutely the first one you find.
Okay. Then that's cool. Vandal says he thinks this one is just in a catacomb in Limgrave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I do remember this one. I just couldn't remember if it's the first assassin you find. But I do think that is cool. It's an interesting introduction to the boss type. And again, I think it adds some interesting atmosphere seeing a boss that's already wounded. So probably better than the base version in that regard.
Yeah.
Would you say it's any higher?
Nah, I think it's right above the base version.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, yeah, we'll keep it there. Okay. Next up, got Black Knight Edred. I do not remember this guy at all. I don't think I fought him.
I remember him. I remember him because of how shocked I was. So he's in the Fort of Reprimand in the DLC, kind of south of Shadow Altus.
Mm-hmm.
I walk into this dining hall and I'm like, oh, it's the exact same knight I've been fighting the whole time. And I go to hit him, and he starts fucking beating my ass.
Okay.
He is terrifying. You're in this kind of small room, right? And there's not many ways to escape. If you do escape, he's still incredibly quick, and he can reach you like very quickly. Aura-wise, he's got a shit ton of aura, again because of how difficult he is, given the arena and his moveset. I would get him into A. I think he's that memorable.
Okay. I just want to look him up real quick. Let's go to YouTube for this. Black Knight Edred. This guy.
In this Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree video, I'm going to be showing you some quick tips for Black Knight Edred.
Oh, okay.
Reprimand. Blade thrust.
I think I remember this guy then.
Anytime you see him do a jump.
Yeah, not too memorable for me, but he definitely seems cool. And you make him you're definitely hyping him up. I remember him, but I don't think I was that impressed. I think it was just kind of a quick and easy fight for me. Maybe I was a little over leveled for it. Oh, that's right. He has like the Crucible Knight attack too, kind of.
Yeah. That's it. Remember, I was on New Game 7 when I
Oh yeah, you were
beat
getting
this
your ass
guy.
kicked
When I beat the entire DLC.
every boss.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give it to you. I'll do low A.
Awesome.
We'll do just behind Senesax. I think that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
All right, we got another Black Knight. Black Knight Garu. Once again, don't remember. Do you?
He's in the beginning. You spawn in and you kind of move east, or south rather, and you go all the way down the cliff into that church. And he's right there. Killing him gives you the hammer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, in the DLC?
Yeah.
I'm trying to envision. South. Wait, you said go south of where you spawn?
Yeah. So you spawn on kind of like the west of the gravesite plain.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go south. You kind of walk down that hill. And at the very bottom, the road takes you into a church, which is where you find him, as well as the Blessing of America item.
Okay. I feel like I might have missed him, or if I did, I just don't remember fighting him. I'll let you rank him then, I guess. I'm not sure.
Okay, let's put him in probably mid B.
Mid B. Okay.
Because yeah, his weapon is cool. He's a cool introduction to the Black Knights, but he's not all that.
Probably like here then, just in front of the Black Knife Assassin.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right, Bloodhound Knight. So again, there are multiple of these guys, but
yeah,
assuming this is the best version of him, which I think is probably your first fight in Limgrave.
Yes, in the Everjail.
Everjail. I really like this fight. I would immediately say high B, low A, and I'll give my reasoning. For one, even if you don't do Blythe's quest, finding this fight is really cool because he is a pretty unique fight in the way he moves. He's very erratic, kind of like the Black Knife Assassins, but I like how he's like always on all fours and he like teleports around. I think it's really fun. I think his moveset is difficult on first attempt, but like always, like all good bosses, once you learn his moveset, he becomes pretty easy. And for being one of like the first bosses that I fought in Elden Ring, I have a very strong relationship with him. Like I have a good memory of beating him. He was probably one of the first bosses in Elden Ring that I truly got that like, heart-pounding feeling as you're about to beat this boss and you're like, oh my god, I don't want to die. His health is so low. So for that, I really like him. And of course, being a part of Blythe's quest, I think it adds a lot. Unfortunately, I didn't actually do this as a part of Blythe's quest on my first playthrough. But assuming you did, it is cool to kind of have him as a central kind of part of when you first meet Blythe. Helps build Blythe's character because you're taking on this pretty challenging fight alongside him. Also, his weapon. I really like his weapon. His weapon is one of the best in the game, and I used it for probably my first third of the game. So for that, I'd probably give him like a low A. What do you think?
I agree. Just because he's so iconic and unique as a boss. My first experience with him was actually quite hilarious. I'm walking through Limgrave. I'm under-leveled as hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's got my ass kicked by that bear that's like pretending to be a person. I don't know if you saw him.
Wait.
And so,
It sounds familiar, but go on. I don't remember that.
Yeah, there's like an aristocrat. You kill them, and he turns into a fucking Freddy Fazbear and starts like chasing you around.
Okay.
It was horrifying. So I'm already kind of like anxious having fought him, and I find this like circle in the ground. I get in there. I find this boss. I see the way he moves. I see damage he does. I quit right there. I don't fight him for like the rest of the game.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, I would say probably I'll give him low A, if that's
awesome.
Good with you.
Yeah.
Cool. Next up,
Balls.
Balls Carrion Knight. This is another one of those like troll guys. There's a lot of these guys. I think I know there's There's one in Liurnia, kind of near the minor Erd tree in an Everjail. Is this him, or is
That's
this
him.
another Everjail?
No, that's him.
Okay, I think if I remember correctly, the Everjail is called like the Cuckoo or Everjail or something like that.
Yeah, the Cuckoo Evergel.
Cuckoo. I don't know. I just think of Zelda. Cuckoo. That's what they're called in Zelda.
Hilarious.
These guys are kind of mid in my opinion, just because you see them so commonly as normal enemies. I think it was cool
Yeah.
to see one as like a knight. I think this is the first instance where you find like a troll as a Karian knight. I think that's cool. And his fight was memorable in that regard, but I think the trolls just don't have an interesting moveset.
Absolutely. And he himself isn't that unique in his moveset. He still mostly moves like a troll. He just, sometimes
Mhm.
summons glint blades or something. If he was actually more deliberate with his sword swings or did something different, I think he would be cool, but right now he's just extremely average, maybe below average. Like, I would put him below the Ancient Dragon Man.
Yeah. And also, yeah, I agree. Affinity says his loot is pretty mid.
Yeah.
So he's not even that worth like fighting. And I think at this point, like the Everjail concept is probably getting a little old. Like by the time you fight him, you've probably already fought several Everjails. So yeah, I'd say probably below Ancient Dragon Man is good. Should we put him in D? Like higher than Adon?
Yeah, he's higher than Adon. He belongs in C, I think, because he's not like offensively bad.
Yeah. Well, I feel like D is mostly for like forgettable.
That's true. Yeah, fuck it.
I'm mainly
Throw him
just
in
because
there.
we see so many trolls in this game.
Exactly.
I
Yeah.
just don't think it's that interesting. All right. Borealis, the freezing fog. So this guy might be my favorite. Oh, Flix. Thank you very much for the 3 months. Appreciate it, man. But yeah, Borealis, the freezing fog. So this guy, I think, might be my favorite regular dragon fight. I really like the atmosphere of this fight. Again, I'm a sucker for atmosphere. But this one I think is really cool because you're getting affinity. Thanks for the 3 months as well. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, I really like the atmosphere as you're going through this like giant ice lake, and slowly but surely the fog starts to build and this blizzard starts blowing. And then boom, dragon. And I think his name, Borealis, the freezing fog, that name alone gives him like plus 10,000 aura for sure, right?
Exactly.
So I really like everything about his atmosphere. The one thing that I don't like is how the fog disappears after like a minute of the fight. Like I wish that it stayed foggy for the full fight because it adds so much to the atmosphere. Other than that, he's just a regular dragon fight, which I think regular dragon fights for me are like I would give like a basic dragon probably like a B tier, mainly because we see a lot of them, so they kind of lose that, special aspect. But also dragons are annoying for me because you have to hit their head if you want to do a lot of damage, but they rarely ever give you a chance to. Like, you have to, like, genuinely wait a lot for chances to hit their head. And I find it so much easier and more consistent to just, like, ride around on Torrent and hit their wings or their legs. But that just makes the fight so much more boring. So, like, I'm not a big fan of normal dragon fights. It takes, extra aspects for them to be better for me, and I think this is an example of that, where the atmosphere of this fight makes it a worthwhile dragon fight for me. What do you think?
My experience with Borealis was kind of that exactly. You're riding through this frozen lake, and then the fog comes in, and suddenly a fucking dragon comes out of nowhere breathing ice. That's so cool.
Yeah.
My issues begin with them, like, it feels like they really didn't want to lean into it. Like, imagine this. A barrier spawns around the lake, right? That way you're stuck in the lake. And the fog doesn't go away, but it's easy to tell where the dragon is. There's lights or something that indicate where he is.
Dude, how sick would it be if his eyes were like a glowing white that you can like see piercing through the fog?
Oh my god.
Like, that would make the fight so much cooler.
Yeah. But I think still, as is, he's a standard dragon fight. I love them personally because they can bleed. You can hit them in the head if you're using the Dragon Hunter katana, which is kind of unfair because it's only so recent, but still. I would put Borealis in high B, low A. He's good, but he's still just a dragon fight.
Yeah. I'll say high B, like top of B, I think. Also, Flix, yes. I would absolutely love to do a Dark Souls boss tier list. I would totally love to, because as you guys know, I still haven't finished every Souls game. But I totally want to do a boss tier list for every game. I don't know if I'll be joined once again by Mannequin, because he's only played...
I have not played any of any Dark Souls game.
Yeah.
The only Souls-like I've played is Elden Ring.
Which is a sin. I've been trying to convince him for so long. Like, dude, you gotta play Dark Souls at least. Give Dark Souls 1 a try, and I promise you from there you'll want to play 2 and 3.
Dude,
also,
honestly,
Bloodborne, obviously, GOAT.
Oh my god, yes.
But Bloodborne, I can give you the pass because you don't have a PlayStation. But yeah, absolutely. If this guy over here wants to actually give the other games a try, we will absolutely do the other game bosses. All right, moving on. We got Cemetery Shade. This guy looks super cool. I really like his design. He's like a really creepy, like, shadow figure.
Incredibly terrifying.
My first instance with him was in the hero's grave in Mount Gelmir, where you just see one like sitting in like the little like indent in a wall. I don't know if you remember that. With the chariot, the chariots that go down the giant like lava river thing.
Yeah.
If you get to one of the corners of where those chariots will turn, there's a little indent in a wall that you can like hide from the chariot, but sitting there is one of these guys. And that was my first instance with him. I was like trying to run from this chariot, and I see this guy. I'm like, oh! Like, it scared the crap out of me because it's like this weird enemy that you've never seen before. Like, it looks so different from everything else in the game. And yeah, Affinity, I totally agree. These guys are a little bit of a pushover, and I think it would be cooler if they were stronger or more interesting with their moveset. So yeah, what are your thoughts? I don't know where I would put him, to be honest.
I first saw these guys in the Aurelia Hero's Grave? I think that's the one in Limgrave, just the very first Hero's Grave. And I like them, I really do, because they're so weak, but at the same time they're so lethal. It's like this glass cannon type boss, and I think that makes them really unique in that way, because there's not really anything like this
That's
guy.
True. Yeah. Very unique. So for that, I definitely think he's good. My instinct is B.
Yeah, like a mid to high B. Probably lower than the Virgins, but higher than the Black Knight.
Yeah, I could get behind that. Okay, cool. Yeah, and he low-key looks like Hollow Knight shade, kinda. Also, you should also play Hollow Knight.
Oh dude, yeah, dude,
you need to just play all of these like Souls-likes, even though Hollow Knight isn't super Souls-like, but still goated game. But also, thank you, Flix. I appreciate it. I'm very happy with the new video. I think, in my opinion, I think it's some of my best work. I am very proud of it. So I'm glad to see you guys are enjoying it as well. Beningi, you finished your tier list and you feel like such a hater. That's valid. Hey, we love criticism here. Being critical is always a good thing. Honestly, I feel like we're being pretty generous with a lot of these. Like, Elden Ring is such a big game, and I've always said that Elden Ring is, when it comes to boss quality, because there's so many, there's a lot of stinkers. There's a lot of bad ones. But I feel like we're being pretty generous with some of them. So
Yeah. I feel like so far we look fine. A lot of our picks are still in the average, and there's not like too many A's and S's or too few.
I think it's important to remember we're approaching this list with the idea that yes, there is going to be a lot of range with these bosses. There are so many bosses. Just because it's a little subpar doesn't instantly make it F tier, right? Like,
yeah.
So I think it's good to remind ourselves that like in Elden Ring, there's obviously gonna be some like mid-tier bosses. So I think it's pretty fair so far. Affinity, your list would be way harsher. That's fair, man. But yeah, next we got Cemetery Shade with skeletons. Is this just in a catacomb?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I think it's like somewhere near Mount Gelmir. It's the skeletons add a really cool layer to the fight because now you're under this time constraint. The boss dies very quickly, but if you lose focus or if you like make a mistake, you could easily die between the boss and all the skeletons.
Okay, so it adds a little like dynamic to the fight.
Exactly.
I think I do remember this a little bit. I do remember this being like actually fairly challenging.
Yeah, and with the skeletons resurrecting themselves, you have to make a decision. Are you going to kill them for good and let the boss chase you around? Or are you going to take them down and use that downtime to wail on the boss?
Yeah, I think that probably makes it better than the regular one. In my opinion.
Just above the regular one is okay for me.
Cool. All right, next one we got Chief Bloodfiend. Who? This is once again another boss I do not remember. I apologize.
So he's from the DLC. There's a ravine right next to the gravesite plane. And if you go all the way north, there's a hidden cave. He was actually the last boss I fought on my original playthrough of the DLC. Because I didn't notice the cave either. He is very alright. He's just a blood fiend that's a little bit more aggressive. He's still kind of frustrating to fight because he's so like ugly.
What are the blood fiends? I don't remember what they... Did I even fight a blood fiend?
You have to. Where?
Blood Fiend, Elden Ring. What the heck?
There's no way you didn't fight these guys.
I don't think I did, man. What am I looking at?
Everywhere.
Ew.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think I fought them. Are they DLC like exclusive?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Okay, yes. The area in like south of the gravesite plane.
Yeah.
That area, you can see a bunch of them, right? Like they're all in this like ruined temple area. I do remember them now. I just didn't get a good close look at them. I didn't realize they were that hideous. Wow.
So imagine something that hideous, like kicking your ass.
Okay.
That made the Chief Blood Fiend so frustrating to fight.
Okay. I think just because bro looks so goofy, I think we gotta give him a pretty good rating. Also, welcome back, Sage. Okay. Well, what do you think?
Okay, I'm thinking higher than the virgins.
Yeah, I could see that. Okay, that's fair. Okay. Next we got Clean Rot Knight. I is this the one in the like cave where the ground is covered in like the poison?
Yeah, so there's one in like the very southern tip of Liurnia, and that's where
Okay.
you find this guy.
Yeah, I actually liked this one. So I feel like for some players this might be your first clean rot night. For me, it obviously wasn't because I explored Caelid a good amount before this.
Yeah.
I think I might be wrong, or you know what? I went to Liurnia, but I didn't find this guy immediately or this chick. Are clean rot nights men or women?
They're both.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. It unfortunately was not my first clean rot night. I think if this is your first clean rot night, it'll have a bloodhound night effect where it's like really memorable. Because I think the poison floor, while being very annoying, adds a lot to the fight. It makes it pretty dynamic, and I like that.
True, but I don't think it synergizes well with the clean rot the clean rot night. Because remember, the clean rots do scarlet rot, and the floor being poison. I'm sure the original intention was that you'd eventually get poisoned and rotted, and have to race against the clock. But that's not the vibe that I got fighting him. It was
Yeah.
just like a very standard night fight.
It was just like,
with
let me stay out of the poison and have this tiny little piece of ground to fight the boss on.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would say, high C, probably for me.
High C, high C.
Like the drink. I don't know if you've had high C.
I have to. I saw it.
Okay. Clean Rot Night Duo. Where's this one?
This is one of the most memorable ones. So, for anybody that wanted to get like extra runes and stuff when they were first playing Elden Ring, this is kind of in Central Caelid, on the other side of the giant ravine. Yeah, fighting them gives you the Golden Scarab, which all the rune farming guides tell you to go get the Golden Scarab from here.
Okay. I think that alone gives it like a kind of meta significance.
Exactly.
I don't think I did this fight, but I don't think it seems very interesting just as a fight. But it can definitely be pretty high because of that. I think probably B tier. What do you think?
I was honestly thinking straight up A tier. That's how iconic it is.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I could get behind that. What do you think? Low A?
Yeah, like pretty low A.
Okay.
It's still A.
Cool. Sounds good. All right. Commander Gaius. Now we're talking some bigger bosses. So, this is DLC boss, kind of near the end of the DLC. I know this fight is a little controversial. Unfortunately, I ran through this guy. I first tried him. I don't know if it was I think I wasn't even that overpowered. I was just like, I was a goat, bro. I don't know. The reason I got through him so quickly was just because, I don't know, like I just like got up close to him and like kind of just rolled around him and like dodged his like purple beam attacks or whatever. And it just seemed like as long as he like stayed kind of near his butt and just like kept attacking him, like he couldn't really do much. I don't really remember his moveset entirely. And that's mainly because I killed him probably within like 20-30 seconds. It was really quick. Like, I wish I had struggled with him more because I didn't really get to see his moveset. And I like the arena. I like his design. Everything about him, like, it screams, this is a cool boss, but I feel like I just didn't get to experience him well enough to really, like, give him a good rating. Like, initially, based on my fight, I would probably give him a B. But, again, I don't really know him that well. I didn't fight him for that long, so I don't know. What, did you have a good experience with him?
Not at all. So again, my first experience with him was on New Game 7. And
oh god.
Dude, oh my god. This guy can suck the skin off my balls. I hated I hated the fight. I hated his moveset. Nothing about the fight itself was good. other than the fact that you could use a horse, like you could hop on Torrent, the arena was huge, but it
Right.
almost never mattered because he's faster than you. So why would you ever use Torrent when you can't like dodge or something with him?
Yeah, that
So
does suck, because I feel like horse-mounted bosses should be totally compatible with letting you be on your horse as well, because then it makes it feel like a jousting fight.
exactly. And with him, all his attacks can easily knock you off the horse, and reviving the horse sometimes takes straight up flasks, which you can't waste.
That sucks.
So, yeah. All my experience fighting Gaius has been cheesing him. I hate him so much, I never gave him like the honor of a fair fight. I have cheesed him every time that I fought him.
Okay.
But,
Well, what do you think?
Still. Huh. See, something that really makes him better is his lore. He's an Albinoric, and he was made fun of for it because he can't use his legs. He can actually grab his leg armor, and it even mentions how it was made for him by Mesmer as like some kind of cruel joke, I believe. And as fucked up as it is, I think it adds a dimension of coolness to him. Because he's friends with Mesmer.
Hold
The
on, say
lore
that
is
again?
cool.
You cut out a little bit.
He was friends with Mesmer, he was friends with Radon.
Right.
That's really cool. I would throw him in like D.
Really, that low?
Yeah, if it weren't for the lore, he'd be an F.
Okay. What do you think? High D or low D?
High D. We gotta
Okay.
like respect him.
Yeah, I can respect that. I just see, like, I liked him. I really did. I think my lack of actually fighting him kind of ruined it for me. So yeah, we'll give it to the Gaius haters. He's in D tier. All right, next up, Commander Niall. This is the guy in the mountaintops, right? Right after you kill the Deathrite bird up there. He's in the fort at the top.
Exactly.
If I recall correctly, he is the one, he has like the two ghost or like spirit knights that fight with him. And once you kill both of them, his moveset gets a huge upgrade and he starts like swinging at you with his like giant claw on his leg or whatever. And like lightning and wind and everything. Everything's going crazy with him, right?
Yeah, it's not tied to his summons though. It's just tied to his health.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, what's so cool about the summons is that if you use a bewitching branch, you can turn one of the summons into your ally. And by the time by the time the bewitching branch runs out, they're already kind of dead. So you not only neutralized him eventually, you also made him an ally and he helped you out. Niall is cool.
I really like him.
I don't see the aura though. Like, he seems like such a standard, well-dressed commander.
Well, think about it.
Like,
There's only
no
two
trip.
commanders other than Gaius, because he's on horseback. But as far as like standing commanders, there's only these two, right? Niall and O'Neill. And they do got some aura, let's be real. Like, the way they be like waving their flag around, having their people fight for them. I think they're pretty cool. And I think Niall, is it Niall or Niall? I don't know.
I say Niall, I've heard Niall.
I'll say Niall. I think Niall is cooler than O'Neill, just based on his moveset. I really like when he starts like swinging his claw leg, or I think it's on his leg, right? His like, or he like
it is on his leg.
Stomps like Godfrey, summons lightning. Like, I think his moveset is really cool, and he does get really challenging when he gets to low health. Like, I remember struggling with him for a little bit.
Absolutely. I
also,
really hated his boss run, dude.
I don't remember
Remember that shit? Okay, so you'd spawn in that church, right?
Yeah.
And no matter where you go, by the time you're at the door to the boss, you're being chased by like 6 or 7 of those like ghostly banished knights.
Okay. Well, I think probably I would give him a good B tier. I like his
Mhm.
fight a lot. I think he's the better commander, and his moveset is fun. He's a good challenge. I also like the fort that you fight him in. Like that whole fort area it's a cool location. I think it's an interesting kind of dungeon area. And he's a solid like finale to that area. And also being like a necessary fight to actually make it to the consecrated snowfield, assuming you don't, glitch the game. So for that, I think he's probably like a high B for me.
Yeah, agreed. I'm thinking high B, maybe somewhere in A.
Yeah, I would say, I don't know if I'd give him an A. I don't think he's that good. Not that
Really?
memorable.
Okay.
I would be willing to maybe put him above Borealis. What do you think?
Yeah, he's better than Borealis, but he's not more iconic than anybody on A.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I was going to say Clean Rotten Knight, but this is the Golden Scarab crew, so.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, give me a second. I gotta disappear for a bit. Just gotta do this next one without me. All right.
Go for it. Okay. So now we got Commander O'Neill. So this is the other commander. He's in the in Caelid. He's in like the Swamp of Aeonia, right in the middle of the giant tree-looking growth. That's basically like ground zero of when Melania just erupted during her fight with Radahn, which is that whole area is really cool. I really like that, and to find this guy there is interesting. Yeah, I do agree he's a less cool Niall, but being like the first commander you see, he's your introduction to this type of boss, and he's really interesting and unique in that way. Like, seeing him for the first time is really cool, but I think his fight is a little too easy. You can definitely find him pretty early before you're ready to fight him, and if you do, then he's really challenging. But assuming you're relatively on level, his moveset is not good enough to warrant his, I don't know, his design, his aura, right? Like, he's super cool, but he's pretty easy if you know how to like mess with his boss fight or with his moveset. Because he'll basically make like his big wind attack, and all you have to do is like stay outside the range of this like wind tornado thing, and then you can go in for free hits, and he's like just standing there. And most of his attacks are like, let me do a couple attacks, and then I'm going to take a break. I don't know. Yeah, I generally think he's just a worse Niall. I would still say he's probably B tier. Do I give him C? I definitely think he's better than anything in C tier. But I think he's unique enough to warrant a B. Yeah, I definitely think he's better than a lot of these in B tier. Is he better than Abductor Virgins? Is he better than Black Knife? I'm treating Abductor Virgins as like the kind of cutoff for B tier, like, because I don't know this fight as well, and I know Mannequin is a lot more experienced with the lore and story behind this fight, and so I'm kind of judging, like, would I put O'Neill in front of him? I feel like he probably deserves in front of Chief Bloodfiend. I'm going to say he's right here, but I don't think he's as cool or interesting as any of these. I think that's fair. I think he's definitely more interesting than most of these fights. So I think we'll put him there. All right. How far are we? We still got quite a lot to go, so maybe we'll try and speed things up. Count Ymir. I know Mannequin knows a lot of the lore about this guy, so I might kind of want to wait or maybe revise my placement of him. But based on character and lore, I think he's really cool. His quest line is awesome, for sure. Would I put him higher than other Tarnished fights? Because as a fight, Ymir is literally just another Tarnished. And even then, he's like a magic-based Tarnished, so he's not that interesting and really easy. So I don't think the fight is that good. I still think it's better than most Tarnished fights because he's an actual like character that you get to know. And is I think his lore is more than enough to make up for his kind of faults of being a tarnished fight. Skip him for a bit? Yeah, I'll probably skip him for now, just because I feel like Mannequin will probably know a lot more about the lore, and be able to give him a better placement. But based on gut, I want to put him high C, for sure. But yeah, we'll move on from him now. Okay. Crucible Knight. Now this guy, this is, I mean, one of the most iconic bosses in Elden Ring, right? Everyone knows the Crucible Knight. Mainly for the Everjail you find in Limgrave, you know, your first fight with them. But the fact that you can find a lot of them as different kinds of bosses and even as normal enemies later on, I think they're cool. They are annoying, but yeah, they're good to fight. I think, yeah, their lore is awesome, and I think this is a great example of a good moveset, right? They're really challenging and really hard, but once you learn their moveset, they become pretty manageable. And that's what I really like about them. Because I remember first trying to learn the Crucible Knight's moveset, and like I couldn't I just felt like I couldn't do anything. But as I learned their moveset and like their different chains of attacks and was able to, you know, to dodge them all and do a lot better, it felt really satisfying. You don't know their lore. So from what I gather, the Crucible Knights worship the Crucible, which was the primordial form of the Erd Tree. Basically, they don't like the Erd Tree. They go against it. They worship what was before the Erd Tree, if I'm correct in that. And I'm sure there's all sorts of really interesting lore videos you can go find, but the whole idea of the Crucible Knights it's super, super interesting. There's a lot to unpack there, and I think their fights are really fun, and they look cool. Their design is cool. I will say, I feel like some of their boss fights are a little underwhelming in some regard. I don't know if that's just me, but like the fact that I think there's like a set amount of them you can find throughout the game. I think there's like 8 total or something. Also, yeah, you can completely roleplay. That's something I really love about them, is you get like all of their armor and like the different armor sets that you can find, which is really cool. But for that, I think I would probably give Crucible Knights, I think just the base Crucible Knight, for how iconic it is, it's got to be A tier. Probably in front of Electo for me. I don't think it's quite as iconic or interesting as Estelle, but I mean, come on, the Crucible Knight it's like the Elden Ring boss, right? When you think of like, oh, Elden Ring has a lot of bosses outside of like main story bosses, the Crucible Knight is like the one you think of, and I think it's a really well-designed fight in that regard. So we'll put him there. All right. Next we'll do this guy, or I'm pretty sure this is a girl. Crucible Knight Siluria. So this one's cool. Crucible Knight Siluria is one of the only I think it might be the only named Crucible Knight, which you can find in the Deeproot. No, I was gonna say Deeproot Garden. That's not it. What's it called?
Deeproot Depths.
Deeproot Depths, yes. Also,
yeah.
Welcome back.
Hey.
So, I ranked a couple. I did Commander O'Neill at B, mid B, mainly because I think he is a cool introduction to the commander type, and his boss area is cool, being in the Swamp of Aeonia. I don't think he's quite as good as Niall, though, moveset wise.
Absolutely agree. He's just like a light Niall.
Mm-hmm. And then I also did base Crucible Knight in A tier. I think the original Crucible Knight is iconic, very well designed, very fun. Can be difficult, but like once you learn him, I think he's really solid.
Yeah.
And I think like when you think of an Elden Ring boss, Crucible Knight's like up there. Like when you think of Elden Ring bosses and its variety of bosses, I think Crucible Knight is like one of the first you'll think of.
Absolutely.
And then so I skipped Ymir. I talked about Ymir a little bit, but I figured you'd probably have a lot to say. And then we were talking Crucible Knight Siluria, so I'll finish up Siluria, then we'll do Ymir. But Siluria I think is cool because is she the only named Crucible Knight?
No, she's one of two. The other one is Ordovis.
Oh, that's right.
He's in a hero's grave next to the capital.
Oh yeah, Beningi said that as well, Ordovis. But I think she is unique where she is. Like you find her in the deeper depths. Her moveset is a little different. She's got like the cool tree hammer or axe thing. I don't remember. But as a Crucible Knight, I think she was cool and memorable, especially her like design with like the almost antler looking things. Yeah. I do think she was a little too easy though. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember struggling much with her either. But honestly, her weapon, dude. Oh my god, it's so good. Like one of the best weapons.
So for that, I'd probably say B tier, I think.
Yeah, like a high B. High B is good.
Probably, I'd say behind O'Neill. Would you say in front of Abductor?
No.
So probably like right there, in front of Cemetery?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can get behind that. Okay. Ymir. Count Ymir, Mother of Fingers. So this, I really like Ymir's storyline and character, and very, like, he's a very cryptic NPC, and his storyline, like, it leads you to some really cool areas, and obviously leads you to Metyr, a very cool boss. And I think his lore, which I don't fully know his lore, I figured you'd probably have a bit more kind of information about him, but just in terms of his character and lore, I kind of want to put him a little higher than what we normally do for Tarnished models, because while his fight is just another Tarnished model, pretty boring, I think everything about him, character-wise, is cool.
Yeah, I think the shift in how he treats you and how he looks at you after like allowing you to do this entire quest, and then out of nowhere, after you kill Metyr, just getting upset with you. I will say, I'm not entirely familiar with the lore of Count Ymir, but I believe that his reveal that Metyr is the mother of every single, fingers we've seen, from the finger creepers to the two fingers, is incredibly cool. That said, he himself as a boss, he's very alright. Like more of a nuisance at first, but like when he starts fucking birthing fingers and talking about being a mother, that is shocking.
Yeah,
it's really
weird, but it's like cool. It is a freaking Elden Ring character, It's very strange, but I think his character is just so interesting, and I feel like I recall watching a lore video on him, but I wasn't really paying attention.
Yep, there's two of us.
So I think his character is very redeemable in terms of like how good this fight is. But again, the fight is very just boring, just basic Tarnished fight. So
yeah, unfortunately,
I would say like top of D, maybe low C.
I'm thinking maybe even above the ancient hero Zamor. I think he's that high.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah, we'll do that. 2-part stream. I don't know. We're about 2 hours in. I think I'm good to just pull through and do all of this in one stream. I don't know about you.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we'll keep going. We'll see if we can do it all. I got plenty of time. I'm sure we can stream for a good while longer. But yeah, I do think it's funny. We're 2 hours in. We've barely even made a dent. Okay. Let me check the music. I believe, yeah, Minecraft music is playing now. Let me get a new video to play real quick. We'll do this one. All right. So, next up, we got another Crucible Knight. This is a duo, yeah. So Crucible Knight, I can't read that. Something, and Crucible Knight Ordovis. Oh, it's just a regular Crucible Knight and then Ordovis.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is in the Catacomb, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this one was I did not like this one, mainly because of the challenge.
Me
This one was
neither.
annoying. Oh my god, I struggled with this one because like this was a rare case. Well, not really rare. I think a lot of duo fights do this, but this was like one of those duo fights where like, okay, let's look back at what a good duo fight is. Ornstein and Smo from Dark Souls 1. That is how you do a duo fight. You can't have two enemies that are basically identical in a duo fight, because then it makes it a gank fight. And those are not fun. They're just annoying. You're running away the whole time. And what makes Ornstein and Smo fun is because you have this slower paced boss with this quicker boss. And so you're able to kind of separate them a little bit and treat them differently. And it makes for a really fun and dynamic fight. This fight, where you're basically just fighting two Crucible Knights, is not fun because they're both like the same speed. They're both running after you. You feel like you're outnumbered and you can't do much, and it's just running and trying to create distance. It's not easy to create distance between them, and you're just barely trying to get hits in left and right, and it's annoying. I hate it so much, and I want to put it in F tier, but I don't know if it's that bad. I don't know.
I think it's still really memorable, and that maybe its only redeeming factor, because like you said, it's horrible gameplay wise.
Yeah.
I never liked it. I hated it so much, but I think the fact that I feel this much for it means that it shouldn't be in F tier, because the only other thing in F tier is like something we couldn't care about less. Fucking Battle Me use.
Like this is memorable, but it's not like makes the game worse. I don't think it's just like memorable for being bad or annoying, but it's not like, wow, this makes the game worse. This is offensively bad. Although I will say, I vividly remember when I was fighting this thing, I was so pissed. I don't usually get super angry when playing Souls games. Rare cases where I get like genuinely angry and like want to throw my controller. This was one of those cases where I genuinely like, I didn't throw my controller or anything. I'm not that bad, all right. But I was like screaming. I remember, I think I rage quit one time during this fight. I think, I don't know, or at least I took a break. So like, while in retrospect, I don't think it's that bad, but I just remember during the time I was so infuriated with this fight. But yeah, I do think simply it being memorable is a factor. So I'd say like low D. Definitely not C.
I don't really? I'm
no.
really thinking C.
I don't think it's I think it's too annoying. Even though it's memorable for being annoying, it is too annoying a fight to make it into C.
Okay. All right, we will do D for this fight.
I will gladly put him above like Bowls. I don't think he's better than Commander Gaius though, or that they are better.
Agreed.
Gaius is just like an annoying fight. These guys are an unfair fight.
Yeah.
Okay. Next we got Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior. So I like this fight. This is the one in the area where you have Festival Verdun. If you make it here before the festival, which I think you trigger the festival by talking to, or by progressing Ronnie's quest, right?
Either progressing Ronnie's quest or going to Altus.
Right. So assuming you don't do either of those, you can easily run into these guys before you fight Radon. If not, you can If the festival's already taking place, it'll override these bosses, and will only these guys will only appear after you beat Radahn. And I think that it's a great fight. I think the problem is it says it's a duo fight, or it shows it's a duo fight, but it's not really, because the Misbegotten Warrior is really just a boss you quickly kill. Like the main kind of way this fight goes is you kill the Misbegotten Warrior extremely quickly. That way you have plenty of room to deal with the Crucible Knight. If you're dealing with both of them, then it's gonna be a pain in the ass, which I did not do. And it's mainly because the Misbegotten Warrior has basically no health. You can really easily just take him out within the first 10 seconds of the fight, and then you just focus on the Crucible Knight. And it's really just like a you versus Crucible Knight minus maybe a little bit of your flasks. So for that, it's not that interesting of a duo fight. But I do still think it's a memorable fight for me. Just because I remember it was weird for me because I actually found them, I attempted them, couldn't beat them, got mad, left, decided to fight them later, and then eventually I made it back and realized, wait, they're gone. I want to fight them, but now I can't. Now there's this festival. And then obviously I beat Radahn and then was able to come back to them and exact my revenge. So like, I think that aspect of the festival kind of made it a little story for me, where I was able to, like, you know, come back later and after I level up a bit, finally beat them. So that it makes it kind of cool for me, but I don't think they're any higher than B. I think probably C. I don't know.
I don't mind them as much. I think the Misbegotten contrasts pretty well with the Crucible Knight because the Misbegotten is so fucking fast.
Yeah.
And he's always kind of chasing you. Where the Crucible Knight really takes his time and makes it like a fair duo battle.
Yeah.
And yeah, it does feel irrelevant because you just got through Red Main Castle. It's been nothing but red mains, and then out of nowhere, it's a Crucible Knight and a Misbegotten.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I think, well, I like the idea of them being a duo fight. It's so easy to just take them on one at a time because of how little health the Misbegotten Warrior has. And I'm pretty sure the Crucible Knight only spawns once the Misbegotten Warrior is at half health.
Correct.
So I think that kind of lowers it a bit for me. I'd say C tier.
Yeah.
Low C or
maybe mid. Yeah, kind of like above Ancient Hero, not as good.
You said not as good as Ymir?
Yeah, not as good as Count Ymir.
Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that. We'll go with that. Alright, let's do Crystallion. This is a cave boss, right? You just find it in a cave?
Yeah. She's all the way at the bottom of a mine.
Huh. I remember being interested in the design. It was really cool to see her for the first time. I don't know how I feel about the, like, how you have to shatter them. I don't know. It just feels like such a gimmick boss that wasn't that interesting. They're certainly memorable, but I think the fact that they become so common later on, and there seems like there's a good amount of boss versions of them, and they become normal enemies later on. They don't really seem that memorable. Like, I feel like they're not that bad. But I think for this one, assuming we're talking about the first one you find, I would say probably like C tier.
I think most of the Crystallion fights are C tier.
Yeah. It's a cool gimmick for the first time, but it gets a little annoying later on. I don't know.
Yeah, because we fought them in every shape and don't need them to have this many boss slots.
Yeah, so I'd say probably C tier for me.
Yeah.
Low C. I think that's probably fair. Then we got the Spear and Ringblade duo version of them. So the spear one is the one that just keeps jabbing at you like 30 times,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
And then
yes.
the ring blade is just the one that spins.
Yeah, fucking throws the frisbee.
Yeah, this one wasn't that great. I think the spear one mainly is annoying because, dude, she like jabs you with the spear so many times. It's like, stop.
She does not stop.
Yeah.
It's the fact that it knocks you back every time.
So I think this is definitely worse than this one, and it loses that like cool factor after like already seeing the Crystallion for the first time. So I'd say like D tier.
Yeah, agreed.
Definitely not as bad as these assholes. Would you say better than Gaius?
No. I think
yeah.
Gaius is gonna stay at the top of D.
Yeah, well, we'll keep
out of
him here
respect.
then. I think that's fair. And then we got the other duo version of them with the spear and the staff. Is this even any different? The staff is just the glintstone stuff, right?
Yeah.
So it's just even worse. Because now you have projectiles.
So the one with the staff kind of holds back, while the one with the spear fights you.
It could make it actually a bit more fair, because then you have a ranged and then a melee. I don't really remember it, to be honest, but that sounds like it would be better than the other duo fight. So I think we're just
it's
right above.
beneath Rhea Lucaria, yeah.
Okay. Now that you mention it, I don't think I went under Rhea Lucaria. Like, I don't think because it's sitting on top of that giant, like, kind of cliff plateau thing.
Yeah.
I don't think I explored, like, around the bottom of that at all.
It has one of the best. Yeah, it has some of the best items in the game down there. There's the Crystallion staff, or just crystal staff.
Oh, that's right. I did go there for
fuck.
that because you told me to.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's the Terra Magica spell, which used to increase your magic damage by 35% when you're inside
did they nerf
it. I think they nerfed it now.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think that's fair for the Crystallions. They're bosses. They're pretty cannon fodder. Just like, here's another random boss. It's cool for the first time, so that's why I think this one deserves a C. But the other ones, especially for being duo fights, they're just more annoying than fun. So.
Yeah.
All right. Curse Blade Labyrinth. Yeah, Labyrinth.
Labyrinth sounds right. Yeah.
This is the guy in one of the not catacombs, but like caves in
the jails.
DLC.
The DLC.
Yeah. Is this the one near Shadow Altus, like kind of to the south where the bridge is? Or is this one in Bonnie's jail?
I would have to look over it again. You know what? Look up the boss themselves. Let's see where they are.
What is this? Curse Blade Labyrinth.
Labyrinth.
Curse Blade Labyrinth.
Yeah.
Field boss. Let's check the wiki.
Yeah, he is in the Bonnie jail.
Okay, I was right. So this guy,
like from FNAF,
shut up. So just normal version of this enemy I hate, because you definitely find a lot of them like later on, and they're just annoying. Like they're especially in like the ruins of Roa, I don't know how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
They're really annoying in their moveset because they're just like so like, oh, let me move around and move my body in weird ways, and then like just have an attack that lasts like an hour long. So like,
dude, I never fight them. I always just run away.
So for that, I don't like them, but I think this as a boss fight, this enemy works better as a boss fight. So I think this fight was actually pretty cool, because he's an interesting enemy, and I think this might be one of the first like times we run into this enemy, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he's everywhere. The Bondi Gel is pretty damn far.
Oh.
So, yeah. So this would be like way kind of almost towards the end, kind of a little over the halfway point. You would have already seen enough of them,
Okay.
honestly.
Then, yeah, I'd say, I don't know, high D. He's more
Yeah.
annoying than fun.
Yeah.
We'll put him below Gaius for respect. Think that's fair?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Cool. Now we got Dancer of Renas. This is another DLC boss, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember where she is, but as a tarnished fight, this one was definitely more interesting, right?
Yeah, because of her unique move. So she uses I think it's called like the oil or perfume of Renat to spit fire at you. She continuously dances around the fight, and her moves in general all have kind of the same aura to them. And I like that because she's kind of stays consistent to who she is, a dancer. And she's from this like far off land. There's a chance she's related to America, like being of the same, like from the same land.
That's kind of cool.
So, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff about her. But the fight itself, just a tarnished fight, with like against a boss with cool moves, kind of memorable, really good drip.
I will say a common theme that I do appreciate is a lot of the DLC Tarnished fights are actually like way better than any of the other Tarnished fights in the game.
Yeah.
And I think this is a good example of that. So I would say as a Tarnished fight, just behind Ancient Dragon?
I'd say she goes in, yeah, just behind Ancient Dragon.
Cool. All right. Now we got a good one, Deathbird. So basically, so here's my thing, right? There's a lot of Deathbirds, right? You can find a lot of them throughout the game, but you can only find them at nighttime, right?
The only exception is the one in the mountaintops. For some reason, that one spawns like whenever it wants.
Well, the one in the mountaintops is the right bird, right? Or is you saying there's another normal Deathbird up there?
No. You're right.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So, on my first playthrough, I never encountered a regular Deathbird, and I think that's mainly because I didn't really explore a lot during nighttime, or at least when I did, I guess I just never happened to, find one, which is a little unfortunate because the normal Deathbird would have been such a cool boss to find, pretty early on, but in terms of its fight, it's cool, but it kind of gets overshadowed by the Deathrite bird because it's just such a more interesting fight. So
to me, they're interchangeable, I would say. I love the fact that they have such a strong counter. Like holy damage almost destroys them. It becomes like almost trivial. And it's fun because I don't usually use holy damage. So suddenly switching to this different tool and having to learn it while simultaneously kicking the boss's ass, I think it's really fun. The Deathbirds are always super fun to fight for me.
Yeah, I do. They are pretty interchangeable now that you mention it. I will say I feel like you can't really talk about the normal Deathbird without talking about the Deathrite bird, because I think the Deathrite bird it's just made better and more interesting with its like black fire. It just adds so much more to the fight, and it looks a lot cooler. But I think they're both really solid. I would say I probably would want to put both of them right next to each other, just with the Deathrite bird like right above. But yeah, like design wise, really unique. One of the coolest looking bosses. Moveset, really good. I loved the challenge of these. They were pretty hard, but like again, once you learn the fight, it makes it a little bit easier. And that I remember that feeling of first killing that Deathrite bird in the mountaintops. I was like, yes, I did it. Because, like, even before, I knew, like, the Deathrite Bird was a hard fight, and a lot of people struggled with it. And so, like, I felt like I did a really good job, and it made the fight really satisfying. So I would say these are, honestly, A tier for me.
Really, A tier. Hmm.
At least Deathrite Bird, or specifically the Deathrite Bird in the mountaintops.
Yeah,
I think it's
there's
better
also another one in
than some of
Kaled. I mean,
these.
I think they're just as good as each other. Yeah, I would put the Deathrite Bird in A, and then the standard Death Bird in B.
Okay, this might be a little controversial, but I kind of am leaning towards putting the Deathrite Bird in front of Crucible Knight.
Huh.
I think it's that good, and I really enjoyed it, and it's more memorable of a fight for me than any of the other ones in A tier.
All right.
So I say we'll do that, and then a regular one in top of B.
Kind of middle B, like right before the.
Before the Blood Fiend, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Let me change this playlist because it's a little too extravagant. We need something a little more calming. Okay. No, I don't want soul music. I want souls music.
That's funny.
Why does it keep doing that? It keeps changing it to soul music. I don't want souls music. Hold on. Technical difficulties. Let's look up Soulsborne music. There we go. We'll do this one. Oh, hold on. That's not relaxing.
Also dramatic. Oh.
Here we go. Okay. Moving on. Now we got the Death Knight with a long-haft axe.
Long haft?
Maybe he did a typo on this. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't remember this guy. Death Knight. Do you remember him?
I believe so. Look him up again just to double check where he is.
Okay.
But I do believe I've seen him.
Death Knight. Elden Ring. Let's look at images. Oh, he's in a catacomb.
Yeah, okay, this one's in a catacomb. I know where the one with the two axes is. I'm not sure where the other one is, though. The
Death
one with the
Knight.
long shaft.
Long.
Long shaft.
It's literally called long haft. Look at that. Long haft axe.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I fought this guy. Two different catacombs. Yeah, there's looks like there's probably two of these guys. One with this thing, and then one with the whatever the other one was.
Double axe.
Yeah.
Double axe is so cool. Okay.
His armor looks sick though.
Yes. His whole kit is pretty good, although it's kind of weak.
Okay. Well, I don't really know this fight, so I'll let you rank him.
Okay. I'm gonna put the long haft axe with the twin axes simply because I don't even recognize the difference between them. They kind of move the same in general, except one had a twin axe which did kind of swirly Beyblade like moves. The other one, yeah, all I remember is the long axe. They were really good though. They were very good fights. Very good, like very on theme for the places you find them in. I will put them probably in middle B, right below the Deathbird.
Okay. Cool. Does it matter which one is in front, or? Okay.
Nah.
Cool. All right. Moving on. Decaying Enzyx. So this is the dragon. Is this the giant dragon?
No, this is a decaying dragon right next to the Cathedral of Dragon Communion in Caelid. He's really cool. He spits out like scarlet rot instead of fire.
I don't
He's
think I
very,
fought this.
you know-
You said he's next to the Dragon Communion Temple?
Yeah.
Because I've been all around that place. I don't remember. See, his name is
Look him
familiar.
up.
Maybe I did fight him. I just don't.
Yeah,
I don't feel like I
believe
did.
I watched you fight him too. He's just not that he's not that memorable.
And Zykes.
Zykes with a K.
Ek. Oh. Elden Ring. Oh, wait. Yeah, I think I did fight him. Yeah.
You can see his spot on the map down there.
He's definitely really cool design.
Yeah.
Like, I think he looks way cooler than your average dragon. Did I feel like if I did fight him, I don't remember, to be honest. But the fact that he has Scarlet Rot Breath is really cool. So I think that makes him a lot better than your average dragon.
Mhm.
Yo, someone made a friggin' magic card for him? That's cool.
That's cool.
But yeah, I think, I don't know, probably B tier.
Yeah, just somewhere in B tier is fine. Because like you could really put him almost anywhere, and it wouldn't be like a controversial take.
Yeah, it's really just like, how do you feel about dragons in Elden Ring?
Yeah.
So I think for him being a little better than most dragons, I don't think he comes near Borealis, to be honest.
Yeah. Probably better than the Beastmen.
Like I'm looking at this like,
Maybe
would I
better than
rather-
the Black Knights.
maybe, yeah, like would I rather fight this dragon or something like the Deathbird? Like I'd probably want to fight the Deathbird over it.
Yeah.
Would you rather fight it over the Death Knights?
Yes.
Something in probably right here then.
Yeah. That seems fine.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Demi-human chief duo. I don't remember them being I know the normal demi-human chief. I don't recall there being a duo fight of them though. I assume it's
The
in
duo
Limgrave.
fight is on it's on the coast cave or coastal cave to the west. They're pretty good. It's one of the only boss fights where you can actually get stealthy
Oh, that's cool.
and not be noticed by both of them
You're
all
right.
at once.
I do remember them because I remember I walked in, killed the first one, and the second one didn't notice me, and then I killed the
Exactly.
second one. So that is kind of
Yeah.
that's a cool aspect.
Other than that though, it's just demi-humans.
Okay. I'm thinking C tier.
Yeah, just C tier is fine.
The demi-humans aren't that interesting. Like I feel like, would you say like the regular demi-human? Oh, there's a lot of them. What the heck? Look at all these.
Yeah.
I don't think the duo version of them makes it any better.
Yeah,
I'd
not at
say
all.
better than the Crystallian, probably not better than these.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Kind of forgettable.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know how I feel about this. This is just like ambience. I want like music. Hold on, just a second. One moment. Here, we'll just do this one. There we go. We're listening to a lot of Firelink Shrine today, but that's okay because it fits.
Amazing.
Okay. What's our next one? So another demi-human.
Bunch of demi-human queens.
So this is the demi-human queen Gilka. Is this just like? Is this one in the Weeping Peninsula? Or one? I know one of these is, right?
No, one of them is. Honestly, not all of them are there, which is interesting.
It's probably because there's a couple like straight up copies. Like, these are all probably very different. I know this one, Demi-Human Queen Mariga is. I think this is the
He's
one
in the DLC, right?
Yeah, in the DLC where you find on the shore next to like all the giant coffin things.
Yeah.
So this one was kind of cool, I think, but I don't know about the others.
Yeah. So Gallica, that's the thing. There's nothing really that different or unique about Demi-Human Queens. I would put her. Okay. The one thing that's unique. When you do enough damage, she just gets fucking pissed and throws the staff at you and starts fucking eating you.
Is that all of them or just this one?
I think it's all of them. Like, eventually they get fucking upset and throw the staff at you.
Okay. For that's funny, and that's probably. I feel like that's probably better than the duo.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think any of these are like super. Like, sure they're forgettable, but I don't think they're D tier worthy. I think C.
Yeah.
Low C.
Kind of. Yeah.
So we'll just kind of throw them like this. I like the DLC one a lot because the boss area is cool. Yeah, I think that's fair. They're like, yeah, they're very much like, here's another extra boss. Never challenging, which is a little unfortunate. I wish they were a bit harder, but I don't know. They add to the lore, I guess, a little bit. It's cool. It's cool seeing like the queen of the demi-humans after like fighting a lot of the regular ones.
Yeah.
Next, we got the Demi-Human Swordmaster, which is another DLC boss, if I remember.
Yeah, he's in the Bellerat jail.
I remember him being pretty cool.
Yeah, he was kind of shocking because he was the last boss I have that I missed. I killed every other boss in the game. He was the last one, so I was very excited to see him. And he did not disappoint. Tiny little man, right? But he's like agile and he can fucking jump in the air and teleport and shit. He's got this amazing sword.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was really, really
remember
cool.
him. I mean, like, I remember him from the DLC, but I think he's more stuck in my head from Night Rain, because he'll often spawn alongside, I think, the regular like Demi-Human Queen in Night Rain.
Yeah.
And it makes for like a kind of fun duo fight in that. I would say he's probably better than the normal Demi-Humans.
Yeah, he's not in C tier, I will say. He's like somewhere in B, kind of high B.
You think he's that high?
I think he's that cool. I think he's that cool personally.
Okay. I think if I had to just
I think he's certainly
give it like a random plot, I would say right behind Black Knife Assassin.
Okay.
I think Black Knife Assassin is cooler and more interesting to fight, but I think he beats out like Beastman and Blackblade Kindred.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Now we got a more interesting one after all the complete random cannon fodder. Divine Beast Dancing Lion. This was the first major boss that I fought in the DLC, and this guy is pretty cool. I really like this boss.
Extremely cool.
I think the soundtrack is
controlling
super cool.
the fucking weather.
Yes. Yeah. I love the fact that he like changes. It's kind of just like time based, right? Like every once in a while he'll just change what element he uses.
I believe it's health based.
Okay. Well, either way, it's cool seeing him swap between elements. Like, it's super sick. And I think his moveset it's like weirdly consistent, because it's like it seems kind of sporadic and out of nowhere at first, but like there's a rhythm to it. You get to know it, and it's like it's never too like overwhelming, and it's really like it gets chaotic near the end, but it's so much fun, and I think the soundtrack really adds a lot.
Absolutely, like the atmosphere of the whole is really, really special.
So I think based on just the atmosphere alone, but also the fight itself, I think the moveset and the way the fight flows is phenomenal. I would say it's definitely A tier for me.
Agreed.
I would say
he's
high A.
I would say he's better than Estelle.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's definitely up there. He's yeah. Yeah. I can definitely see. I'd rather fight him over Estelle and Deathrite and all these.
Yeah.
Very great boss. All right, next we
Fucking singer
got.
in the background.
What
Just
song is
going
this?
off.
This is from Demon Souls. I still haven't played Demon Souls. I think I want to at some point, but it'll probably be Demon Souls might be like the final Souls game that I tackle. But anyways, now we have. There's another one.
There's another one.
Divine Beast,
Have you not fought
Dancing
it?
Lion, Deathblight. Oh, so is this just like one that controls Deathblight rather than other elements?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I don't. Yeah, no, I don't think I fought this one. Where is he?
He's so in the ancient ruins of Rao, kinda to the west. You have to take a very specific path to get to him.
Okay.
He is not that cool, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because it's like take the divine beast dancing lion and water him in the same manner as Estelle.
Okay. You also, I don't know if it's your mic or internet, but you cut out a little bit there. But I do agree, though. It's again that ancestor spirit effect where you copy a boss and it loses some of that special aspect.
Exactly.
So, do you think like the fight is still fun regardless of that?
I didn't enjoy his fight because of the constant death blight. It always felt like I was dying too early because I was making mistakes because of the presence of the death blight. I wasn't about it. I didn't like it.
My instinct is because of kind of similar thing we did with Estelle. I'm thinking like
exactly.
C tier. Do you think like maybe right below the other Estelle? Or lower?
Yeah, no, right below the other Estelle.
Yeah. Like I'd still probably want to fight another one, even if it's more annoying. I'd probably want to fight another one over like Ymir. Okay. Draconic Tree Sentinel. I think the Draconic Tree Sentinels are way cooler than the normal ones. I think the kind of you're forced to fight him to get into the capital. I think he's a solid fight. I think he's got some decent challenge. I would say he's a bit easier than the normal Tree Sentinel.
I honestly think he's harder because of all the lightning stuff he does.
Yeah, I could see that. I don't know. I feel like he might be harder, but for me personally, I think and maybe it's just the fact that you come off of fighting 2 normal Tree Sentinels.
Yeah.
Into fighting this guy, so he just seems like an easier challenge, but it's just because the other Tree Sentinels were a duo fight. Regardless, so I really like him. I think his design is awesome, and I think overall solid fight. Like I think like mid to high B tier for me.
Probably. I have PTSD from this guy because of fucking Night Rain. Like if you piss him off at any point, he could just smite you.
He is a little annoying in Night Rain.
But okay, for Elden Ring specifically, I think he's cool. He's kind of jarring because he doesn't make sense outside the royal capital. He's like very dragon themed, and while I understand that within the capital and within Lanedale's army, there is a cult for dragons. I still think he's overdoing it, but I'd rather fight him here than fight him right before Malekith. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a problem. I just think it was jarring seeing him at the gates of the capital. I would, like you said, fucking like a middle or high B.
Like I think I'd probably put him above Commander O'Neill.
Yeah.
Do you think he's a more interesting fight than Lanciax?
Probably
not.
Yes.
Yeah? The only reason I like Lanciax so much, and I think Lanciax deserves such a high spot, mainly because of the intro. I love the fact that he just comes crashing down, or she comes crashing down. I don't know. I could go either way,
Exactly, same.
but I think
I guess
we'll
let's just keep it how it is. Yeah.
All right. Godskin. Oh wait, Godskin. Whoops. Dragonskin soldier. Sorry, I was skipping ahead. Dragonkin, not Dragonskin. Soldier. There's a couple of these.
Yeah.
There's the one you fight as a part of Ronnie's quest. Not as a part, but like as you go through her quest. And then there's also the one in Shifa River, where you take the Sending Gate to get up to a little part below Nakaron and you fight him. That was the one I fought first, the one in Shifra. But I think the one in Ronnie's fight, where like, isn't it like right below the giant person in the throne?
Exactly. Yes.
That one is way cooler of a fight.
Cool. So cool.
I think his
I remember
design
being
is
terrified.
amazing. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just the way he like pops in and doesn't he like crash down on top of you or something?
Yes, he does.
So yeah, atmosphere of this fight, 10 out of 10. Yeah, because we're only talking about like the one version, I'll assume we're talking about the one as a part of Ronnie's quest, because it's so much cooler fighting him in front of the giant throne in this giant area.
Indeed.
Design-wise, really cool. The actual fight itself, his moveset isn't super interesting, I don't think.
There's nothing memorable about the way he moves. It was honestly more his environment that boosts him up.
Yeah, I agree. So for that, I'd probably give him probably another B tier, I guess.
Yeah, somewhere in B, probably high, because of the skybox is cool. But
I'd say like just behind Deathbird.
yeah,
I'd want to fight him probably over all of these, but Deathbird is cooler. All right, now we got the other Dragonkin soldier in the Lake of Rot. Don't remember. Did I fight this guy? I don't think I really explored the Lake of Rot. I think I kind of just ran through it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I imagine most people would. I have a weird knack to explore everything, no matter what. So, I was already super fucking frustrated when I saw him. And then having to fight this guy in a lake of Scarlet Rot. It was more frustrating than anything else, and I don't even think the reward is worth it. I don't even remember what the reward was.
I mean, it seems like it would be a really cool, like, atmospheric fight, being in the center of... I assume he's just in the rot, or is it on, like, an island?
Yeah. No, he like, comes out of the... Oh, you see his dead corpse on the lake, and then when you get close, he wakes up.
Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. But I can see why it'd be kind of, like, annoying and lame.
Because, like, the problem really is with the lake of itself, rather than him as a...
Yeah. Also, I don't know why, but
him.
you're cutting out a lot again.
Hold on.
Maybe like try leaving the call and joining back or something.
Okay.
But yeah, I think I'll wait for him to join back. Yeah, I think this boss is probably worse than the normal Dragonkin. I'll probably put him... He's still a Dragonkin, and I think the fact that he's in the Lake of Rot is cool to start with, but I think he's worse. I'll probably say just right behind him, but I'll wait for him to join back so we can have a consensus. Oh, hold on.
Alright.
Hello?
Hey. Okay, I'm also gonna turn off noise suppression. If it becomes a problem, just let me know.
Okay. Stream again, make sure you can see.
Yeah, I can see it.
Sidetrack, have I done a difficulty video? No, I have not. I kind of want to. I obviously I talked a little bit about difficulty in my most recent video. But it's kind of one of those things that I feel like everyone has talked to about difficulty to death. I don't know if I'd have much new to say about difficulty. And I feel like I've already kind of made my point on difficulty in my newest video, but I don't know. Maybe I'll do a video on it in the future, especially once I finish every other Souls game, because I think when it comes to difficulty, you can't not talk about the Dark Souls series in a difficulty video. So I could definitely make a video on that in the future. It seems like a worthy topic, I guess. But yeah. So I ranked the other Dragonkin, the Lake of Rot one, just behind the normal one.
Yeah.
I think like it gives a little bit, like, it's a cool atmosphere being in the Lake of Rot, but it being in the Lake of Rot is also
such a problem.
Yeah, so I think it's cool, but not as good.
Yeah. Also, I totally fucked up.
What happened?
Okay. When we ranked the Dragonkin soldier, we didn't realize that the one in Noxtella is different.
Oh, I see that. Yeah. So this is just the one in Shifra.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then maybe that. Okay. Would you still want to fight the regular one in Shifra over like any of these?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think we're probably good to keep him there. I'd say we just put this one because he is way cooler above. Do you think higher? Maybe higher than Deathbird, higher than Bloodfiend?
Okay, maybe we need to lower Bloodfiend. Okay, he
and
looks
O'Neill.
funny.
Where would you want to put Bloodfiend?
Let's put him right behind the Lake of Rot Dragonkin.
Okay. And then I think O'Neill I'm gonna put probably. Do I want to fight O'Neill over the Dragonkins? No. We'll put him there. I think I'd want to fight a dragon over him. I think that's fair. And then yeah, the one of Noxtella, I think is better than the regular Deathbird. Do you think Do you think it deserves to be higher in B tier or?
No, I think where it's at is pretty good.
Yeah. Can I put him in front of Draconic Tree Sentinel? I think he's just cooler.
Absolutely.
Enos. Sorry.
Hello. We are currently streaming. But
absolutely insane.
But
oh, sorry, bye. Sorry. Whoops, I didn't know that. Sorry.
You're good.
Oh.
But yeah, I
Wow.
think I definitely think he's cooler than the Draconic Tree Sentinel. Let's go back into the other colleges so no one else joins in there. There we go.
That's really funny.
That was our friend Insane Gamer, for anyone who doesn't know.
He is a fellow YouTuber.
He is, yeah. If any of you guys enjoy Destiny content, he is a Destiny YouTuber. Look up Insane Gamer 300. All right. So, yeah, I think the Noxtella one is probably more interesting than the Draconic Tree Sentinel. But I think that's a fair ranking.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, finally, like a heavy hitter.
So we got Dragon Lord Placidusax. I think he gets way overshadowed by Bale.
Yeah.
But like, I'm trying to like envision before the DLC came out, he probably would have been like the coolest boss.
He was one of the coolest because the whole time you hear about the mythical power of what lies at the center of the storm, at the heart of time, and that's what he is. You aren't even told about him. You just know there's a secret path to the heart of the storm in Farum Azula, and that's it.
Yeah.
And
I think the way you find his fight is super cool.
exactly, and you fucking lay down and time reverses.
That's
Oh
so
my
sick.
god. And if you had the Frenzied Flame ending, you'd go back enough in time to change fate
Hmm.
so that you don't have the Frenzied Flame ending anymore. That's so cool.
So everything about Placidus Axe is awesome.
Yeah. His weapon is incredible as well.
Bro's aura farming when you walk in the boss fight, just like chilling, like in the air, floating or like whatever. And as much as I love him, I just think he was too easy for me. And maybe I was over leveled. I think I might have been. But I got him like first try, and his attacks were really fun and interesting, and it was cool. But I don't know, maybe some of his moves were just too easy to dodge or too easy to learn.
They are quite easy, and almost none of his moves are that complicated at all.
Yeah, but it still feels good. Like especially when he starts like
it feels incredible.
When he starts
like
teleporting
when he's
around
in the sky.
Yes.
Yes.
And he starts flying down and like swipes with his giant claws, and you can like if you like perfectly dodge through that, it feels super satisfying. I think he's definitely A tier. Do you think he deserves S tier?
Absolutely. I think that the bar would be too high if Placidus Axe wasn't an S tier.
I agree. Now this is a hard one. Do we put him above Ancestor Spirit?
I think let's get all our S tiers first, and then we can organize them.
Okay, I agree. All right. Next one, we got Dryleaf Dane. So this guy is really cool. I like him. So you find him in Shadow Altus, I believe, right? And
yeah,
he's like silent or whatever until you like
he's
do
aura
a
farming.
certain he's aura farming. Bro's got the drip on too, and you give him you do a certain emote, I think, and then he'll be like, all right, let's 1v1.
Yeah.
And if you beat him, then he'll be like, GG. Here's what does he give you? He gives you a cool item.
He'll drop you some of his. He'll drop you his weapon, and I think some of his clothes.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure.
He's like,
but he does not die.
Yeah, he's like, you have grown, my apprentice. Go and fight more. Like, he's really cool. I think just the fact that he's like this guy who he's less an enemy and more of like a mentor that's like, I will train you, makes him so much cooler than any other Tarnished fight. For that, I think high, maybe low B.
Really?
At least high C, like above Clean Rot Knight.
Yeah. Okay. I would be okay with anything above Clean Rot Knight.
Yeah, I still think because he's a Tarnished fight, he's not that great. So maybe B is too high. So I think above Clean Rot Knight, just because he's got aura. He's cool. I like him. All right, now we got a spoiler alert. Big spoiler alert, everyone. Elden Beast, final boss. I think it's hard to kind of view this as like a boss because as the final boss, you have this kind of bar, this standard that you already have in your mind, which I think is fair because it is the final boss. It should meet a certain standard, and I just don't think it does.
Yeah, it fell short of it, unfortunately.
Like, it is again, it's similar to Ancestor Spirit, where it's certainly an atmospheric fight. It's meant to be very cinematic, beautiful. His design is awesome. I really like his design. He looks super cool.
Absolutely.
And the way he he pulls the sword made out of Radagon out of the floor. Like the lore idea or the theme of like the sword being like this twin intertwined blade because it's literally both Marika and Radagon is really cool.
So fucking cool, yeah.
But the fight itself, while beautiful and atmospheric, and the soundtrack is amazing, also one of the best OSTs in the game, the fight itself doesn't feel as impactful as it should for the final boss. I mean, you compare it to like Gwyn, who thematically great character, actually interesting fight, or you know, I won't spoil for you, but the final boss fight in Bloodborne is amazing. I just think for a Souls series or for a Souls game, it's not nearly as good of a final boss as it should be. And for that, I don't think it's... I still think it's a good fight, but I don't think it deserves A just because it's lacking in that regard. Like, I would say high B.
I think it would be disrespectful to not put it in A. Because, like,
Really?
look who we have above it. Because, okay, it's still the
Yeah.
culmination of the entire journey. And
Yeah.
the soundtrack, the skybox, it's all beautiful. I think that the arena was, like, way too big.
That too. Didn't it launch with... Like, when the game first came out, you could not summon Torrent until they updated it?
You still can't summon torrents.
No, you can.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Literally, I could show you. I'll literally show you right now.
Please, what?
One
I
sec.
had no idea.
Yeah, I believe for a while you could not summon him until they updated the game like a year or two after. Like it was probably a year after the game came out.
That's shocking.
So it should be. So I summon him in this one.
Yeah.
Yep. So for a while you were not able to.
What? Oh my god, yes, I remember now. Fuck.
But they made it
You're
so you
totally
could. And
right.
that's the thing. I don't think I knew you could. Because in my first playthrough, in my first time fighting him, I don't think I ever summoned Torrent. Because I don't know, I
Yeah.
just didn't think you were able to. It didn't really come to mind. And then I found out that was a thing. You couldn't summon him until recently, and then I did summon him in this fight. But it's not even that useful. Like it's useful for closing the gap because it's way too big and he moves around a lot.
Exactly.
But I do think the fact that you can summon Torrent does make him a better boss now. But I still think he's, again, just not that great. But yeah, I do agree though. He is still the culmination, and he's still a pretty solid fight. It's just he lacks that S tier property that a final boss should have.
Yeah.
And for that, I think, yeah, A tier is fine. I mean, I'd still probably want to fight him over Estelle, I think. Because Estelle's so cool, but I don't think his... It's kind of... I put them in the same category where, like, atmosphere-wise, Estelle and Elden Beast are amazing, but their movesets aren't that interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I think... Yeah, like, maybe ahead of... no, behind Estelle for sure.
Okay. I think that's fair. Okay. Next up, Elemer of the Briar. So this is the culmination of all the times you fight the Bell-Bearing Hunter, which I think is cool. Because assuming you actually fight every Bell-Bearing Hunter, it's what, like 2-3 fights?
Yeah. There's one in Caelid, one in Limgrave, one in Liurnia.
Yeah, so like you have this like constant.
Oh yeah,
like,
and one in
encounter.
Altus. There's 4.
Oh, okay, yeah, like you're constantly encountering him. And then you kind of have this culmination where you're like, oh, this is the real him. And I think this fight itself is really interesting. Is it the same moveset?
Okay, Elemer has a similar moveset, but it's more advanced.
Okay. That definitely makes it better, I think. And the thing is, I love the room. I like how it's like you're in like a dining room or whatever with like all the pictures on the wall, and you have like the picture of Melania.
Exactly.
It's a cool. Is it your first time you see Melania?
Yeah, it's the first time you lay eyes on her.
Okay, so that adds a lot too. Because I remember seeing that, I was like, oh, it's her. So that was cool. I think the fight is great. I think it's A tier for me.
I agree. Absolutely A tier. Probably higher than Black Knight. And Senesax, and probably Electo.
Yeah. Just because of his sword, I think he's better than Crucible Knight.
Exactly. Incredible.
His sword is so cool. And he's a pretty decently challenging fight too. Like it took me a couple of tries. So yeah, I think that's a solid placement. All right.
The
Next up.
Erdtree Avatar.
So this guy is cool. I think it's cool to see like a consistent field boss for all the minor Erdtrees.
Yeah.
I think it's for anyone who is familiar with Dark Souls 1. This is the Asylum Demon reimagined. His build and his moveset is very similar to the Asylum Demon. It's obviously not exact. There's definitely some changes, but if you've played Dark Souls 1, you'll definitely notice it. And I really like him. I think he's cool for the first time you fight him. He maybe gets a little old after a while because there's so many versions of him. But it is nice to have a consistent kind of field boss that you know you can find at every minor Erdtree, or at least most of them.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think this is a solid B tier.
Yeah. Kind of. Yeah, very middle B tier. As average as it gets, but still that consistency in, how the fight works is so lovely.
Mm-hmm. I think it's another kind of example of this game is going to have a lot of bosses, and you shouldn't expect every boss to be amazing, but this is what a filler boss should be,
Exactly.
I would probably rather fight him over Commander O'Neill, Decaying Enzykes. I don't think I'd rather fight him over the Deathbird or the Dragonkin Soldier. Maybe over the Lake of Rot one. But I think everything above here is better.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we'll stick with that. Alright, before we move on, I'm gonna go grab some water. So if you want to entertain chat for a bit, or if you want to rank a couple bosses, feel free, but I will be right back. Give me just a minute.
Alright. Dear gentlemen. Alright. I don't know if Ember can hear us right now, but once he's back, I need all of you to start telling him to play FNAF. I think he does not respect the sheer, amazingness that is the FNAF experience. Not that it's I am not about the lore as much as the rest of the community is. I just think the gameplay is really, really cool and underrated. Back to the bosses. Erdtree Avatar Duo. It's alright. There's literally just two of them. That's the only difference. And most of the time I'm able to kill the first one before the second one really has enough time to do any kind of damage. I think that the surprise, though, must have been incredible. You know what I mean? You're fighting the exact same consistent boss. You know what to expect, but then suddenly that expectation is subverted. That's what I think is so cool about this. I'm kind of disappointed this tier list didn't include the rotten Erdtree Avatar. I definitely think he had a place here, but I guess it's fine. Okay, Erdtree Avatar Duo goes in B tier, probably just above the standard Erdtree Avatar. It's a nice surprise, but it's not a big deal. Okay, now we have 15 Erdtree Burial Watchdogs, which is insane. Okay. There's a dual fight lightning staff. I kind of don't care for literally any of them. And while there are some differences, and the dual fight, I'm sure the dual fight can go higher, because if you use the crystal darts, you can turn them against each other. It's super cool. But all the other ones, honestly, aren't that different. Like, not even the lightning one is that different. Because what ends up happening is you're in this room full of water. You think the lightning and the water are going to interact and do something unique, but they don't. So it just falls flat.
I'm back.
Hey, man. I would say all the Erdtree Burial Watchdogs, like the non-duos, go somewhere in C tier. And then the duo goes like at the very bottom of B tier, just because of what you can do with the crystal darts.
Okay, wait, so... Oh man, there's a lot of these I didn't even realize.
Yeah, right.
So...
Oh, and there's the one with imps.
So there's the normal one, duo, with... Is the duo just 2 of them, or are they different?
They're different. One of them has a staff, the
Fire
other
and-
fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the one with lightning, and then one with just the staff.
And then one that has imps
Oh
with it.
god, okay.
Yeah, no. That one's like... that's probably our second F tier.
Did you tell them for me to play FNAF?
No.
I don't believe you. Also,
I was-
Flix says you're the best co-host ever.
Thank you.
I refuse to play FNAF.
Dude!
Nah, I'm kidding. I played FNAF 1 when I was a kid. I've played it a little bit past couple years. FNAF is S tier. I would be willing to give it a try. Maybe we'll do a future stream where I play through all of the FNAF games. Okay, I'll give you that.
Yes.
I will do it on stream.
Awesome.
Anyways, though, yeah, I think Erdtree. So the base one I actually really like because the original Erdtree Burial Watchdog was my first ever boss in Elden Ring. I skipped Tree Sentinel like a sane person, and this was the first like catacomb that I found. Was it a catacomb or just a cave? I think it's just a cave.
No, these guys are usually in catacombs. They're not in caves.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Then yeah. So, but yeah, the original one you find in Limgrave was the first boss I fought in Elden Ring, and I actually struggled with it a little bit because it had been like a couple years since I played a Souls game. But eventually I beat it and was happy. So I think for that, I have a personal connection with this first one just because it was my first ever boss. But in terms of the other ones, they can all just die. I don't really as an actual boss, I don't really like the Erdtree Burial Watchdogs. Like the timing of their attacks is just weird. I'm sure you've noticed it.
They're
Like
super
they're
annoying to
weirdly annoying. Yeah. So, where'd you say you would put like the duos?
The duo goes
the one
somewhere
duo?
in B tier.
Yeah. Like it's probably more fun to fight than some of the.
I wouldn't put them above the Demi-Human Swordmaster.
Yeah, I think like in front of the Beastman and Blackblade King.
Yeah.
I think it's good. The lightning and staff ones.
These
they
go in C
more-
tier.
Yeah.
They're worse. The only reason the duo is so fun is because you can make them fight each other.
Okay. I'd say these ones can probably go in. I don't know, above Estelle. They're probably Estelle's probably more interesting than these, right?
Yeah, I think these should go in like the lower half of C, maybe like right above the Demi-Human Queens.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We'll put the. I don't remember. I don't know which is harder, to be honest. Which is the one in the
Yeah, me
consecrated
neither.
snowfield? That
Uh,
that is the worst. Oh wait, no, that's the one with the imps. Either way, they're not that
okay.
interesting.
No, the one with the imps is in the Weeping Peninsula. The one you're thinking of in the consecrated snowfield, that's the ice one, and it's not a boss. It's just a standard enemy.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that one sucks. Do you think lightning is better than staff or no?
They're interchangeable. I can't remember the difference.
We'll leave it like that.
Yep.
Yeah, the one with the imps. Anything with imps. Me and Mannequin have
Oh
talked
my
about
God.
this to death. Imps in this game are the worst. Oh my God, I hate
Yes.
them so much.
Dude, if I could mod my version of Elden Ring, I would just remove them.
Dude, the fact that they have the audacity to come at you swinging and then they backstep like 10 feet and you're like, why are you running? You just hit me. Come back. And they do not want to fight like a... Oh, it's just, they're annoying. Anyone who's fought an imp, I'm sure you can agree, they are the worst. And whoever decided, hey, let's put this in the game, they should be fired at FromSoft. That's all I'm gonna say. And then also the normal Erdtree one, just a personal anecdote. I really have a good connection with this boss just for it being my first. I want to put it a lot higher. Like, I almost want to put this in like high B, but I don't think it's that high. I would say probably just right in front of the duo fight for me.
Amazing.
If that's okay with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
And then for the Erdtree avatar with the duo, I suggested it goes right above the standard Erdtree avatar. Just because that surprise of it fucking splitting like mitosis.
that is
That is
cool.
so cool.
Where is it? There we go. Yeah, I totally agree with that. In fact, do I want to put it higher than the Dragonkin and Deathbird or? Nah.
Definitely not the Deathbird.
Nah, I still think the Dragonkin is just... my first time finding the Dragonkin was really cool, so I think I want to keep that intact.
Yeah.
Okay. Eskar, Priest of Blood. This guy's in a catacomb, it looks like. Is this just a battle mage again, but just different spells?
No, he's a tarnished fight, unfortunately, and he comes. Yeah, he fights you alongside a pack of like the blood dogs, the ones that you find in Moog's area.
Oh, okay.
Also, cool ass name.
Yeah, that does sound kind of cool. I think he's probably a little higher than other tarnished bosses for that. I don't think I'd put him above Ancient Dragon Man. What are we thinking? D tier? Like high D? Low D?
Yeah. Kind of like around the Curse Blade is where I'd keep him.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's fair. I'd probably want to fight a tarnished over anything else in this.
Yeah.
All right. Moog is a freak. Hey, Moog beat the allegations, all right? I'm not going to spoil anything, but... Because I know you haven't... Oh, wait, no, that's Sage, I'm thinking. Yeah, Moog beat the allegations. Do not tarnish his name. Pun intended. All right. Falling Star Beast. So there's a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
I think
the one in the picture is the one in...
It's by Celia, right? In the Crystal Cave?
Yes, exactly, yes.
I definitely think the one they're showing here is the worst because the arena is too small.
Yeah.
But the ones that you find in like the DLC or in the one on
There's
like
one
by
right
Mount
outside
Gelmir,
Leyndell.
or in Leyndell as well. They're all kind of similar.
The one
right?
in Mount Gelmir is the full-grown one. That's a different one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it showing here? Yeah, it is.
Yeah. The standard Falling Star Beast simply like moves around and has maybe weaker magic abilities. The full grown is like the guy that shoots lasers and shit.
Okay. I definitely think the full grown one is more interesting then. I also like the location. I think for the regular one, it's another boss, I guess.
Yeah, throw it somewhere in B.
Yeah, I think I think it's probably I don't know, below Black Knife? Maybe below Demi-Human?
Yeah, below demi-human, definitely better than Erdtree Burial Watchdog.
I think he's cool lore-wise for sure,
Absolutely.
but fight-wise,
The fight,
it's mid. You're just
yeah.
like, oh, it's a bowl. You dodge when it runs at you. Try and hit it when you have a chance. It's not interesting at all.
Mhm.
Okay, this is a cool one. The Fell Twins. This is a sick fight. I really like this.
Yes.
Like this is one of those things you don't even need to be deep in the lore. Just from playing the game, you can kind of understand that Moog and Morgott are brothers, more than likely. And assuming you've done your exploring at this point, you would have fought both Morgott and Moog underneath Leyndell. And this is where you would get the. Is this for both of their runes?
Yeah.
Like
and honestly,
as you fight or as you like head towards the tower on the bridge.
yeah. The entry to the fight is maybe the coolest part about it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you walk out, and you see a standard enemy, the kind of enemy that you fought, tens of times already, just patrolling the bridge. You chase after him, and then suddenly he disappears. The entire screen goes black, and you're transported to a fucking shadow dimension.
So cool.
And that's where you fight both of them. That is like one of the most unique fights, where the arena actively changes around you.
Yeah. I really liked that because I was like genuinely surprised when that first happened. And the coolest thing is I immediately knew who I was fighting. You see like Fell Twins, and you're like, oh, these are just those guys that you fought underneath Leyndell. But then like upon realization, you're like, well, I'm heading towards the tower to get either Moog's or Morgott's rune, and you're like, oh, because you know they're both omens. You're like, oh, this is probably both of them. And if you look closer, like they do have similar looking faces to their normal full-grown selves. So it's like it's cool because it's like you see these like younger versions of them. And yeah, again, I think that the moment when like everything around you goes like black, it's such like a cool, unique aspect and adds so much to the fight. Now, I do kind of wish that, because after you beat them, you get a loading screen and then just you spawn back on the bridge. I kind of wish that like maybe
it seamlessly transitioned back.
Yeah, somehow like they're able to seamlessly like have you back on the bridge and slowly your view comes back into frame. That would be cool, but I think what we do get is still really good. So, I think A tier.
Yeah, absolutely A tier.
I think maybe higher than Crucible Knight. I don't know. The fight itself isn't too great. It's like not that interesting.
I'd say like around Edgered, probably above him.
Yeah, I would say above Adred, below Senesax.
Yeah, agreed.
Cool. Fia's Champions. This is very simple. Just 3 different tarnished fights. It's kind of cool. Like, it's a gauntlet, right? Where, like, she keeps spawning them. And I think the atmosphere and the aura and the location of the fight is all really cool. But I just don't think tarnished fights are interesting. So,
unfortunately. What's more is that if you're connected online, like if you're connected to the servers, one of the champions is a completely random player. Like just some random player's loadout.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Gets thrown in, yeah. But if you're playing offline with like mods or something, there is like a standard player. Either way though, it's unfortunately still 3 tarnished. It's annoying, it's not really a smooth fight.
Yeah. I just think, yeah, I would probably say C or D tier for this one.
Yeah.
As a tarnished fight, definitely not great. Like, would I want to fight? Would I want to do this fight over like a demi-human? Probably just because it is a kind of cool idea of like a gauntlet of tarnished warriors. Even though they are tarnished, it's cool to like be fighting a lot of them and having it be like them protecting Fia or whatever, or like just the arena you're in being in like right in front of Godwin's corpse is cool.
Yeah.
So I do think it has some qualities that are good, but I think it's probably worse than the Ancient Dragon Man and Dancer Verna. I don't know if it's better than the Erdtree Burial Watchdogs.
I'd honestly just put it in between them.
Yeah, that's fair. Basically, I feel like a lot of the C tier and D tier is just like, yeah, don't care. I guess maybe C tier is like forgettable or could be way better. D tier is for just like completely forgettable or outright annoying and not fun. F tiers should not be here. If Ember reads chat within 30 seconds, you gotta do something. Okay. Sounds good. Okay.
I wonder what that is.
Oh snap. We got Fire Giant. Big hitter.
Yes.
Alright, so I know... Actually, I don't know. I don't really know the general consensus on Fire Giant, but I have strong opinions. I do not like Fire Giant. And I think this is a common problem with large bosses in Souls games. The camera is your worst enemy, and I think that is the thing that I just do not like about Fire Giant. I'm so used to locking on for bosses, and if you lock on to Fire Giant, it makes it so much more annoying because you can only see his feet, and you can't tell if he's going to attack with your hands. I'm always using audio cues when I fight him, because when half the time, you know, he goes for an attack, you can't see the top part of his body move. In that regard, I think him being a giant is not good for the fight.
I agree. I'd rather not fight someone's legs, and that's a very that's a very unfortunate part of the fight. But when it comes to the actual battle, right?
You're right.
I don't think that when you're beneath his legs that it's much of an issue, because most of his attacks, if you're behind his legs, are gonna be pointed out. They're gonna be pointed, you know, on the other side of you, so you're mostly safe, except for when he decides to roll back. Because most of the time, if you're standing right behind him, he will roll back. That said, I think it's everything else, like the giant fucking plate he's holding, the fact that he's the last of an entire species that was hunted down, and he was just doomed to be left there eternally until you came around. The fact that you fucking destroy his leg and he rips it off.
that part is sick. I love that like scene, like the phase 2 cutscene where he literally rips it off. Like that definitely adds to it.
Oh my god.
But
yeah. Maybe one of the coolest cutscenes in the game.
Yeah. And the fact, like, when you see his, like, the eye on his chest, like, open up, like, that part is really cool. I think this is another case of the boss itself being not really great, but everything else, like the atmosphere, really helps it out a lot.
Yeah, the soundtrack is still one of my favorites.
Yeah, but, like, at the end of the day, do I enjoy fighting this boss? Am I happy every time I get to him? No. I'm gonna be real, no. When I get to Fire Giant, I'm dreading it. I'm like, all right, here we go. Like on my recent playthrough, I was simply just trying to get footage, right? And I make it to Fire Giant and I die like twice. And I'm like, dude, this guy, I just want to kill him so I can move on and keep getting footage. And he was just annoying more than anything. I don't know. It's cool your first time, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. It's a cool first time boss, but I think it has too many issues for me to really enjoy it that much. And it really just comes down to my visibility. If I can't see what's going on, I'm not going to be able to react properly. And I don't know. It's hard to convey my
Yeah.
issues with him, but he's just not that enjoyable to me. I would be
He's still one of my
willing-
favorites.
Mhm.
Cause like, okay,
yeah.
fighting him, you can kind of treat him almost like just a giant health bar. Because for most of the fight against him, you hardly have to dodge anything, thankfully. You break his leg,
True.
then you wail on him until the cutscene happens. And then you go behind him again, and most of his spells won't reach you. The real problem is when you can't get behind him, and you're trying to get there with the horse, and you keep getting like fucking like punched down.
Oh, that's
and
another
swatted.
thing, yeah. You can't, it almost like teases you because it's such a big area, and being a big boss, you'd think you'd be able to use Torrent really easily for this fight. But every time I hop on Torrent, he just instantly knocks me off, and then it takes 25 business days to stand back up.
Yes.
So for that, I don't really like it, but I don't know. Where would you rank him?
I definitely want him in S tier. That's how much I like
Really?
him. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm thinking we compromise somewhere.
So my initial thought was low A, high B.
Yeah.
So like maybe mid A.
Yeah. That works.
Like for me personally, sure, I'd probably rather fight Fire Giant than Crucible Knight. But I don't know if I'd want to fight him over anything else in A tier.
Exactly.
I don't know. I think that's fair enough, though.
Mm.
All right. Flying Dragon Aguil. So the first dragon you fight, I think that deserves some credit.
Yep.
I've talked about why I don't like dragon fights. I'll get into it more here, though. I think the dragons in Elden Ring are cool, but they become a little too common. There's just so many versions of them, as you can see on here, and that's not even
we're
like
about to...
that's not even all of them. I'm sure there's a couple copies here and there, but it's just like they get a little too common, and they get really samey as you fight them. Like every time you fight a dragon, at some point you just kind of get into the motions of it. I don't like how you have to hit their head for good damage, because a lot of times they really don't like letting you hit their head. They just always have it just out of reach. It's one of those fights that, like, doing it on Torrent makes it so much easier, but way more boring. Like, the few times I've fought a dragon on foot, it's been way more fun. But again, it's a lot harder. So for that, I'm not a huge fan, but I think your first fight with Flying Dragon Aguil is a really cool one, because it's the first time you fight a dragon. I think the introduction of him, like does he fly in out of nowhere, or is he just chilling?
No, he flies in out of nowhere. He levels like a crowd of aristocrats that are
That's right.
worshipping him. You could even hear them like mutter his name.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, for that, I
Yura
think
like
he's cool.
warns you of fighting him. It's so cool.
So I think there's a lot of good things about this fight, and for him being the first one, I think he's a solid B, probably high B for me.
Yes, agreed.
I'm thinking above Black Knife, behind Borealis.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, like the main reason I'm giving Aguil a higher rating than I normally would a dragon is simply because he's the first one you fight, and it's a cool experience. Okay, Frenzied Duelist. So I think the one that I fought was in a catacomb. But I know there's looks like a lot of these guys. I'm not sure where this one is. Looks like mountaintops.
Hold on, let me... I think that's just one of the catacombs.
Oh. Either way, I'm
Or
very
maybe a cave, yes.
indifferent to these guys.
Yeah, same.
They're not interesting. I mean,
You know who else we're indifferent to?
who?
Battle Mage Hughes.
Yeah. He's cool. He looks cool. I don't. He's not offensive enough to be put in F. I don't know. I think
Then
he,
maybe
he
like a
looks
low
cool
D.
enough to be, yeah, like bottom
Yeah.
of D, bottom of the barrel.
All right, give me one moment. I have to head to the bathroom.
Yeah, go for it. All right, how we doing, chat? I know it's been a very long time, but we are almost through. Are we what, like halfway done? Maybe a little more than that. It seems like we've made a good chunk so far. I'm doing good. I'm doing great. Let me open my window a little bit. It's a little hot. You want to rank DS3 bosses? I need to play DS3. At some point I will. Yeah, I'll definitely do tier list for all the other Souls games at some point. I should read your PSA. You're here for good vibes. Or you're just here for vibes until you get to Margit and Godric because you have all of 6 hours on Elden Ring. Wow. You should definitely bump that up. What happened to all of your Skyrim clips? I don't know. They should be there. I don't think clips expire for a while. You might need to sort the clips by like all or something. They might not show up until you like sort it by a specific thing. Morgott can jump off the place you fight him. Yeah. I think that's a kind of funny way, but it hasn't happened to me. I don't think it's that common, but I have seen it happen where you can just jump off or fall off. All right. I guess we'll start ranking the next one. So full-grown falling star beast. I don't know where I'd put this one. So where did we put the normal falling star beast? Okay, yeah, B tier. I think the full-grown is basically the same thing, just more interesting. Pretty. I kind of liked killing it. It was cool to. It was a slow fight. I think because when I fought it, it had a lot of health, but it was definitely like a manageable fight. I would probably put it above the demi-human swordmaster. Would I? No. I think full-grown falling star beast was cool, but he's a little too tedious when I fought him at least. So I don't think he's that high up, unfortunately. Yeah. We'll get Mannequin's opinion when he gets back though. Next up we got Ghost Flame Dragon. So this was cool. Again, I don't like dragons a lot, but this one was kind of cool. At least for the first time. You can see there's a couple other of them. But this, I believe you first fight them in the DLC. And they, at least design-wise, is really cool. It's also one of those bosses that has a very clear counter, like the Deathrite birds. You just use magic, or not magic, what was it called?
Dear chat, hello.
Welcome back. Currently on the Ghost Flame Dragon. I put full-grown Falling Star Beast in front of the normal Falling Star Beast.
Real.
Just
Okay.
because I think it's basically the same thing, just a little more interesting. But I still think I'd rather do these fights over it, just because my first time fighting it was kind of tedious, because it was a little high. I was a little low level. I wasn't doing much damage to him. So, but
I always hate fighting him.
in terms of boss like design though, I think it's still pretty subpar, even though it has a slightly more interesting moveset. But for Ghost Flame Dragon, I think its design is cool. I think it's cool how you can use what's the magic, divine or holy damage to do a lot of damage to him. Other than that, it's just another dragon fight though. I don't
Imagine it like the Deathbird fight, but it's a dragon instead.
Yeah. So for that, I don't know how high I'd want to rank it. It's probably low B for me.
I definitely want to fight it more than the Falling Star Beast and more than the Demi-Human guy.
Yeah. Maybe... Is it more interesting than the Black Knife Assassins?
I would say so, just because it's so fun to like kick its ass.
Right. I remember you showed me that clip of you using the insane holy damage build.
Yeah, right.
And just
2
like
hits.
shredding its health. So that is cool. So yeah, I'm thinking we put him in front of the Cemetery Shades or behind?
In front.
Okay. You think it's a good spot here, just behind Celeria?
Absolutely.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool. All right. Next up, another Ghost Flame Dragon in battle. I don't like this one just because I don't know. It's really high level for when you can find it, I think. And it's cool to see it being like fighting all these other enemies, but if you just sit there and let them all fight it out, it takes so long for like all of them to die. I don't know. I think it's also just the fact that you like just recently fought one already. It's kind of lame. I think it's worse than the normal one. I don't know about you.
I honestly, I agree. It's worse. It's worse than the normal one.
Okay.
But it does have the positive side of not being aggroed on you the whole time.
That is true.
But that also makes it super unpredictable.
Yeah. And again, I don't like dragon fights in this game for the most part. And this is another example of, dude, how many dragons are you going to put in this game? Like it's already bad in the base game, but I think in the DLC, even though they're a cool version of the dragon being a ghost flame dragon, there's just too many of them for me to really care about them. I would put this behind Demi-Human Swordmaster, probably.
Yeah.
Still probably cooler than the Falling Star Beasts and all of these things here, but yeah, I think that's a fair enough placement.
Hmm.
And then obviously we have the other. What is this one? Ghost Flame Dragon Summoner?
Summoner? What?
Hold on, let's look this up. Ghost
Summoner?
Flame.
I hardly know her.
You can summon Yolan against Ghost Flame Dragon. Oh, is this just the one in the
Oh, this one's in the Cerulean Coast.
Yeah. Okay.
Why is it the Summoner? That's weird.
I have no clue. But yeah, this was also just another example of, hey, let's put another one. Like this was by the time you get to this one, you've already probably seen both of the other ones, and you're like, okay, really? Even though I think this is the coolest area for the fight, because it's just a cool area, but this is like at this point, I was just like, I'm done. Because for me, I know you can easily like kill them with holy damage, but for me, I wasn't using holy damage. And so they were a pain for me. And having to fight 3 of them was just like, I don't want to fight this anymore.
I've had enough.
So I think for that, this one's probably C tier for me.
Mm-hmm.
Probably like just behind Estelle. Like I think it's probably... Do you think the Divine Beast is better? The other Divine Beast?
No.
Okay.
I think where it's at is pretty good.
Cool. Glintstone Dragon Adula. Another case of dragons being extremely common. I think this one was cool because it was a little different. But again, by this point, assume this is the one in in Ronnie's area, right?
Yeah, so this is the one that like you fight it a little bit and then it disappears and then you fight the whole thing on that fucking hill in front of the cathedral.
Right. I think that's cool, but at this point you're already like, okay, I've fought several dragons by now, and I've already fought a glintstone dragon because that's how you get into Raya Lucaria. So you've likely already fought the one outside Raya Lucaria.
I honestly don't mind Adula because she has a sort of unique moveset.
I agree.
She makes sense for where she is.
I think
I think of the
than
dragons, she
this
should be
one.
pretty high.
Definitely better
Yeah.
than Decaying Enzykes. Would you rather fight Adula over like Erdtree Avatar or the Dragonkin?
I would say so, yes.
Okay.
Like even over just the standard Dragonkin.
Yeah, that's fair. I think Deathbird is a better fight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next up, Glintstone Dragon Smaragd. So this is the one hiding the key, right?
Yeah,
Technically, you don't actually have to kill him. You can just run behind it and grab the key.
exactly. Like I still fought it out of just principle.
Yeah, me too. I think this one was cool because at this point you haven't fought many dragons, probably.
He's maybe your second. For me, he was my first. I didn't kill a Geel.
Oh, okay. I think he was my second, so it was cool. I think the idea that like, oh, you have to go find this key, but careful, a dragon is it's like, you know,
Guarding it.
yeah, like that's a cool aspect.
So cool. Yeah.
So I think for that, it's definitely higher than the other dragons. At least, yeah, I think it'd be higher than Adula for me.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't think it's better than Deathbird because it's just another dragon fight. And I don't think dragons are that interesting.
We will leave it right there then.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like, any day I'd choose to fight any of these over the Glintstone dragon.
Yeah.
Um,
Thank God we're done.
yeah. That's enough dragons for now. Godofroy. So Godofroy
No.
no. Godofroy is it so I've heard it pronounced Godofroy. I don't know if it's Godfroy, but
It's like it's either Godofroy or Godfroy. Just depends.
um
Either way, I hate him. I hate.
yeah.
You couldn't come up with something lazier.
So I watched a funny video that was like trying to explain Godofroy in the lore, and he just does not fit regardless of how you try and like do some mental gymnastics to try and fit him, because you could totally say like, oh yeah, this is just Godric, but he's like a spirit form, kind of like Margit has, but it's not. It's his own character, and even in the lore, like there's certain item descriptions that mention Godofroy specifically, and that he was captured and put in this Everjail. But then it's like, why does he look exactly like Godric? It screams lazy, like boss fight, and it's weird. It's like you would think if they needed an extra boss, why not just make it a
Anyone
Godric
else.
clone? At the very least, if you wanted people to fight Godric again, just call it Godric. You don't need to make a completely new character, and it makes it lame. It kind of sucks because it takes away from Godric's uniqueness. I don't think it's a good boss at all. I think it's funny, just the fact that he's this like copy of Godric, but completely new in terms of his name, and he's a real part of the lore, and nobody knows why. I think that's funny, but I don't think he's a good boss, and I think he's probably a D tier for that.
I think he has to be F tier.
Really?
Because absolutely. Because okay, why would you desecrate a shard bearer by just watering him down for no good reason? It's like the same issue with Estelle, for example.
Yeah.
Only it's an even bigger deal because like this dude is a shard bearer. He's royalty. You can't just copy paste him somewhere. That is offensively bad.
I agree. What do you think? Top of F?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's still better than like Hughes.
He's still an interesting fight because it is just Godric again. So it's still like relatively fun to fight him because I think Godric's moveset is solid.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right, now next up, Godfrey. Godfrey's spirit form. I actually like this a lot. I think it's pretty cool because you're like, you hear about Godfrey a lot and you see like pictures of him and you're like, oh, maybe he's just dead. Because when you see this one, you're like, oh, it's like a spirit form. Maybe this is just like a memory of him. And this is going to be the Godfrey fight. And you're like, okay. And I think like moveset wise, it's pretty good. And overall, a solid fight.
Yeah, it's just a light version of light in both ways, anyway. Of the actual Godfrey fight. He has a very similar moveset. It's just a bit toned down to get you used to it.
Yeah.
It's kind of jarring, like the lack of dialogue or setup or any kind of the lack of like ceremony.
I agree.
To the
You
fight
kind of
is
just
kind of
walk in the
jarring.
room. Well,
Yeah.
it's cool because like you know as you're going towards the Erdtree, like you know that something's gonna happen. There's gonna be some boss.
Somebody's gotta stop you.
But at the same time, yeah, like being a memory of Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, it's a little jarring that there's barely any ceremony up to this fight. But it makes sense for being like just a spirit form of him. So that,
Yeah.
I think you can forgive that just a little bit. But still, I think he's a solid boss. I would say like high B, low A.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do sort of high B.
Like, would I rather like? Do you think the Godfrey is a better boss than these dragons?
No.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think he's better than the Dragonkin Soldier, and better than Lanciax, but not better than the Black Knife.
Okay, I can get behind that. Yeah. I think yeah. I'll agree with that. Also, Sage. Yes, I did do the Grim Troop DLC. I'm gonna be completely honest. So I almost, well, technically percentage-wise, I like over 100%ed Hollow Knight. But in terms of bosses, besides like the Pantheons, which I didn't do all the Pantheons, the only boss that I did not actually beat in Hollow Knight was what's his face? The leader of the Grim Troop. I don't remember his name. You know what I'm talking about. His name's not coming to me right now, but yes, Grim. Duh. Nightmare King Grim. So yeah, I actually didn't beat him. I beat his normal form. I got stuck at his nightmare version and have not beat him yet. But in terms of the actual DLC, yes, I did complete pretty much all of it. Okay. Next up, Godfrey. So this is the
First
real
Elden Lord.
upon my name. Okay, so this is the first, or not like he's the first Elden Lord, but the real version of Godfrey, and I think he is amazing. I instantly want to put him in S tier.
Ooh.
So I almost think that because he exists, I don't think Godfrey should exist. I think it would be more impactful if we never fought Godfrey and it was just Godfrey, because the build-up and ceremony to like when you fight him is so cool. When you see him holding Morgott in his arms, and then you see him like
Grace points towards you.
Yes.
Oh my god.
It's so sick. And like the fact that you can tell, because like as a Tarnished, you are a descendant of him. It's like he has this like respect for you, but at the same time he's like, I have to kill you. And that is so cool. And I think his moveset is fantastic. His like he gives he gives final boss vibes. And I think that's perfect. I think he adds so much to this like build up of bosses as you reach the end of the game. This like really cool kind of gauntlet as you're reaching the Erdtree. I think his phase change is awesome, where he just rips his lion apart, like and him revealing that he is Horalu from the, that first cutscene at the start of the game. Like, super cool boss. I think everything about him screams S tier.
Okay. I will concede. He can go in S tier. He's like such a regular guy, though. That's my.
Yeah.
Up until he becomes Horalu, but like he's super honorable, kind of like very noble and regal. I love that.
That's the thing. Like, how many bosses in this game are actual characters rather than like monsters?
True.
And I like that. Like, he's an actual person. And yeah, I just think everything about this fight is brilliant. I don't know if I'd put him in front of. Well, I guess we'll figure S tier out later. So
yeah.
But yeah. Next up, Godric the Grafted. I've heard some people say this is their favorite fight in the game. I don't agree.
Actually insane.
I think he's a solid fight for sure. I think his moveset is good. I think he drops one of the hardest lines in the game. Like, forefathers, one and all, bear witness as he's like, as the dragon breathes fire out of his hand. Like, that's so cool. And I think like the kind of build up to him as you're exploring the castle, seeing like the arms and I think I talked about this in my new video where you see all the arms dangling in the dining room. Super cool stuff. I think everything about Godric is really great. I would definitely put him in A tier, but I'd like to hear your thoughts.
The whole time he's built up to be this like absolute monster, like this horror character almost.
Yeah.
The spirit tuner girl, I forget her name.
Oh yeah.
She talks about him. She's so fucking terrified, and you walk around his castle, and all you see are like ripped up body parts and like the remains of other tarnished. But when you get to him, he doesn't really look like a monster. He just looks like a guy who's just, like huge. Just he's somebody who grafted body parts onto himself. And I think it's interesting because the contrast between how people describe him and how he actually is very reminiscent of how we'll blow something out of proportion in our imagination, right? Many of its aspects are gonna be kind of enhanced. And that's how people saw Godric. They saw him as this terrifying monster, but then you actually fight him and he's just like a pretend tough guy. Like, he really wants to be strong like his ancestor Godfrey, but he just isn't.
That's the thing. I think that's cool, and I think that's really the point of his character, is he is just a weak, normal guy that is adding all these body parts to gain power. But yeah, I do think he should have been made to look a lot more terrifying than he is.
Yeah.
So, other than that,
I'm not
yeah,
I'm not against his design. I just thought it was interesting the contrast between how people imagine him and describe him versus how he actually is. Because he's realistic to what a person who added a bunch of body parts to himself would look like.
I think maybe it's more so the act of what he's doing. People aren't so terrified of him himself as a monster visually, but more so just the fact that he is doing what he's doing. The idea of literally severing people's body parts and sewing them to yourself is like crazy and scary. So I think it's both what he looks like a little bit, but also just the very idea of what he's doing terrifies people.
Yeah.
I think he's a solid A tier.
Yeah, he's definitely somewhere in A tier. Not above the Deathrite Bird or Elemer or Fire Giant, but certainly above the Crucible Knight.
I would put him in front of Fire Giant, but that's just because I don't like Fire
Really?
Giant, and I know you do.
I mean, yeah, it's up to you on this one.
I'll
either way, I think
concede
it's
just
fine.
because Fire Giant has way more aura. So we'll put him before Fire Giant. Ooh, okay, now we got a couple good ones. Godskin Apostle. So is this the one? There's a couple of the Godskin Apostles, but I'm pretty sure there's the one underneath the Tower for Radon, and then there's
Yeah.
also the one in the like the
Windmill Village.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're pretty cool. It was one of
Yeah,
those
I
bosses that
love these
like
guys.
when I first fought it, because the one I fought first was underneath the Tower for Radon, and when I first fought it, I was like, oh my god, I'm not going to be able to do this. This is going to be a really tough fight. And surprisingly, it only took me a couple tries. And I think that was because it has one of those movesets that seems really difficult and crazy at first, but like there's this rhythm to it, and you once you learn the moveset, then you know what you're doing. And I think this is a good example of that.
I also love the lore for all the Godskins, really. Their whole thing is they want to gain power by ripping the actual skin off of gods, whether that's like literal or metaphorical, and wearing it as armor. That is so cool. It's so like disturbing and sadistic in a way.
Yeah.
And it's a part of the world that wasn't really explored. We saw a lot of them, but we didn't learn much about them besides their connection with Black Flame, which has something to do with the Rune of Death, which is why we see them in Farum Azula. And there was also the Gloam-Eyed Queen.
Oh, yes. Cool lore aspect. So isn't she the, like, kind of she's not the, like, an outer god, but she's like the one who kind of brought the black flame or whatever, like, or she's the one who like gave it to them, or like she's like the leader of them, right?
Yeah. She's their leader. She was at some point like she held the power of a part of the Rune of Death at least. She lost to Malekith in battle, and he ended up taking all the the entire Rune of Death and just keeping it to himself and hiding it within himself to help establish the Golden Order. And there's some theories that the Gloam-Eyed Queen is actually Melina.
I've heard that, yeah.
Yeah, because in the Frenzied Flame ending, if she doesn't burn, her other eye opens and it's literally Gloam, which is cool as fuck, and she promises to bring you destined death, so
Yeah.
that almost seals it. But it's interesting how many theories there are about her as well. As far as them, though, all the Godskins and their fights, the Apostle is great. I think the Apostle definitely goes in A tier. It's an excellent fight, and all the phases are really fun, they're interesting, but they're not unfair, unlike what we're about to get into.
Yeah. I would say Godskin Apostle, probably just behind Crucible Knight.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I kind of view Crucible Knight and Godskin Apostle in a very similar vein, where like both pretty iconic, both very solid movesets, not too difficult because they're fairly difficult, but they're fair, like you said.
Yeah.
So, this one, Godskin Apostle and Godskin Noble, Spirit Collar Snail. Ooh, I don't remember this. Where is this?
I don't think you went into that cave. It's right next to the Borealis Lake.
Oh, so is this literally just the duo fight, but with a snail?
No, he spawns them in one at a time.
Is this the one where you have to kill the snail
at the end.
to kill them?
Yeah.
Okay,
No, okay. There is another version of the snail fight where he spawns a Crucible Knight instead.
Oh.
The difference here is that you can't find the snail. The snail isn't present until you kill both Godskins.
Okay.
Yeah, so you kill the the Apostle, then the Noble, and then the Snail spawns. He's cool, but I don't like the boss run. Because you
Yeah.
gotta run through a cave full of tarnished enemies and wolves, and it's very, very stressful running through it.
Okay. In that case, it's probably low
Probably
B,
like,
high C.
yeah, yeah,
I feel like
very
I feel like
whatever
recently
fight.
we've been a little too generous, so maybe like
Mhm.
C tier for this one.
Mm.
Would you rather do it? Is it like a boss run where like one at a time? Or
Yeah, it's one at a time.
Okay.
It's not a gank fight.
That's better than most. Then
Yeah.
I'd say it sounds more
It's
interesting.
better than the Ghost Flame Dragon,
Yeah.
I would say.
Probably behind Estelle or in front.
Yeah, behind Estelle for sure.
Okay. Did we do Clean Rot Knight a little too high? I feel like it's too high up here.
Really? I don't mind where he is.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right. We'll keep it there. Okay. Moving on. We got
Right.
the Godskin
Oh,
duo.
God.
So I unfortunately did not experience this boss as you should, because I beat Fire Giant and then I did the DLC. And by the time I finished the DLC and came back to Fair Missoula, I was way over leveled. And I ran through Godskin Duo my first try. Even aside from being over leveled though, I think this fight isn't as good as it should be. It's not as challenging. I think it's a cool idea for a duo fight. It's very much like this is Elden Ring's version of Ornstein and Smo. But I think I don't like the idea of you kill them and then they respawn. I think there should just be two of them, and they should have a lot more health than they normally do. And I think it would be better that way. But as it is now, I think it's good, but could be so much better. It's a little disappointing.
Agreed. So this is such a missed opportunity, because if there was anywhere where the Godskins would concentrate their power, it would have been in Fair Missoula, near the Rune of Death. And yet, all we see is just the same duo we've been fighting, the same duo we just talked about fighting with the snail. So, very missed opportunity. The fact that they don't work with each other at all. Like, Ornstein and Smo worked heavily with each other. You kill one, the other one, like, absorbs their power.
Yeah.
And each of them filled a certain role within the fight, so you weren't being ganked. Here, however, you not only are you being ganked, you can't like single one out and then go kill the other, because if you kill one, it's like Ember said, they'll just respawn.
Yeah. I think in that regard, it is a lot worse than it should be. I still think it's a solid fight and still was enjoyable, kinda. But I don't think it's... I think because of its flaws, it's knocked down a lot more than where I would normally want to put it.
I certainly liked putting them to sleep and then just like bleeding them to death.
Yeah,
but
I think it's very much like an intentional kind of like, hey, you were able to do this and it would really help with this fight. But
yeah, but as far as doing the fight legitimately, where you're actually fighting them the whole time, this is pretty bad. Like, this is maybe C tier. C or D tier.
Yeah, like I'd say high C. Like I'd probably still want to do it over Estelle and maybe behind Dryleaf, because Dryleaf has aura.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Do you think it's better than Clean Rot Knight?
Yes. Okay.
We'll put it there then. Real quick before we move on, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, so just one sec.
Dear chat, this tier list is a bitch and a half. Also, whoever told Ember to actually play FNAF, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna just talk about the the Godskin Noble for a bit while Ember is gone. His placement in the Volcano Manor, because this is the Volcano Manor. It's cool. It's very fitting for the lore. I believe there's a lot of like interconnectedness between the Godskins and the serpents that the people of the Volcano Manor worship. I think it's very cool, very interesting to look into. But the fight itself is bad. I hate the noble. I really hate him. Mainly because of that fucking like rolling move that he does. Because at some point, right, during his second phase, he will just decide, okay, we're done like having a good fight, right? Let me jump in the air. He starts rolling around. He's almost impossible to dodge, and you end up taking 3-4 hits. And for some people on some playthroughs, that's it. That's enough to kill you.
Yeah.
And so I feel like I've never had a fair fight with the Godskin Noble. I feel like I almost always have to either use a summon and like overpower him before he has the chance to do the fucking like wheel move, or just put him to sleep and kill him that way. Hello.
Hello. I kind of agree. Yeah. So my first experience with Godskin Noble was, I think I liked him a lot just because he was funny looking. But I think his fight was like, it was somewhat of a challenge. I think I killed him like first or second try, to be honest. It wasn't that hard for me. Mainly because I utilized the environment a lot. Like when he would roll around, I just hide behind pillars, which helped a lot.
Yeah.
And I do agree. I think his rolling thing is a little too annoying. It would be a lot better if when he rolled, it was for a shorter time, because he rolls for like a minute.
Yeah.
It's crazy how long he does that for. So I think that's a little annoying, but I still think he's a solid fight. I don't think he's quite as good as the Apostle, though. I think he's more annoying than fun. I think he's like low B, though. I don't think he's that horrible.
Yeah, low B sounds pretty good.
Like, I'd rather fight him over
the Blackblade Kindred and the Beast Man.
Yeah, like honestly, I'd fight him over any of the Falling Star Beasts.
Yeah.
You know what?
Would we fight him over the Ghost Flame Dragon?
Absolutely. In fact, I think the Ghost Flame Dragon here, I'd want to put lower, maybe behind the Falling Star Beasts.
You know what? I agree.
Just because, I mean, how many freaking dragons are there? Whereas Falling Star Beasts, there's not that many.
Yeah.
But yeah, Godskin Noble, I would say probably in front of the Falling Star Beasts. Would you rather fight Noble rather than the demi-human Swordmaster?
No, I'd rather fight the demi-human.
Okay, I think that's a good placement then.
Yeah.
All right. Next one, Golden Hippopotamus. I think there's a couple of these, but I'll assume that this is the one in the castle.
Yeah.
Shoot, what's it called? Shadowkeep from Destiny.
Yeah.
So I really liked this fight. I thought this was a really fun and interesting fight. It was not hard at all, to be honest. It was weird because it was like the only challenge that came out of this fight was more annoying than being a challenge.
Agreed.
I think his moveset is simple, but kind of BS in some cases. I don't really remember every move, but I just remember being annoyed at some of his attacks. But
yeah, he's unfortunately not very memorable.
Yeah, I do think his design is cool though, and he is memorable for me because I have a vivid memory of like the way he's like shaped. It's really easy to just like dodge all around him in a circle and just dodge, and like with the greatsword that I was using, if you dodge, then you do a jab attack out of the dodge as a light attack. So I was really dodging, attack, dodge, attack, dodge, attack, and I was able to get in a ton of damage like that. And sometimes I'd stun him, run around to his head, and get the critical hit. So for that, I actually really liked fighting him, but I don't think he's that great or special in any regard. So I think B, maybe high B.
Yeah. I'm honestly thinking low B.
Low B?
Yeah, I don't like him. Like that's how much I don't like him.
Really?
Yeah,
How
maybe
low?
above the cemetery shades,
Yeah,
but
I'd say
yeah,
in front of a
not
Ghost Flame
above
Dragon.
Siluria. Yeah,
I think right there is probably solid.
Yar.
All right, so Grave
Grafted
Warden Duelist.
Scion.
Yeah, nah. This is the worst boss in the game, by far. I assume there's a lot of these, and a lot of these even are just normal enemies later in the game as well. There is a reason that they are put at the bottom of the part in Miquella's Halig tree. If you fall down there, they'll like spawn a bunch.
Yeah.
Because it's showing that, hey, don't come down here. Like,
Wait, no, I think you're confusing them. This
am
is
I?
yeah, this is a grafted Scion. This is the boss at the very beginning of the game. The ones you're thinking of are the Revenants.
Oh, okay. Are they similar? Where's the Revenant? Oh.
Yeah, the
Royal
Revenant is one that like crawls up out of the ground and shit.
Oh, okay.
The grafted Scions are the ones that kind of look like Godric, just have the faces of
and they
children,
have like 40
disturbingly.
swords.
Yeah.
Okay. So then this one's not that bad, but it's still bad. It's still like
incredible crash out.
You cannot fight this thing without getting hit, I feel. I would still say it's probably D tier.
Yeah, like kind of high D, maybe low C. I don't think it's that bad.
Do you think it's better than Gaius?
Yes.
Okay.
It's better than the Crystallian, but
I say D.
all right, we will throw it in D.
Yeah. Just because he resembles the regular Revenant, I don't like him. All right. Grave Warden Duelist. So is this guy's similar to the other axe wielding guy?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think the only difference is he's somewhere in B, I believe. No, he's all the way at the bottom of D.
Oh, friend. Oh yeah, mainly because he was just forgettable.
Yeah.
I think same thing with this guy. He's just a different moveset.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah. Just a different weapon.
I think that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Great Worm Theodrix. Is this the one in the Consecrated Snowfield?
Yes.
At this point, I feel like you've already fought a lot of Great Worms, and they've kind of lost their luster. But
True.
I think this one's still really cool. Is there anything special about him?
He drops a ancient dragon smithing stone, which is cool, because you can't like duplicate those or anything, so you can only get so many in a run. But also, around his fight, there's like a bunch of squids, and he could just start like fucking beefing with the squids.
Yes, I remember that. they were fighting each other.
Yeah, it was very fun.
Yeah, I think the Great Worms overall are pretty solid.
Mm-hmm.
I would say B tier.
Yeah, somewhere in B. Let's put it right behind Adula.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I was thinking like maybe just in front of Erdtree avatars.
Incredible.
So yeah, I think that's good. All right, Guardian Golem. These guys are sick looking.
Yeah.
The main
I love fighting them.
like one that I think of is the one on the Divine Bridge.
Yeah.
But I know there's a couple. Also, Affinity. I'm really jealous, dude. Affinity just returned with pizza, and that makes me really want pizza.
Dude, I am starving.
Yeah. If you want, by the way, if you want to take a break and go eat, just let me know.
Oh no, we're so close to the end. Let's just finish this out.
Okay, sounds good then. Oh, deep dish and stuffed crust, bro. You're gonna make me order a pizza later.
Oh.
Oh man, maybe in another stream we'll do a pizza tier list. But yeah, the Guardian Golem. I think of the one on the Divine Bridge. I know there's one in Limgrave on the very like northern part.
Yeah.
I think they're really cool looking. They're great. I like how you find a lot with giant bows that are shooting you from like 20 football fields away. They're really cool. I kind of
They're really
wish-
satisfying to hit.
Yeah.
Like when you hit the glowing part on their legs and fucking like magma
And it,
or
like,
something
shatters
spews
and
out.
they like fall over. Yeah, they are
Oh,
pretty cool. And then how you can get,
so
after they fall
satisfying.
over, you get the critical hit on their chest.
yes.
I think they're great. Yeah, Affinity says the boss version is really weak, and I agree. They are a little weaker than I'd hope, but I think they're still solid. It's also another one of those cases where I wish there was fewer of them. I wish we didn't see as many because they're so cool in design, and I think if there was only like one or two of them, and they were like a lot harder, they would make them more memorable and more impactful. But they are very common.
Yeah.
But the fact that you can teleport to the Divine Bridge and find one early and he's like way overpowered is really cool. I think just based on design, high B for me.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think he's like probably right behind Dragonkin, in front of Draconic Tree Sentinel for me. I think that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Jagged Peak Drake. Cosplay.
Drizzy.
Yeah. So I think it's another solid one. Again, it's like it's the contrast of me not liking dragons, but this is another part of the build up to Bale. So I think we gotta treat it with the same kind of way we same way we treated what's his name? Where's the other dragon?
Senisax, all the way at the top, A tier.
Did we put him in A tier? Where is he? Oh yeah, this one. So yeah, I don't think he's quite up there, but I definitely think he's B tier at least. I assume this is. So yeah, there's the one Jagged.
This is the very first one.
And then there's the two fighting each other. So I think this one.
Yeah.
It's not as good as the ones fighting each other because that one's kind of cool.
Yeah. Maybe just at the bottom of B, I think.
Bottom, yeah. Because it is just a normal
another
dragon. I'd say in front of Commander O'Neill. Do you think he's better than the Kaled dragon?
Not at all. No.
Okay. I think that's probably good. Just I would put him like all the way down at the bottom of B, but the fact that he is the build up to Bale, I think gives him that edge out over a lot of these, especially over the freaking Ghost Flame dragons. God, I hate those. All right. Then we have the two fighting each other. I think that's definitely way better. I think it's better than the Glintstone dragons for sure.
Yeah.
But not quite as good as these.
Not better than Deathbird. Yeah. Yeah, so right behind the Deathbird.
Yeah, for sure. Jory Elder Inquisitor. So is this the one that you fight just before the like scary forest?
Yeah. And like she summons
F.
Yeah.
F.
Yes.
So not as bad as the imps because those suck, but bad. This fight is just let me throw everything ever at you, and God help you.
Dude,
because
I hate when she summons that fat ass. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, sucks. Really, really bad. Not fun at all. Yeah, anyone who's fought Jory, you know, worst fight in the DLC for sure. Fat ass where? I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, the fat Inquisitor. The one that like fucking spins and shit.
Like let me here.
Look him up. Elden Ring Fat Inquisitor.
Jory Elder Inquisitor. I'm sure we'll see. Okay, no. Summons. Oh yeah, this thing.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah, this fight sucks. And I think it's design-wise, Jory is coolly like designed, and I like the idea of like a boss like this summoning a bunch of stuff, but it is just too annoying. Yeah, the Gyat does not make up for it, bro. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's an F
Was a
tier.
tussy.
Okay. Kindred of Rot. Duo. I don't like these guys at all. Even the normal enemies, they suck.
Yeah,
'Cause,
absolutely.
like the way they shoot their
cum
little
attack. Yeah.
Um,
Way too
the duo
overpowered.
fight does not sound fun at all. I don't think I did this one, to be honest.
I'd put it somewhere in the like ahead of the Beastmen.
Can't be as bad as this one. Can we move this? I hate this fight. This has got to be lower. I'm putting this at the bottom of D. I don't care. I don't know.
That's
I don't know
so
why I
funny.
put that so high. Probably better than a Dawn, or not as worse than a Dawn. I mean,
Yeah.
but better than the Beastman, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Because these are just two duo fights of regular enemies, and I think the Beastmen are more interesting and fun of enemies to fight over the Kindreds.
True, but the Kindreds kind of act more like real bosses with very lethal attacks, but they're just a little too lethal.
That's true. Okay, I can get behind that then. Okay, next we got the Knight of the Solitary Jail, which is the first
My boy.
like place or probably the first boss you'll find in the DLC, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like right by the start.
Yeah.
I instantly want to give him a
He
really high
kicked
rating
My ass. Yeah, exactly.
because yeah, he's pretty strong. As like for a tarnished model, he's actually pretty challenging and kind of fun. Like, don't crucify me, but I actually kind of like him. But also
Yeah.
his drip. He's got sick drip, and I used his drip the moment I got it, and I have continued to use it. His drip is awesome. I really like it. I think he beats out most other tarnished fights. I think he's like
I'd say he's like
high
maybe
C.
the best so far.
Yeah, I think he's either high, like top of C or bottom of B.
Dude, I was honestly considering A.
Really? He's still
Yeah, he
he's
is-
still a tarnished. Let's be real. He's still not that amazing.
He's still a tarnished, but honestly, many of the issues that I have with tarnished fights, I did not have here. Like, I didn't see him as big of an issue.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I don't think he's quite as good as anything we have in top of B. Like, I
That's
would
fair.
not fight him over Deathbird or Niall or really any of these. I think he's like mid B. Like, I'd say he's
Okay.
in front. I don't know. Where would you like? Do you think
Definitely
he's
in
better
front
than
of
Slaria?
all the dragons. So like, maybe right behind the two jagged peak drakes fighting each other.
All right, I'll give it to you. I think that's fair. Just mainly because he's got drip. That's fine. All right, Lamenter. Is this just the guy with the curse blade? Is that?
No. The Lamenter is something else.
Oh,
Oh, he's so cool. He is so cool.
I don't remember
So-
him.
I don't think you fought him. Okay. His whole thing is that as you fight him, he applies this like debuff to you by just stacking a bunch of skulls around you. If he stacks enough, you just die instantly. You like cry to death, essentially.
Oh. That's
Like even
kinda
your
cool.
character just starts weeping and shit. It's so cool.
He looks really creepy.
Yeah.
That's a very unique fight then. I like that.
Hmm.
Huh.
He makes like a bunch
Wait.
of clones of him.
Oh,
if they're
yes, I
up
did
for
fight
too
him. I was
long.
going to say, is this the one that makes
You
clones?
did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then I did fight him. I think I got him first try, but still, that is cool. Okay, I think that's a solid B tier, high B.
I really want him in A, honestly.
I'll give it to you. We'll do low A.
He is that unique.
I think. You think in front of Bloodhound Knight? In front of a
Nah.
Dread?
No, it's just at the bottom of A.
Bottom of A? Okay. Bet. Sounds good. Leonine Misbegotten. I love this fight. I think this is a solid fight. I think the whole Weeping Peninsula is a great kind of location, especially if you know... Like, it's a little cryptic because you're not really told that Weeping Peninsula is a kind of like the first area you should go to. It's like a tutorial almost. But assuming you do go there, this makes for one of the best like early game fights in my opinion. And I think obviously this is probably going to be the first Leonine, or I guess first Misbegotten that you fight. And I think he's a good intro. He's got a like I think the Misbegottens have a solid moveset. Very fast, very agile, but like you can learn them and counter them pretty quickly. I also think his sword is really cool. And I like his location being like on that like beach out on the very
like
bottom.
Lonely Island.
Yeah. Everything about it is really great, and I would definitely want to put him in high B.
Yeah, I agree. He was one of the first bosses that I really struggled with, but I think he was an amazing culmination to the Castle Morn. He was an amazing culmination to what happens at Castle Morn.
Mm-hmm.
And like you finally get that sword back from them. I just wish he was actually using it, you know, the Iron Throne sword.
Oh yeah.
But other than that, yeah, his sword is so cool. You could actually get it at the Halleck tree.
Now that you mention, I didn't even realize he doesn't actually use that sword.
It's such a shame. Could have been really cool.
Okay. I think he's probably like just behind Niall. Maybe top of B, honestly.
Mm.
I think he's probably a more memorable
I would
boss.
not be against that. Yeah.
I think that's probably fair.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Lich Dragon Fortisax. This is my favorite dragon fight in the game, other than Bale, obviously, and Placidusax. I think of all the ancient dragons, he is by far the coolest. I think I recently re-listened to his OST, and I think the music is fantastic. The atmosphere of the fight being next to Godfrey, everything about like in Godfrey's like room down there is super cool. Not Godfrey, Godwyn, yeah. All super cool. I love the fact that he uses a ton of the red lightning. He's just so cool looking.
Yeah.
Easily an A tier boss for me. I don't know about you.
Definitely A tier at least.
Yeah.
I love his design. I love how he's like golden.
Yeah. He's like golden
like
black.
Under the top layer. Yeah.
Like, hold on. I want to look at him real quick.
Yeah. His scales are black, but like all his wounds and stuff make him look golden.
And what is a lich dragon? That sounds like he's like a lich with like a, what's the thing, a malfactory or whatever.
Huh. We would have to look that up because I'm not entirely sure.
Because basically in like, I guess like D&D lore, a lich is, you basically, I think it's, you create like this item or object that holds like a part of your soul, and the only way to kill you is to basically like destroy your, I think it's called a malfactory. So the name Lich Dragon, I don't know if it has any correlation to a lich, but if that's the case...
It might have something similar to do with it. So the area you fight Fortisax in, it's not just, like, he doesn't spawn in next to Godwyn. You actually have to go into Godwyn's dream. And what you'll see is Fortisax fighting the corruption that's taking over Godwin's mind.
Huh. That's pretty sick. Let me change the music real quick. We'll do some Minecraft music. Why not?
Real. It's getting that late.
Okay, but yeah, so yeah, I think everything about his fight is just super awesome. My one complaint is he's a little too easy. I think I killed him really quickly. But dude, just look at him. That looks so sick.
So much.
Oh my
aura.
god. I gotta make that like my phone wallpaper. That's so cool. He is definitely one of the coolest dragons in the game.
Yeah.
I say top of A. I think maybe just behind Divine Beast, because his fight isn't as interesting, like moveset wise. It's just here's a lot of lightning, and he does die pretty quickly.
Yeah, maybe even behind Elden Beast.
I think Elden Beast's like problems just I don't think it's quite as good.
Oh,
I genuinely think Fortisax is a better boss.
that's real. Okay.
I mean, dude, just design-wise too. Come on. It's so cool. Also, Affinity looked it up. He says, Lich dragons are undead, similar to liches. And he was transformed by grief of falling to protect Godwin. Or failing to protect Godwin. A type of necromancy. So
Amazing.
that just makes him so much cooler.
Yeah.
He's an undead dragon. Like, oh my god. Yeah, I think he beats out Elden Beast. Do you think he's better than Estelle?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely better than it still.
Alright.
But maybe not enough to beat out the lion.
Yeah. I think the lion's, like, actual fight itself is more fun.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Now we have Loretta, Knight of the Halig Tree. I think it's a okay fight. Honestly, the first time you fight Loretta as a spirit is a little better, in my opinion. It's more interesting, more memorable at least.
Agreed.
I think this one is kind of bland.
Just a standard knight.
Yeah. It's a cool like precursor to Melania for sure, but I don't think it's as good as it could be.
Yeah, I like all the lore surrounding her as well. So she's an Albinoric, right?
Right.
But nothing will outright tell you that, and you have to piece it together. You have to look at Albinoric armor, you have to look at her stuff and her spells, and eventually you'll be able to piece it together that she's an Albinoric in disguise.
Oh, that's cool. I'd say low B. Like, it's still a fine fight.
I mean, okay, low B, don't you think that's like a little... I don't know, I feel like it should be closer to the middle, maybe higher. Because she's still pretty cool, she's just not that, like maybe above O'Neill.
Yeah, I can get behind that. Yeah. I think that's fine. Mad Pumpkinhead. It's I view this in a very similar vein as the what do you call it? Affinity spamming S. I view it in a similar vein to the what's it called? Erdtree Burial Watchdog. It was obviously one of like the first bosses that I fought.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Flix is getting chicken and Alfredo pasta, bro. Making me hungry. So I think it's memorable. Most people probably have a good kind of connection with this boss. It's nothing crazy. It's very like run of the mill. Like here's a Elden Ring boss to tide you over. I think it does its job, but its job isn't that interesting.
Yeah, I agree. It's just a fight. But I believe that I don't know, like the pumpkin head is such a iconic thing from Elden Ring.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
that should give it some extra points.
What were we thinking? Mid B?
Yeah, mid B.
I don't think it's quite as good as Erdtree Avatar.
Yeah.
I think probably let's better or worse than Abductor Virgins.
Worse, unfortunately.
I think Golden
Worse than
Hippopotamus is
Solaria.
better.
Really? Okay.
I think this is a good spot. I think it's better than Ghost Flame Dragon.
Real.
And I mainly because I like Hippopotamus. So I don't want it to be better. Mad Pumpkin Duo.
I'm not wild about it. It's not as much of a gank fight because they are programmed to not attack you both at once.
Right. It seems
But
just
still,
like,
it's
hey,
just-
we need a boss.
Yeah, indeed.
So I think for that, probably C tier.
Yep.
Not too egregious to reach D or F, but very forgettable, very kind of pointless feeling. I think it's not as interesting as some of the demi-humans, but probably maybe low C. What do you think? Like top bottom C?
Yeah.
Like I'd probably want to do the Crystallion. Like Crystallion's more interesting than this one, I think. Because like you've already fought the regular Pumpkinhead. So yeah. Hello,
Magma
Senshin.
worm.
Welcome. Yeah, Magma Worm. So this is just the normal versions of them, I believe. So we have like the one in the Volcano Manor. There's a couple in some like caves, I think, right?
Although I think this one specifically is for like, okay, I'd like to think that this is in the cave in Caelid. You know what I'm talking about? Or like the mine in Caelid.
Oh yeah, that one is not good. But that's like the worst version of it though, because the arena is so tiny.
Yes,
Like,
but
I
like
think-
that's the one I struggled on the most. It's the one I like the most memorable for me.
Yeah. I just think in terms of memorable as in a good thing, you say?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd say so. I certainly struggled.
Yeah.
It was very annoying, but eventually I got him.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's probably like. This is a similar problem to some of the other bosses where there's a lot of them. I think the fact that and maybe this is more of a problem with Makar because you probably fought worms before Makar, but I think the magma worms are more interesting as like the named bosses or like the great versions that pull out a sword.
Yeah.
I think the basic one, there's a little too many of them to make them like feel special. But they are cool. I would say like high C.
Yeah, that works for me.
Didn't we rank another one, the Great Worm or the Great Worm?
Where?
Pretty sure we ranked one of these. It was the Great Worm.
Yeah, Great Worm Theodorix. Yeah.
Oh, where is that?
I think.
Oh, here.
Somewhere in B.
In B, yeah. So we ranked him pretty high because of
The squids.
The squids, and I think the Great Worms are better, and especially because they have names, it kind of makes them more memorable. But I think the regular ones are high C. Probably. Do you think they're better than the Goskin duo?
Yeah, definitely.
All right, we'll put
Maybe
them
not
behind
as good as
Dryleaf.
Dane.
Yeah. Then we got Makar. I think Makar is probably more memorable than Theodrix. And the fact that he's assuming you don't do the medallion, you have to kill him to get to Altus. It makes him pretty cool. And he's also the first time you fight one that pulls out a sword and starts swinging it, which is I think really cool. So I think he's probably higher than like the Jagged Peak Drakes for me. but not as good as Deathbird though. What do you think?
Yeah, Deathbird is gonna be pretty tough to beat. I don't see him as high as the Jagged Peak Drakes personally. Maybe somewhere closer to the Dragonkin Soldier.
Yeah, I think I'd rather fight. It's. Is Makar? Yeah, I think Makar is better than Adula. Not as good as Smaragd. Mainly, I like Smaragd a lot because it's that like, hey, the dragon's guarding this key. I think that aspect really gives Smaragd a good placement. So I think that's fair, kind of here.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we gotta. Okay, our next like 6 bosses are huge hitters.
Oh god.
So here we go. So now we're really hitting the big ones. So Malenia. This is the boss, the Elden Ring boss, right? Everyone knows Malenia.
Instant S. But
I
keep talking.
absolutely agree. Instant S. Again, for anyone who's might be new, we're gonna organize our S tiers later. But as of now, Malenia definitely S tier. I think Malenia is, again, the perfect example of a boss that is really challenging to learn and master, but once you do, it feels completely fair and really satisfying. I think like Malenia in terms of like learning her moveset, once you do, you feel so good. And it's also one of those fights that every time you die, you're always like, that was on me. Like, you never feel like it's unfair. Like, there's no BS with her moveset. It is literally just her using a sword, and the fact that she heals every time it hits you, it is that aspect that forces you to master her fight. And I think having to master a fight is what makes a fight good, because it makes it that much more satisfying knowing that, hey, I started at this point all the way down here where I couldn't do anything to this boss, and I tried and learned, and finally, after mastering everything about the fight, you're able to beat them. And I think Malenia is the perfect kind of example of that.
The only exception there being Travel Dance, in my opinion.
So say that again, you cut out.
Fuck. The only exception to that being the Waterfowl Dance, in my opinion. It took so long to learn. For a while, you know what I did? I just blocked. I took the hit and eventually learned to dodge it properly. But the fact that you have to center your entire approach to fighting her around the possibility that she'll do that move is kind of frustrating. But other than that, holy shit, dude. I think Malenia is one of the best bosses in gaming, period. The fact that once you master her, she is trivial to beat. It's so good. Like, she's the only boss that I refuse to kill in my playthroughs. Like, I kill her and then I quit the game, that way it doesn't count, and I can go and beat her again. Exactly.
Yeah.
No other boss has. Plus, dude, like, all the build-up, all you hear about is this, like, the secret land of the Halic Tree, the secret land of the Halic Tree, the undefeated swordswoman, Malenia.
Yes, dude, and like when you first fight her, or like you walk into the room and the cutscene where she's like laying, or like she's sitting in her chair, like chilling, she slowly gets up, puts on her arm, puts on the helmet, pulls out her sword. So much aura. She is awesome. And I kind of agree with your idea that like the fact that you have to play around the waterfowl dance kind of sucks. And I definitely agree. I think it goes both ways, where it's annoying having to deal with that, but it also adds this strange,
so much more character to her.
Yeah. It adds
so much more character to her.
Like level of fear and character to the fight, where like, yes, it might be annoying, but like the feeling you get when you are able to successfully dodge that attack is amazing.
Like, I don't think she would be as popular if that attack wasn't so difficult.
That attack is what made her so hard, I feel. Like, if she didn't have that attack, yeah, she'd still be freaking hard, but not as iconic as she is. And also, speaking of just being iconic, the whole, like, the fact that she became so popular and with Let Me Solo Her being just a thing, just simply Let Me Solo Her existing makes Malenia so much more of an iconic boss. I think it's just everything about her is like it gave Elden Ring this like centerpiece that made it so memorable and so iconic. Everyone, doesn't matter who you are, if you are at all a gamer and you at all heard of Elden Ring, even if you never have any intention of playing Elden Ring or any Souls game, you know Malenia. You have seen her. You know who she is. And I think that goes so far into like kind of showing her level of importance in the community and her impact on every player who's fought her. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
I think no less than S2. All right. Malekith. So I have mixed feelings on Malekith. Malekith is really cool. Lore-wise, aesthetic-wise, bro drops the sickest line in the game. Bro, like, oh, death, become my blade once more. Like, that is so sick, but I don't think he's a good fight. I think his moveset is way too fast, way too erratic. He has a lot of attacks that are so similar to each other, it's hard to tell which one he's going to use. A lot of his attacks, he'll use it, and then the window like of an opening to counterattack, to go in for a hit, is so small. It's so annoying. For that, I don't think he's as good as I want to put him, because his aura, his atmosphere is really high. And I think I initially want to put him in S, but I just don't think he quite breaks S tier for me. Like, I think he's mid A, maybe.
Damn. Okay. I think. Damn. Okay. I love Malekith, but I love the idea of the fight more than the fight.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think like the fight itself, even phase 1 is kind of annoying. Phase 2 is. I don't mind phase 2 as much because I spent enough time there. I know roughly how to dodge him, but it's nothing like Malenia's level of fairness.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just fucking stupid. Especially on New Game 7, dude, you get one hit. I really don't like that.
Yeah. Benigi says Blasphemous Claw, though. Is that a... What is that?
It's an item you can get before the fight. You can use it to parry the Black Blade.
Oh.
I don't like it, because I'm not good at parrying.
I mean,
but yeah,
cool.
if you're good at parrying, oh my god, like I'm sure it must be a shitload of fun.
Yeah. Kind of like Gwyn in Dark Souls, where it's like Gwyn is a really challenging fight unless you know how to parry, and he becomes the easiest fight in the game. Well, one of the easiest. Pinwheel's way easier. But yeah, I think again, Malekith's like design and story and presentation is S tier worthy, but I just don't think his fight is fair enough and fun enough. Like in my most recent playthrough, I was dreading fighting him. I just used a summon because I didn't want to have to deal with his BS.
Yeah.
So in that regard, I don't think I'd put him as high as like Elden Beast or Deathrite Bird. I'd say he's probably better than Godric. Better than Fire Giant for me. I'd say he's maybe just behind Deathrite Bird. I'd be willing to put him in front of Elden Beast. It's up to you.
Yeah. Okay, let's put him right behind Elden Beast.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Ooh, Margit. So Margit is amazing. I think he is a perfect like first major boss. Very much like most players that played Elden Ring were probably like doing fairly okay, and then they reach Margit, and then they're like, oh my god. Like, assuming you're a new Souls player, you probably got to Margit and really struggled. I know Margit was probably the first major wall for a lot of players that might have even turned some people away. And
yeah.
I think that's a perfect example of like kind of the theme that I talk about in my newest video, where you can approach this game in a lot of different ways. And I'm sure there's a lot of players who reached Margit fairly quickly and just kept fighting him until they beat him. But you absolutely can go off and explore all of Limgrave, even some of Caelid, before you take on Margit, and you'll do a lot better. But I do think Margit's difficulty is a huge aspect of why his boss fight is memorable and challenging, and, well, not challenging, but good. And I also think his moveset's really good. I think his moveset's like satisfying to master. It's interesting, and I think I might want to say he's S tier. I don't know.
I agree. I really think Margit is S tier because of where he is in the game, right? Like, if he was like anywhere else, he wouldn't be that good. But the fact that he's a shared experience, almost everyone who's played Elden Ring has fought Margit and either beaten him or, you know, or like ran away and just didn't. But it's the fact that, you know, like you said, you can go about fighting Margit however you want. You can either stand and take this fight and fucking like hit your head against this wall until it breaks, or you can go out, you can talk to Patches, you can grab Margit's shackle and kind of trivialize the fight, because you can just like actually make Margit just neutralized for a good 5-10 seconds of the fight, allowing you to get a huge chunk of health off for free. So you were obviously intended to explore the world before you went to Margit. But I do believe he may have been designed to be a little too difficult for first-timers. I believe that he turned more people away than inspired to get better, which is unfortunate. Because if it wasn't the Tree Sentinel, it was probably Margit that made a lot of players quit.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I like that, though. Like, at the end of the day, you have to remember, like, this is a Souls game. The point is for challenge, and I think his placement is, like you said, it's more than okay to have a really challenging boss that early, because it's trying to tell you, go explore, go level up.
Yeah.
And so I think that challenge is warranted. And even if you didn't have so much to explore and level up from, I still think he's a really solid challenge for where he's at. Because it's telling players early on, this is not going to be an easy game. So, but yeah, I mostly agree with what you're saying. And also, he's also got some fire lines, you know? Foul tarnished.
Yeah.
So, I think for that, he's definitely S tier for me. I'd maybe be willing to put him high A. I don't know how you feel.
No, okay. No, I really think he should be in S.
Okay. Then I'll say S tier, yeah. I think he's that good. Messmer. Okay. I said this before, I'll say it again. If it wasn't for Bale, Messmer would be my favorite boss. I think not only is he really cool lore-wise and presentation-wise, I think the first cutscene you find him in with like the snake, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I love how he's like the face of Shadow of the Erdtree. I do kind of wish that he was more important to the story in Shadow of the Erdtree, because he's like the face of the DLC, and yet he's not really the final boss. But everything else about him is amazing, but the main reason I love his fight so much is because I think it is the best moveset in the game. I absolutely loved learning his moveset, mastering it, and absolutely bodying him. It is like one of the best examples of once you learn his attacks, it's like it's a dance. This is what Souls games are. You learn the dance, and it's this beautiful flow of combat. And of course, it adds a little bit more chaos in the second phase when he turns into that giant serpent and he's going all across the field. But yet there's still some rhythm to it, and you get to know the flow of the fight, and it's so satisfying. And it was one of my favorite parts of not only the DLC but the entire game. And I for that, Mesmer is an easy S tier for me.
Absolutely. It's like you said, I am absolutely disappointed that he didn't play a more major role in the DLC. He was really just like he was the key to the actual final boss. And for all the hype he got in the trailer, Miquella was really at this like a center of attention, unfortunately.
Right.
I think Mesmer just had so much more aura than Miquella and Radahn combined. I mean, Jesus, dude. You walk in and then the first thing you see, just tiny little snake staring at you.
Oh.
It was funny and cool and terrifying in all the right ways. And it's like Ember said, the actual moveset is a dance. It's full on. If you do this right, you will never get hit. If you fully master this, you don't need to get hit. Which is incredible, and I think it's something that we rarely see in a lot of the bosses so far. I think maybe Malenia, maybe Godfrey, Godfrey. That's it.
And I think a big reason it feels like that is because, yes, like his attacks you can definitely learn them, but it makes it feel so much more satisfying because his attacks, he has a lot of like really long chains of attacks, but they're all like consistent and you can learn them, and then once you learn them, you're dodging like left and right like 10 times in a row, and you're like, oh my god, I know this fight. And I think it feels even more satisfying to know a fight when they have those long chains of attacks, because then you're perfectly playing this like as you should, and it makes it more satisfying than if it was just like, oh, every attack this boss knows is like one and done. And I think the fact that Mesmer has so many long chains of attacks makes it more like a bigger spectacle, but also more satisfying to learn. So yeah, S tier. Meter. I think Meter is really cool designed, super revealing lore-wise. One of the like most important bosses lore-wise. Tells us a lot about the kind of lore and history of what the heck the Elden Ring and the Greater Will even is. Really cool design-wise. I don't like the fight itself, though. I think the fight was just bland. It felt punishing when you went up to try and hit it, because it would just, no matter where you are, it would flick its fingers at you, and it felt like inconsistent with the timing of certain attacks, and it just didn't feel satisfying to fight. I don't know. I'd say B tier.
Okay, it could just be me, but if I remember correctly, I fought Meter with a lot of spells, because it's like you said, you can get close. It's like you just die.
Yeah.
And that's like really unfortunate.
Like I would say high, mid B, just because it is really cool looking.
Damn. Okay, she has to go in like high A at least.
Really?
Because consider the lore, the visuals,
That is true.
Like the whole experience, the reveal that every single finger-looking thing, it like was birthed from her. Her tie-in with like the Ymir quest and how weird that was. It's too much value for it to be less than A.
I'll give it to you. I think it's probably I'm saying in front of Feltwin's, behind Senesax. Maybe
Damn,
in front of
okay.
Senesax.
I was
Maybe in
gonna
front
say
of
like at
Electo.
least in front of Electo. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like looking at all these. I don't think it's better than Godskins, but I think it's probably better than these. I think that's valid.
Mm.
All right. Midra. Ooh.
Oh, dude.
I instantly want to say S tier.
Yes.
So Midra is. I remember when even before I started playing Elden Ring, I'd seen pictures of Midra, and I was like, oh, that looks so cool. And I was expecting it to be like the boss you have to fight before getting the Frenzied Flame for like the Frenzied Flame ending. I didn't realize it was a DLC boss. And I just think design-wise, it is like he is so cool. Lore-wise, he's really awesome. The fact that you have to get to the manor through the forest is really cool. It's a nice change of pace, having to like stealth your way through this area. I know like that forest has a little bit of issues. I've heard some people complain about it, but I think it's fine. I think it could have been a little smaller, but regardless, I think the mansion is cool. I think the mansion is a little too small. I think the mansion should have been a bigger dungeon. Regardless, though, Midra,
so real.
Like Midra as that final boss in that place is so cool. His cutscene where he pulls the thing out of his spine, and then his design is amazing. The colors, the way his like robes are like torn but like kind of floating around him. Just the idea of the Frenzied Flame is so cool. And then the fight itself, very chaotic, because obviously the Frenzied Flame is this, chaos flame. But it's also this kind of like flowing rhythmic dance that he does, because he's like slowly, not slowly, but he's like spinning around and doing all these like chaotic yet seemingly like in control movements. It's hard to explain, but the fight is this really weird mixture of that like dance you get from certain fights, but then that chaos of the flame. And I think it makes for a really interesting and fun fight. I don't think the fight is as like well made as something like Mesmer or Melania, but I think just everything else about it is absolutely S tier worthy. Yes, graceful. That's the word I'm looking for. Very graceful. It's a mixture of that grace and chaos, which is I think. I don't really know the lore about Midra entirely, but it seems like it would be this mixture of Midra, who is this very graceful man, and then the chaos flame consuming him. That seems like what it would be.
As for the lore, I did want to talk about this. Dude, the story of Midra is maybe the most like sad and tragic thing. So, Midra's manse, which is just mansion, was just almost a paradise, but the Hornsent, the people that were ruling that entire area at the time, believed that he was about to summon the Chaos Flame. So they sent the Inquisitors, like Jory, like all the other Inquisitors you see in that area.
Right.
And they killed everyone. They tore everybody apart. If you go in front of the mansion, you can actually see 6 headless bodies.
Oh yeah.
With Inquisitor spikes in their necks. That's how violent the Inquisitors were. They killed almost everybody aside from Midra himself. And what they did to him was they put this sword inside his body that he could never take out. He had to live eternally. And he endured because of his, I think she was like, his wife Nanaya?
Oh yeah.
He endured all that suffering for her. Then later you find out that she was an agent of the Chaos Flame. She wanted him to endure so that his suffering could summon the Chaos Flame itself and allow it to take over that forest. Their efforts to stop him are exactly what brought on the thing they were so scared of.
That's really cool. Beningi says he loves the Nanaya is Shabriri theory. I don't think I've heard of that. Is that how does that work? Because Shabriri is this like spirit that took over Yura, right?
Yeah, and the idea here is that Nanaya, uh, was Shiriri, because she did exactly what the chaos, like the Lord of Chaos, would have wanted, right?
Mhm.
She made Midras create all the circumstances necessary for the Chaos Flame to be summoned. So imagine, like, one day Nanaya is completely taken over by Shiriri, and she manipulates Midra into this situation that he's in order to summon the Chaos Flame to that area. I mean, shit, it worked. The entire forest is completely taken over. It's to the point that Torrent himself doesn't want to get in there because
Oh
the
yeah,
Chaos
that
Flame.
part is so cool.
Yeah, the Chaos Flame can even destroy spirits. That's why Torrent doesn't want to get in.
Yeah.
Because if he dies there, he dies for good.
So cool.
So fucking awesome.
Yeah,
I think that story improves it. It like improves
absolute
everything
S
so
tier.
much more.
I assume you agree. S tier.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Cool. Mimic tier. I think this deserves some credit simply because you're fighting yourself, and it's a cool first-time experience, especially in that temple in Nakaron. Really cool kind of location for the fight, and cool reveal because you see the same like kind of the tier blob that you've probably fought several times already. I think, right?
Yeah.
And it turns into you, and you're like, whoa, that's me. Pretty usually easy fight, but it's cool in its like kind of uniqueness, and I think it deserves at least a B tier for that, if not an A tier.
Probably, yeah, like high A, low B is where I would put it.
Honestly, is it better than Niall? Probably, just because it's like
yes,
unique.
yes.
Maybe better than yeah, I'd say top of B is solid. I don't think it's like the fight itself is because it is just a tarnish. It's yourself. So I don't think because of that it's not as interesting of a fight to reach A tier, but I think it's definitely like if you were to cut like 80% of Elden Ring's boss roster and only have like the most interesting ones or best bosses, this has got to make the cut just because of how fun and interesting it is, right?
Yeah.
And of course, it being iconic for giving you the Mimic tier, being the best ashes in the game. So really good loot, obviously.
Actually, no, it doesn't give you the Mimic tier. The Mimic tier can be found behind the door. Yeah, you can find it behind a door hidden with a stone sword key. Somewhere in Nokron.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Okay. Well then, forget what I just said. Alright. Miranda the Blighted Bloom. Is this just the flower? Is this just the flower you find in like a bunch of ruins?
Yes.
I didn't know there was a named one. Wait, is this in the... This isn't an Altus, is it?
This is in... No, okay, the one in Altus is a bit to the right. This one is in the Weeping Peninsula.
Oh, I don't think I fought this one then.
Huh.
I mean, it's
literally
flower.
just you in a tiny room with the flower.
Oh, wait, it's in a cave, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I did fight it then.
It's cool.
Yeah, the flowers are cool, but like they're too... Like, as a boss, it's cool, but they're too common as like normal things you find, and they're kind of annoying because like you hit it and then run away, wait for the poison to disappear, and you come back. Like, it's not that interesting. I don't think it's egregious enough to be D tier, but probably C tier.
Yeah.
I think like bottom of C probably. Probably better.
Not
than
as bad as the pumpkins.
Yeah. But I'd say the Crystallians and Demi-Humans are better.
Yeah.
Alright, Misbegotten Crusader. So this guy's cool simply because he has the sword that... Didn't Renala make this sword for Radagon?
Yes.
So that, yeah, it's a really cool sword. At this point, Misbegottens are a little overused. I would have liked if it was a different enemy. Also, the
I don't
location,
even know why Begotten has it.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. and the location just being in some random cave in the consecrated snowfield is kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll get through the juicers and then you can go to bed, Affinity. But yeah, I think this one's like eh. I think it's probably another C tier.
Mm-hmm.
It's not horrible. It's still it's a misbegotten, so it's an okay fight, but I think it's probably up above the probably in front of the ancient hero. I think it's a little better.
Yes, absolutely.
I think everything else here beats it out just a little bit.
Indeed.
All right, we got a couple more juicers here. Moog. I think this is another S tier.
Indeed. Straight to S tier.
I think everything about Moog's lore and character, and especially the whole aspect of him being involved with Mikola and the DLC is a whole other topic, but just him as a character, like the Mogwin dynasty and his location being underground next to Shifa River in the ancient ruins of this old dynasty, right? And he's kind of taking it. He's like a squatter in these ancient ruins. Is really cool. Like the build up to him, the Lord of Blood. You don't know who this guy is, and then you find this random sending gate in the consecrated snowfield, and it sends you all the way here. You're finally in this place that you saw way before. You saw that temple when you were in Shifa River, and you're like, how do I get there? And then finally you're here, and it's this really cool place with like rivers of blood, rocks stained with blood everywhere. Super, super cool. The fact that he actually isn't Moog the molester. he beat the allegation. I think everything about him is really cool. Lore-wise, design-wise, he's super cool looking. The fact that he's the brother of Morgott adds a lot too. The fact that if you fought him before in the sewers, kind of like underneath Landell, for most people, you probably fought him underneath Landell, and you were like, oh, this is Morgott's brother. Kind of challenging fight, but now he's dead. But then to see his real form be revealed and he's the Lord of Blood, it's like, oh, it makes sense. He's so cool. It was a really cool reveal seeing that. And that's not even talking about the fight itself. I think the fight itself is also another like great example of a dance. It's a really fun fight. He's a challenging boss with a great moveset. It's unique with his when he drains your health halfway through the fight, but then you can also use the cracked tear that helps you kind of sustain the draining of your health and stuff. I think everything about the fight is great. I think he's an S tier.
Absolutely. I think, the most interesting part of him is where he went compared to his brother. Because they were both Omen, and while Morgott chose to serve the Erd Tree anyway, in spite of the fact that it cursed him, Moog went in a completely different direction. He decided to worship the Formless Mother, and what's so interesting about the Formless Mother as a outer god is that her whole thing is that she only serves, or she only gives her power to people who are cursed, to people who are seen to be as lesser. I think Moog was especially, as an omen, one of the lowest forms of life in the lands between.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that direction that he went in is really fucking cool. But with regards to his story with Mikola, I have a theory, right?
Right.
This isn't popular, I don't hear this, but I think it's a really strong one. So, almost everybody at the Halig Tree is looking for Mikola. Melania knows what's going on. She's always known. But everyone else is looking for Mikola. The thing is, if you go near the portal that leads you to the Halig Tree, you know what you'll find? You'll find a dead person. And they've got like loot on them. The item that they have is like a pickled liver whose effect is specifically to slow blood loss. I have a theory that
Ah.
that person knew where Mikola was and was trying to go and tell them, and for some reason he died.
That is really
Right at the gate.
interesting. That's kind of cool. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, everything about Moog is just awesome, and he's definitely one of the best shard bearers, if not the best.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say Melania is better. I don't know. We'll get to that, but I think Moog is great, and I think he's easy S tier. Moving on. Moog the Omen. I think this is also a great fight. It's just the kind of precursor to Moog's real fight. And I think it's really cool because it's similar to Margit, where
Exactly.
some players might, actually kind of pick up on this, like after seeing that, Margit has another form, that you fight the real Margit later as Morgott. And after that you might see Moog and you might think, "Oh, maybe Moog will have a similar thing." But if you're like me, I didn't really pick up on that. I thought fighting Moog was just it. I thought it made sense. Okay, he's underneath Landell. He's like the other brother that didn't really agree with Morgott. And so he decided to do his own thing, and you find him deep underground Landell. And his fight is challenging. It's really cool. The dungeon down there leading up to him is really cool. And of course, after him, it leads to the Flame of Frenzy. Super awesome. And then I just think it goes hand in hand with the real Moog being a super cool reveal. And I think I would say he's probably in A tier. I don't think he's quite as good, as quite as S tier material, but I think just everything about him being that precursor, being the Margit to Moog, I think is great, and I think he deserves an A tier for that.
Absolutely. Like low A tier is where I'd put him.
Yeah.
Because he certainly isn't unique, but no less than A tier.
I would probably put him above Crucible Knight. I think
Really?
I think in terms of being memorable, he is really cool. And like the first time I fought him down there, it was like a cool, challenging fight. And I think he is pretty unique in terms of like he uses a little bit of his blood like magic, but obviously he saves most of it for when you fight him as the Lord of Blood. Yeah. I think he's better than Crucible Knight in my opinion. Like I'd rather fight him over Crucible Knight.
The only good thing about his fight still being so difficult down there because of it's such a tiny room, is that he's really trying to protect you, right? The frenzied flame is down there, and he's trying to protect you from the worst jumping puzzle in all of gaming. he doesn't want you to go through that.
Oh yeah, that jumping puzzle is bad. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think he's good here. Honestly, if it were up to me, I'd probably put him above. I'd put him above Malekith, honestly.
Damn. No, there's no way.
At least above Godric, maybe, and Fire Giant. I don't like Fire Giant. Up to you though. I don't know where you want to put him here.
I think honestly, where he is fine, because ideally I'd put him lower.
That's fair. For me, I would rather fight him over anything here. Like, I think he's still a fun fight. And he is memorable. And, yeah. He's just a dungeon boss. Yeah, but I think the fact that he is the Margit to Moog is so cool. Like, he is the precursor to Moog. And I think for Moog, like, he walked so Moog could run. Like, Moog would not be as memorable and cool as he is if it wasn't for this version of him. I think this version of him is a cool precursor and adds to the reveal of Moog, the Lord of Blood.
It is still mysterious to me as to why he's down there anyway.
I don't know. It could be what you said. He's protecting people from that jumping puzzle. I think we'll keep him there for now. I think that's fair. All right. Morgott, the Omen King. So hold on. Affinity just put some text down. Let's read this. In Elden Ring, the Moog encountered... Oh, wait. The Moog? Okay. The Moog encountered in the subterranean... Oh, the Moog encountered... Okay. I'm stupid. The Moog encountered in the subterranean shunning ground sewers is not the real Moog, Lord of Blood, but rather an illusion created by his twin brother, Morgott. Oh, so Morgott created him.
Really?
The illusion serves as a protective measure potentially to conceal Moog's escape from the capital and his connection with the Formless Mother, and to guard the entrance to the Frenzied Flame. So it's a little bit of guarding the Frenzied Flame and to kind of keep people from knowing what Moog is actually up to.
Interesting. Okay, interesting. Huh.
It's definitely not what I expected, but
Yeah, it's weird that it's Morgott that's pretending to be Moog.
Well, I don't think
'Cause,
it's
like,
necessarily what he's pretending to be Moog. It's more just he created that illusion.
Yeah.
But interesting. Let's move on though. Yeah, Morgott. I think fight-wise, Margit's probably better. I don't know. He's more impactful, at least, being that like first wall. But I think Morgott is still great. My problem is I over-leveled. I was a little too strong for Morgott, so I got him like second try. But I think his spectacle, like being the fight at the Erd Tree by the thrones, is super cool. His moveset is awesome. I love when he turns his sword into that like really cool, like multicolored sword. Everything about it is great, and at the very least, it's high A. What do you think?
Absolutely, yeah. Probably high A, probably middle A, more likely. Actually, fun fact about the fight. So when Morgott breaks his sword, or breaks his cane to reveal the sword, in some of the earlier patches in the game, as the sword broke, you could actually see blood flame explode out of the sword.
Like Moog's?
Yeah. I mean, Morgott uses blood flame, so it's clear that it's in some way related to the Formless Mother, in some way related to the fact that he's also an Omen.
That's kind of
which
cool.
is, again, yeah, goes back to how the Formless Mother only blesses those who are seen as lessers, and they ended up changing the cutscene in later patches to not spoil the reveal of the blood flame. So right now, his sword, like when he breaks his cane to reveal the sword, it's just rocks flying away, rather than exploding with actual ghost flame. I thought that was a cool detail.
You mean blood flame?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blood flame, yeah.
That's cool though.
Yeah.
I would say he is definitely up in A tier. I don't know if he reaches S tier for me personally.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think for once the illusion was better than the real thing.
Is he better than Divine Beast? Oh, also, yeah, you can summon Melina for the fight, which is cool. Which I didn't do because I didn't do summons on my first playthrough. But
she's so hot, like unrelated.
100%. But yeah, I think that's also a really cool fact too. I think
I do believe he's better than Divine Beast.
Okay, I could get behind that. Yeah, we'll do that. Top A.
Yep.
All right. Necromancer Garrus. Who the heck is this guy?
He's a secret boss that you can find in the same cave that you find the invisible Black Knife Assassin. He is a tarnished model, so that's already like way down.
Oh.
The fact that he's secret is the coolest thing about him. I would fucking throw him somewhere in C, probably lower middle C.
You think he's better than Fia's champions?
Yeah.
We'll probably
He's
put him
better
here.
than... It's better than the Watchdog. I should know. He's worse than the Watchdog. He's worse than the Watchdog.
Okay.
Okay. Now it's all the Knights Cavalry.
Ooh, so okay. I know you said a while ago this is your favorite boss in the game.
Yes.
Or at least like
okay.
one of them.
Yeah, one of my favorite bosses for sure, because just the name, the way the horse looks, the fact that the horse is blinded so that the rider can control him like freely.
Super cool.
Oh my, so cool. The all black stuff, that's so fucking cool.
I love the fact that you only find him at night. I think it's one of the sickest kind of encounters, especially assuming most people's first encounter is either going to be the one on the bridge in Limgrave or the one leading to Weeping Peninsula, which I think both are great. I think probably the one leading to the Weeping Peninsula is a better fight. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure why. I think it's just the place you fight him in Weeping Peninsula, or like leading towards there, is the area is a bit more open, I think, so it makes for a better fight. Whereas the one on the bridge, you're kind of just on this like small kind of bridge. I think both are great though. The duo, that's the one in the consecrated snowfield, right?
Yes, yeah.
I think that one's cool, but it's not as good.
Yeah, it's hardly a duo fight when you can drag one of them away, and that's just the better option. Because otherwise, it's the same issue that Elden Ring suffers with most duo fights. It's a gank fight. Nobody wants that.
Yeah, and also,
so most people are going to distract one.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about the Knights Cavalry is like they're like on patrol, and they kind of like they're looking for Tarnish, right? And it feels like almost like the first two are like guarding, right? They're guarding bridges, whereas the ones in the consecrated snowfield, they're just like walking around with a big group, right?
Yeah, they're escorting this one group, which makes me think they're acting more like mercenaries now.
Like they don't have as interesting of a presentation, whereas like it feels like when you're heading towards the Weeping Peninsula, like this guy's is guarding this bridge. He's waiting for the Tarnish to come to him, which I think is really cool. Beninghi says they'd be a lot cooler if they actually wandered the way the devs initially wanted them to.
Huh.
I guess.
You know what? That would be cool. I guess they were supposed to walk around the entire map at night and like hunt you down.
That would be cool. If it was almost like a random event type thing, that would be sick. But I think for what they work fantastically. I would say the first two, the one in Limgrave and the one in Weeping Peninsula, are absolutely A tier. I would think the duo fight is a little worse, maybe high B.
Absolutely.
So we'll say maybe this one's top of B because they are still Knights Cavalry. They're still cool.
Yeah.
I think the flail is the one in Weeping Peninsula, which I think is better. Where would you place them in A tier?
Okay, let's go below the Fell Twins, higher than
Really? I think
higher
they're better
than
than I think they're better than Fell Twins.
Really?
I would say they're just because of how cool they are. I would say they're closer to Fire Giant.
Yeah. Oh, we will keep them there. Yeah.
In front of Fire Giant, or what do you think?
Behind Fire Giant.
What about Godric?
No, they're in front of Godric. They're so much cooler.
All right. Also, yeah, the fact that they're working for Margit, and Margit says his line after you kill him, he's like, "Fear the night" or something like that, and he's referring to these guys. Super cool. Moving on though, got the Nox Swordstress and Nox Priest. So the Nox Warriors are really cool. I don't think they make as interesting bosses though. They're just kind of enemies turned into bosses.
Indeed.
Nothing.
This game really suffers with like duo bosses, huh?
Yeah, I think it's their way of just we need a lot of bosses, and so they probably they did that a lot to kind of fill in the void, which
Yeah.
I mean, it adds to the roster, but again, I always say, because Elden Ring has so many bosses, it's a sea of easy or just like kind of completely worthless or forgettable bosses with
Yeah.
just those few that are really standouts. And I think this is an example of, we need more bosses, let's just do this. And I think it works for that reason, but I don't think it's as good as it could be. I think there's other bosses that do that better, like the Mad Pumpkinhead or even the Demi-Human Queens. I think this is probably like Crystallian territory.
Damn.
Maybe I'll give it to you. Maybe I'll higher than the Watchdogs.
Yeah, because they're very drippy and they're fun to fight.
And I'll honestly, maybe in front of the Ancient Dragon Man, because they're a better fight than a Tarnished model.
Yeah.
Do you think it's better than the Ancient Hero or no?
Nah.
Alright. Cool. Omen Killer. This guy's awesome. He's really cool. Isn't he... Yes, so he is the Capra Demon. So same thing as the Erdtree Avatar being
The Asylum
Demon. Yeah, the Omen Killer is a modern version of the Capra Demon, who... The Capra Demon is a very controversial boss in Dark Souls because it is maybe the worst boss in the game because of the arena. You're stuck in this like 2x2 room with like there's like 2 or 3 dogs jumping at you and this guy, and he's really annoying and it makes the fight really bad. But I think Elden Ring is way better with it.
Yeah. Which game is he from again?
Dark Souls 1.
Ah, okay. That sounded more like a Dark Souls 2 thing, where like apparently the whole game sucked.
Imagine Dark Souls 2 is just that 90% of the time.
God damn.
Nah, it's not that bad, but it's bad.
Yeah.
But for Omen Killer, I think they take what the Capra Demon is, and it's a good boss design outside of the room that it is. So like actually having a good location to fight it in. I think his mask is really cool. Solid field boss, if you want to call it that. Mini boss. Really cool and unique. And the fact that there's really 2 versions of him. Like you fight the one in the Abanork village, and then there's one in a catacomb or something.
Yeah, there's one in a cave. I think that's really it. Yeah, there's one in the perfumer's cave in Altus.
Yeah, so you don't see it too much, which gives it that kind of air of it's pretty unique.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely a B tier.
Yeah. Probably middle B tier, somewhere in the middle of B tier.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite as high as Loretta or Commander O'Neill. I would say just in front of Mad Pumpkinhead.
Real.
I think that's fair.
Frumpkin.
All right. Omen Killer and Miranda.
We were just talking about them.
It's another Miranda. The fact that it's the same name. Okay. Not that interesting. I don't know. It's just a Omen Killer and a flower.
Yeah, it's they don't work together.
Well, actually, I would disagree. I think as a duo fight, it can actually work great together because you have a stationary boss and then a moving boss. It just adds more chaos to the fight, I think.
True, but it's not that chaotic simply because the flower isn't that threatening.
True. I would say C tier for this one.
Indeed.
Definitely below some of these. Yeah, I would say probably around Erdtree Burial Staff.
Yeah, probably right below it.
Should we? So now both of the Erdtree burials are a little disconnected. There's the staff here and then the lightning here. Should we just put them in front?
Yeah. Move them like back.
Like that? Or
Yeah.
okay. Next up we got Onyx Lord. Is this one of the ancient heroes?
No.
I can't tell.
Have you not fought them before?
I don't recall. Onyx Lord.
You have to. There's like a billion.
These guys. They're cool, I guess. I don't know. They're not that memorable. I mainly I think of Night Rain when I look at this.
Yeah. The only thing I know is that one of them taught Radon how to do like gravity magic.
Oh. I think this is another C tier. Forgettable, but I think isn't its fight kind of cool? Like it's not horrible.
There's plenty of them, and they're all kind of good.
Probably like mid C.
Yeah, mid C.
I'll put it in
Maybe
front
above
of the
the
other.
Watchdogs.
Yeah, I feel like I'm leaning towards putting it in. Is it better than the Ancient Hero or no?
Yeah.
I'll put it in front of the Misbegotten Crusader, just because we have a lot of Misbegottens.
Yeah.
The goat, Patches. So
Fuck this guy.
I love Patches. Unfortunately, I didn't encounter him on my first playthrough of Elden Ring, which sucks because Patches was one of my favorite parts of Dark Souls 1. The fact, I mean, if you don't know, Patches is obviously the, reoccurring character in every Souls game, and the fact that he's always, in character, always kicking you off ledges, always, trying to get you to take the bait. I think he's great, and I think it's really funny in Elden Ring. They've never done what they did here before, where you actually fight him and then he surrenders. And if you stop fighting him, then he'll be like, "Oh, cool, okay, cool, we're friends now. You come back later, and I'll sell you stuff." And doesn't he actually become a merchant after that?
Yeah, he does. It's cool.
Yeah.
He's the one that tells you Margit's shackle, actually.
Oh yeah. So definitely a very iconic, very unique boss, and I think for that you can't give Patches any less than an A tier.
Yeah.
I mean, he's Patches.
Okay, I hate him though.
Well, that's the point, man.
Yeah. No, can we move it down to F?
I will give him his own tier. Nah, I think he's... I don't know, it's such a gimmick, it's hard to place him.
Yeah.
I think we'll just kind of throw him in the bottom of A. I think that works. Alright. Perfumer Tricia, and Misbegotten Warrior.
Have you fought them before?
Probably. It's just another one of those duo fights that's just like, hey, let's get random bosses and put them together. It screams C tier to me once again. Kind of forgettable.
Yeah. I have no
Very
objections
forgettable,
there.
actually. I think it seems like a better fight than the demi-human. Actually, no, I'll put him behind the demi-human duo. In front of the Castalian. I think that's fine. Oh boy. The most difficult boss in the game, according to many, and probably myself as well. I think I would agree.
Yeah.
Consort Radon. So the main, there was some bosses in Elden Ring that I struggled with, but there was only two bosses that I really struggled with, that were real hard walls for me, and that was Melania and Consort Radon. And while I spent longer on Melania, I killed Radon quicker. I think Radon was harder. But despite Radahn's, you see, like, Malenia is really hard, but she has that, like, fairness aspect that makes her really fun and really satisfying.
Yeah.
I think Radahn
I
phase
think Radahn
1
was lacking that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I think Radahn phase 1 does have that. I think Radahn phase 1 might be one of my favorite bosses. It felt so satisfying to learn every move he has in phase 1 and perfectly dodge them all and get in a nice attack every now and then. But then I think phase 2 ruins it because it's so chaotic. It's hard to see what's going on. It's really cool spectacle-wise. Like, he looks awesome when he's, doing his teleportation attacks and stuff, and he makes, like, a million versions of himself. It's really cool. But I think it crosses that line of just too much, maybe too difficult in some cases. I think he's great, and I definitely think he deserves A tier, but it just feels a little too much. Like, it feels like it was artificially difficult. Where it's like they wanted to make another Malenia so bad.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Somewhere in A tier is where he's got to go.
What do you think? I would say, I mean, he's absolutely an icon, absolutely memorable. I would be okay with putting him on top of A. Because I do really enjoy phase 1, and I do think he is extremely memorable, and despite how unfair he can seem, you still get that iconic feeling of, oh my god, I finally killed him, let's go, after you kill him, which, I mean, not many bosses are able to do. So despite his problems, I think he is still very good, in a lot of categories. So I think I'll put him there. Putrescent Knight. I think everything about this boss is amazing. It is very similar to Orphan of Kos from Bloodborne, with not only his weapon, but some of his movesets as well. It's like if you gave Orphan of Kos a horse. I think the build up to him is awesome. The way you drop down that giant hole, and then you slowly see him ride in from the distance. The arena looks awesome. His boss design looks amazing. Everything about this boss is awesome. I could glaze it all day. I think he's challenging just enough to make it, like, memorable and hard, but you don't spend too long on him. I think some of his attacks can be a little annoying, but I think he has also some great attacks where it's like he has some chain attacks that are satisfying to learn and dodge. And I think overall he's a solid boss. He again, he has that kind of dance aspect to him, which I really like.
Absolutely. Dude, like, that attack of his where he throws the axe and then picks it up and then goes into the ground and then the fucking horse comes out and he dodged and then he dodged and then he dodged. It's like, once you learn it and master it, it's one of the most satisfying attacks to get around because, again, as with all great bosses in the game, it feels like a dance to dodge that. It's really, really wonderful.
Yeah.
It's like a really special kind of attack. I don't see much of it kind of anywhere else. And nope, that's all I gotta say. It's fun to kill him with holy damage.
Yeah.
That's it, though.
I think just his uniqueness in design alone. I mean, anything resembling Bloodborne, I'm gonna instantly love. But yeah, I think everything about him is really cool and really unique, and I think that makes him stand out a ton. And he's not only does he stand out a ton, but he's also just a great boss.
Yeah.
And yeah, moral of the story is Elden Ring is a rhythm game. I totally agree. I think the best bosses do get you in that rhythm, and I think I might even want to put him above Radahn for that. I think he's that fun and that iconic. Well, not iconic, but that memorable, I guess.
I maybe not, because, like, Radahn is still so iconic.
That's true. What about Morgott? Do you think he's better than Morgott?
Yeah.
I think the fight is better. He's obviously not as iconic
Yeah.
as Morgott, but I think the fight is better.
Absolutely.
Cool. Putrid Avatar. So this is just the Erdtree Avatar, but Scarlet Rot, right?
There it is.
How exactly different is this guy again? Is this the one in Caelid?
There's one in Caelid, there's one in the Halig tree.
Oh, that's right. The one in the
Yeah.
Halig tree sucks because you're surrounded by all these enemies. That one's annoying.
Exactly.
But if we're looking at the better version, which I think is the one in Caelid,
Yeah.
I think it's a really great version of the Erdtree Avatar. I think it's probably better than the normal ones, just because it's cool to see it scarlet rotted.
Exactly. It's just a little bit more difficult.
One in
I think
Dragon
that
Barrow.
gives
Yeah,
it-
I think the one in
Yeah, the one in
Caelid
Dragon Barrow.
is in Dragon Barrow. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's another one in Caelid. I'm not sure if it's rotten. This one is
there?
though.
Okay.
Yeah.
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 I
This
think
one's
they're
in
cool.
Dragon Barrow.
Definitely
And-
high B.
Yeah, really high B. I love them so much.
Where did we put the other ones?
Uh,
I don't see it.
they were also high B.
They're gone.
No,
Am I
there they
blind?
are. Fucking second row on the left.
Oh, they're there. Yeah. Definitely higher than these.
Yeah.
Would you place it above the Jagged Peak Drakes and Deathbird and all of them up here?
No, not at all. But like maybe some of the dragons, like maybe above Makar.
I would say, yeah, I think Smaragd is cooler. I'd say he's better than Makar. I like the Great Worms, but I don't think they're as fun to fight as avatars. Okay. Yeah, one in normal Caelid that's rotten, and one in Dragon Barrow.
Yeah.
Alright, Putrid Crystallian Trio. So I don't recall if I fought these, but that seems kind of interesting, taking the Crystallians and making them Scarlet Rot. And
You
it's a
have
trio.
fought them because you have fought them because I remember guiding you through the cave and you're like, stop backseat gaming.
Oh. Okay. I don't remember that, but that's funny.
And yeah,
Just for that, we gotta give it a good rating. It doesn't seem like it'd be that great of a boss. It seems like a C tier to me.
yeah, it's horrible.
Okay.
C tier is where C tier is where it should go.
My gut tells me just in front of the Crystallian. Maybe behind it.
Yeah.
Just behind it.
I say in front of it because it's still a little more.
Yeah, it's more interesting, I guess.
Yeah.
Then we got a lot of putrids. Grave Warden Duelist. This is just the Grave Warden with a disease.
No, okay, he's cool.
Oh, he's like,
because
he looks
gives
big.
you such. Yeah, he gives you such drippy armor. He's the same as all the other duelists. He just gives you very beautiful, like a very nice looking red cloak.
Okay. Oh, that's the one you use.
Exactly.
I say C tier.
I've got a
then.
soft spot for him. Yeah.
Where do we put the others? D tier, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's put him. Would you say he's better than the other Divine Beast?
Yeah, he is. He's cooler.
Alright. We'll put him there. We'll put him in front of the other Ghost Flame, because the Ghost Flames freaking suck. Okay. Putrid Tree Spirit. Oh, this thing. You find this in Mount Gelmir, right?
Oh God, yeah.
It's like the ulcerated Tree Spirit, but it's all scarlet
Yeah.
rotted. Or wait,
And then there's another one in the catacomb next to Radon's arena.
yeah, I think the one in Mount Gelmir is a normal ulcerated Tree Spirit. I think this one is just in Caelid.
Okay.
Um,
Hmm.
I think assuming you've already fought the ulcerated Tree Spirits, it's not as cool. If this is your first one fighting it, it's really cool. I have a love-hate relationship with these bosses because it's obviously really like random and weird, and you can't tell what's going on. But somehow you're still kind of able to gather what it's doing. Like for some
Yeah.
reason, you can still kind of tell in its movement what attack it's gonna do.
Yeah.
So I do like that. I would say high C, low B.
Yeah, that's where it should go.
Probably in front of Magma Worm. I think it's better than Magma Worm.
Mm.
Is it better than the Falling Star Beasts?
Yeah. Like, don't tell anybody, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll put him behind Godskin Noble. I think
Okay.
that's fair. All right,
Oh,
Radagon.
Radagon. Fuck.
I mean,
I'm thinking somewhere
already,
in A.
yeah, already, the fact that the main Elden Ring theme plays during this fight is awesome. I really like that. I think, hold on, let me change the music real quick. Okay. But yeah, I think his fight is okay. Like this is like, oh yes, Elden Ring, we made it.
Yeah.
I don't think the fight is that interesting though.
Nah,
I think
he's like.
it's made cooler with the Elden Beast after him.
Yeah.
But I think him as a boss, his moveset isn't that crazy. It's very, it almost feels like there should be more spectacle to it, but there's just not. I think he's a low A.
Yeah, low A sounds about right. Maybe middle A, but like low A is fine.
I'd probably put him in front of like Crucible Knight, probably Moog,
Yeah.
Omen. I don't think he's as good as Godric though,
Yeah.
so we'll put him down here. I think that's pretty good. Tree Spirit that high is low key evil. Hey man, I like the Tree Spirits, and I think they're better than most of these. Like I know they can be annoying, but like I like I said, they have this like strange ability to, even though they've moved in such a weird manner, you can kind of tell what they're gonna do. Like I got pretty used to their moveset. Like the first time you fight them, yeah, you're like, what the heck? How do I fight this thing? But then you kind of just learn, and I think that's really cool. And it's a good showcase of how, despite their strange moveset, FromSoft is still able to convey good telegraphs in their bosses. I think it's done really well. I think it deserves a good rating for that. Another Tarnish model. I like this fight because you get cool armor from it. I think her armor is awesome. It's like
absolutely.
the Red Samurai set. But I don't think the fight is particularly special. It's literally just another Tarnish fight.
Unfortunately. Both that and the one after it, the Red Bear.
Yeah, both of these are probably the same. Where do we put most? So I think the more memorable Tarnish are probably like higher C.
Yeah. So
I'm thinking these
it's
going
probably
like
lower C or D. Yeah.
Rakasha I'll put in front of Adon. Red Bear I'll put behind Adon.
Alright.
This guy is a hardest boss in the game. Red Wolf of Radagon. Nah.
That's the.
He's cool. He's challenging, but he's like a glass cannon. Like you kill him pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Lore-wise, it's cool that he's like like a gift left behind by Radagon, kind of.
Yeah.
B tier.
B tier. Where though?
Probably like mid to high.
Yeah, maybe
Not
like
as-
somewhere around O'Neill.
Yeah. Probably higher than O'Neill. Higher than. I'll put him right here. Higher than Loretta,
Yeah.
but not as good as Jagged Peak Drake. I think that's fair.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna let you have this next one. I urgently have to go to the bathroom.
Ooh, okay. You leaving me with this guy. All right, boys. Regal Ancestor Spirit. So we did the normal Ancestor Spirit a while ago, and I think Regal Ancestor Spirit is a just better version in terms of moveset and atmosphere. But I think I mentioned this earlier, the normal Ancestor Spirit is more impactful. And I think it's watered down by the fact that there's another one. Yeah, I think it makes it feel less important when you find the second version. I think it can be seen both ways, though. I think this one is still an S tier, for sure. Like, absolutely S tier for me. The question is where, and also the question is, do we keep both? I think they're both S tier worthy, but I don't know if we should be doing both of them in S tier. And I definitely think because the first version of the Ancestor Spirit is so much more impactful, and the second one is just like, oh, it's him again, I think the second one probably deserves A tier. But it's for how great the fight is, I would still probably put it high A. Would I prefer Regal to stay where it is and the normal one to be replaced? Nah, yeah, I would say the Regal isn't as good as the normal one. And again, it's simply for the fact that the first time you fight the normal one is such a crazy cool experience, and you just don't get that same experience from the Regal fight, even though I think the Regal fight is better. You know, I think the moveset is way cooler. But I just can't, in good faith, give Regal an S tier because of that fact. It's watered down. To in-game locations, oh yeah. I would definitely say, if it was up to me, get rid of the normal one. Yeah. Like, only have Regal, and have that be the only one you fight. In fact, I would even have Regal Ancestor Spirit be the one in Shifa River. I think when you fight the first Ancestor Spirit, that should be the Regal one. Because I like Shifa River being like, I like that location for the boss fight better. I think finding the Regal Ancestor Spirit, I think not only the location of its temple being kind of more hidden, in like all the trees there, but also it's just like, it's kind of, you're more focused on Nokron when you get there. You're like, oh my god, I made it to Nokron. I want to find what the heck I'm supposed to find here. And it almost feels like the Ancestor Spirit you find there is more of a distraction, if that makes sense. So yeah, I definitely think while it's still fantastic, it can't be an S tier, but I still think it's super deserving of a high A tier placement. So I'm putting it probably in front of Putrescent Knight, but I don't think it beats Consort Radahn. I think Consort Radahn is still the better fight. Oh man, we've been going at this for a while. We are almost done though. Look at that. We have almost just one more row, plus a couple more. We are very close. Give me just 1 second, boys. Let me reply to a text. Okay. So, moving forward. R'Lana. So, R'Lana Twin Moon Knight, I really like. I think R'Lana is cool design-wise. I love her twin swords. You know, moon and fire, whatever. I think it's really cool. I think her being like kind of the first major boss you fight in the DLC is cool. I think her moveset... So, I kind of tanked through her moveset. I just healed a lot, took a lot of hits, and eventually killed her. I didn't really like learn every single move of hers, and a lot of her moves felt really just kind of unfair to me. They were hard to learn, very hard to master, I feel. But I have seen a lot of clips of people like flawlessly killing her with ease. So it's definitely one of those bosses that you can perfectly master. But a lot of her attacks didn't seem intuitive enough. And for that, I don't think she's as great as she could be. I definitely think, just based on design and fight-wise, I think she's high high B, probably A tier. Yeah, I'd definitely say A tier. I would probably give her a good, like, high A. Maybe... She's similar to Malekith, right? Like, cool design-wise and lore-wise, but the fight itself just isn't that fun. I would honestly say higher than Malekith. That's my placement. We'll see what Mannequin thinks. You hate that the single best Elden Ring combat clip you've seen was the Rolana fight with that. Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking of. The guy with the Albinoric mask that keeps looking at the camera. So yeah, that one's... I like that. That might give Rolana some points, just because that clip is so funny. You think lower than Malekith purely because of... Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, but I do think she definitely beats out Deathrite Bird for sure. And a lot of these, yeah. I think that's a fair placement. Moving on. Renala, Queen of the Full Moon. Awesome fight. I think it's... In some cases, it can be kind of lame how you can just, like... You can rush her before she even has a chance to summon her stuff. And I think that's kind of the point. You know, if you let her summon, suddenly you're overwhelmed, and it's a crazy difficult fight if she summons everything. But I think that aspect of her kind of... It's a unique fight where she summons, and I think that adds a lot. I think it's really cool. Would I give her high A? I think she definitely deserves A tier. I don't know if she's as good as Fire... I think she's better than Fire Giant. I think her lore is awesome. I think her uniqueness is cool. It is a very unique fight. I kind of want to put it next to Rolana, kind of ironically enough. Renala's sister that has the hots for her sister's ex-nephew-in-law is a little silly conceptually compared to the Black Beast of Destiny. Yeah, you're right. But she is cool. I mean, look, she's got 2 swords. Like, that's cool. But yeah, I think Renala is not as good of a fight or cool as a fight as Rolana, because Rolana's got some aura. But Renala is unique and very fun and cool. Yeah, the boob armor is cool. Pretty sweet. But yeah, I think we'll put Renala there. I think that's a fair placement. Next up, we got Ramana, Saint of the Bud. This fight was awesome. I really liked this fight. It felt very, like, unique. I think color-wise, like, we don't see a lot of pinks. So I think that's what made her stand out. I like all like the butterflies. I like how her moveset felt intuitive. I liked how you kind of saw, like, the path of butterflies and, like, that's like where she would attack. I think that was kind of cool. Again, her design is awesome. It's very similar to shoot, what's the Dark Souls 1 boss called? I don't remember the name. You know what I'm talking about. The what's it called? It's the lady on the giant spider. Quelaag. That's the name. Quelaag. She kind of reminds me of Quelaag. Very, very agile, though. I like that aspect of her. She felt pretty challenging, but not too unfair. It's honestly, like, memorable, but I don't really remember, like, specifically her attacks. But I do remember, like, being impressed and having fun with her. I think she deserves an A tier. I think she's pretty solid, very unique design-wise, and challenging, but fun. Didn't really feel like an unfair fight, from what I recall. I'd probably put it above some of the Knights Cavalry. I'd honestly put her above Fire Giant. I think she's kind of in the same vein as Elemer of the Briar. I think she's probably fits perfectly with, like, Deathrite Bird here. We'll see what Mannequin thinks of Ramana being in front of Fire Giant, but I think that's fair. We're down to one final row. You have 4,444 Ember coins. Nice. I still need some more ideas for rewards. For Ember coin rewards. All right, though. Moving on, we got Royal Knight Loretta. I think this is the better version of the Loretta fight. I think it's a cool boss leading to Rani. I think the arena is cool in like the Karian Manor with all the thrones or like seats there. It's pretty cool in the like council room. I think it's a great fight. It was pretty challenging on my first playthrough. But it was fun. Like, I really liked this boss. Again, I think it's better than the normal version of Loretta. I would probably say high B. Where did I put normal? Yeah, Loretta's in like mid B. I would say she's probably better than the Draconic Tree Sentinel. I would say just in front of Lanciax, honestly. I liked her a lot. Better than Goldfree. Oh, now that I'm looking at this, I kind of want to put her high. I think she's better than Leonine. Better than Mimic Tier. Better than, yeah, I'm going to say top of B. I think that's fair. I'm going to say she is top of B. You're saving for the 35k to make you play Minecraft. Or yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the only reward I have is stop what I'm doing and play Minecraft. I think that's the only one. Yeah, I think we'll keep Loretta there. I think that's valid. All right. Moving on. We got Royal Revenant. I'm not sure where Mannequin is. He must be taking a fat dookie right now. Royal Revenant, yeah. So, if you were here for earlier, this guy's definitely the bottom of F. I'm sure anyone who's fought this guy agrees. The worst boss. Like, he has normal versions of himself as enemies, and then he has, like, his boss form. It's just, who thought this was a good idea for an enemy, man? Like, the fact that he will just sporadically attack so much. I can't comprehend whoever like play tested this boss and was like, hey, yeah, this is a good boss. Let's keep this in the game. I genuinely think this makes the game worse.
Yes, it does.
Welcome back. I did quite a few while you were gone. I'll see if I can run through some of them real quick. Rolana. Oh, okay. The first one we did, Regal Ancestor Spirit.
Yeah.
I think it is great, but slightly waters down the fact that you fight another one. I think the first impact of the first one is great, and I think it's not as impactful the second time around. Although I do think the Regal fight is better moveset-wise, I don't think it breaks S tier for the reason that it's a duplicate. But I still think it deserves high A, so I put it right here. I think that you'll probably agree. And then we did Rolana. I think Rolana is... I view her in the same vein as Malekith, where she has awesome lore, but I don't think her fight was that great. I think her fight is solid, but a lot of her attacks felt a little... I don't know. Inconsistent. It was a really hard fight to master, and the way I beat her is I just took a lot of hits and I healed a lot, and it wasn't that satisfying. But I do know that it is a fight that you can master. We were talking about that really funny clip of the guy wearing the Yabanoric mask, just completely flawlessly killing her. And I think she's got a lot of aura, so I put her right behind Malekith.
Real. Okay.
Same with Renala. I think she's a very unique boss. I really like that fact. And I think because of that, she deserves a pretty high placement in A tier. Any objections?
No, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. We also did Ramana. I view Ramana kind of in the same vein as Deathrite Bird and Elemer. Really fun movesets. Pretty, not iconic, but like pretty fun and memorable. I like the fact that she's pink. Like it's such a unique color in the game. We don't see a lot of pink, and the fact that the pink is
Yeah.
related to the Scarlet Rot just makes it so much more cool. And with all the butterflies, it's a really fun boss. It's challenging but not too bad. It's not unfair. I just remember having a good time with the fight, and I think for that I put it here. I think it's better than Fire Giant in that regard. Who else did we do? Did we do anything else? I think I put the first Loretta fight at the top of the, because I was like, okay, yeah, I think it's better than Loretta, and I just kept going through all of these bosses, and I'm like, I just think it's a better fight than all of them. especially being like the lead up to Ronnie. I think it's a great fight. I genuinely think it's better than all these.
Yeah, no, I really agree, honestly.
Part of me even wants to throw it in A tier. I don't know about you.
I wouldn't be against it, but it would have to be at the bottom because I don't even think it beats the Lamenter.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll keep it the top of B. We'll keep it the king of B. I think that's fair. All right. I think that's all the ones we went through.
All right.
Pretty sure. Oh, yeah, and of course the Royal Revenant. Instant F tier.
Actually, the worst thing in the game.
I'll let you go ahead and take away the next one while I go grab some water, though. Give me just a minute.
Okay. So, the next two we've got are bears. Wait, hold on, gotta fucking... How do I spell this? Regalia, the Great Red Bear. Okay. He's got his own remembrance, which is cool. His spell is, like, alright, as I understand it. He himself, though, he's... I don't know. He's like a bear. Do you like fighting bears? I know I don't, you know? And, Other than that, really, he was super, super easy to exploit because he's kind of locked within certain bounds, and if he even comes close to leaving them, he just stops aggroing you and moves back. So he was very easy to exploit in that way, and honestly, I just kind of exploited him. I really don't like bears.
Alright,
so my feelings on him are quite neutral, I guess. I don't think he's bad. I just think I'm not the guy that enjoys fighting bears in Elden Ring.
Is this the guy in the DLC?
Yeah.
Okay. From what I remember, I think I liked him a lot more than any other bear. Just because he's cool and he's red.
That's so real.
But yeah, I don't think the bears are that fun to fight. They feel like crazy ridiculous.
Yeah.
I would say C tier, probably.
Yeah.
Like I definitely would rather fight him over probably the Watchdogs. Nah, I'd probably want to fight Ancient Dragon Man and Dancer over him, but I think he beats out the Watchdogs and everything else here.
Yeah.
Now we have the regular Rune Bear. I feel like it's kind of just the same thing, obviously, just normal. It is cool that the first Rune Bear you fight is in Limgrave. It's going to be one of the first bosses you fight, and so I think for that it's kind of iconic.
Same. Like he was certainly one of the first bosses I ever fought, and yeah. I like him. I would definitely put him like no higher than B. Because at the end of the day, it's still a Rune Bear.
Yeah, I was thinking C on. Oh no, I'll put him like low B, just because he's the funny bear. Actually C. Just because he's one of the first bosses, but he's still a bear, and the bears aren't that great to fight.
Real.
I would say like somewhere around here. Maybe in front of the Misbegotten. Maybe in front of the Onyx. No, not in front of the Onyx Lord. I'll actually, yeah, we'll put him in front of the. Maybe in front of Ymir.
Okay.
I'm just kind of finding
that
the place.
Works.
All right.
Oh,
Rykard.
straight to S.
Yes. So, again, I love bosses that are atmosphere based, and this is very much just, it's not even a fight. This is like a cutscene where you have to use the specific spear, the serpent slaying spear or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's just so cool when like you attack and you can hit him from like 2 miles away. I love his character. I think he's really interesting. So specifically when when Elden Ring first came out and I like really wanted to play it, I remember seeing a clip of that moment when you first walk in the room and you see Rykard like slithering and like trembling in the distance. You this giant like serpent thing. And I was so interested. I was like, that looks so cool. And the arena looked so big and awesome. And I think the fight really lived up to it. Like when he, pulls the sword out of his mouth, the music goes crazy.
My God.
You're like running from all the skulls flying at you. You're like hitting him for crazy damage. Like I think everything about this fight is awesome. It screams
Absolutely.
Cinematic fight.
Like so much more of a not really a cutscene, just a David and Goliath situation, right? Only you're fucking overpowered on purpose.
Yeah.
You're destroying this absolutely giant thing. It's such a cool feeling.
Yeah, I would definitely put him S tier. We'll get to the S tier organization once we're done, but
Yeah.
moving on, Sanguine Noble. I know these are like normal enemies you can fight in Mogwin's palace area.
Yeah.
I don't recall where the actual normal boss fight for him is.
It's somewhere in like southern Altus.
I mean, cool fight. Definitely, I don't know, probably C, B tier. I don't recall
Yeah,
like
C,
what he
B,
is
just
or like what his
something
moveset
average.
is.
Yeah.
Part of me just wants to throw him in front of Clean Rot, maybe just behind Clean Rot Knight.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. We'll give some more disrespect to the other Estelle. Alright. Moving on. Shadow Tree Avatar. So this is a good one. I like this fight a lot.
I really love it too.
I like how every time you kill it, you're like, alright. And then it just respawns. You're like, ah! Super fun, super cool. Part of me is like, maybe it goes on for a little too long. It gets a little tiring after like how many times does it respawn? Like 3 times?
So you've got the first one, you kill it, second one spawns, you kill it, third one spawns, and then that's it.
Okay. I think that's
So
fine.
3 things to kill. Yeah.
That's cool. And I think it's like balanced enough to where it's like, I like how it's a moveset gets more difficult every time it respawns. And I like how you actually do a lot of damage if you hit its head. I think it's an A tier boss.
Absolutely, dude. It's so fun actually hitting its head. I used the frenzied burst spell, and so I was literally like sniping it in the head over and over. It was so damn satisfying.
I think it's somewhere around here. Is it better than Malekith and Rolana?
It's better than Malekith, but not Rolana. Maybe let's move Rolana up.
I can agree with that. I think Rolana is a better fight than Malekith. It feels more fair than Malekith.
Yeah.
Shadow Tree, probably here.
Before Rolana, after Malekith. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Scaly Misbegotten. These are just the normal enemies that you fight in the Halig tree, right?
Yeah, the Scaly Misbegotten, you fight it like everywhere throughout the world. I think this one is just a boss in one of the mines, I believe.
Okay.
I'm not like wild about it.
Yeah,
but
I'm thinking C probably. Pretty forgettable.
Yeah. C, maybe even D. just because it's such a
Yeah.
standard enemy.
Yeah. We'll put it right behind the troll. Should we put it behind Rakasha and Adon and all these?
Nah, I think it's at least not a tarnished.
That's true. We'll put it behind balls. All right, we're really reaching the end here. Sir Gideon.
Right.
So, unfortunately, I was spoiled on Gideon's fight before I got to him, which really sucked because I think the reveal of Gideon is super cool to see. This like kind of mentor figure working alongside you, ending up being like a final kind of boss. He's like the first boss you have in this like gauntlet of final bosses at the end of the game, which I think is really cool. And I like how he uses all the different spells that of the shard bears that you kill. If you don't kill like Melania, I don't think he uses Melania's spells, right?
No, he does not.
Yeah, so it's like he kind of mirrors your journey. Like you've seen the things that he uses, which I think is really cool. And even though he's a tarnished, I think as a tarnished, he surpasses anything else we've seen, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Actually, here's another cool fact about him. So his symbol is the eye, right? You see the eye everywhere when like related to him. It's on his armor and his like coffin in the opening cutscene.
Yes, I know what you're saying. Yeah, keep going though.
Yeah, but dude, after beating Rykard, nearby you're gonna find the eye surcoat, and that chest piece. If you read the description of it, it states that this is what's worn by Gideon's spies.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the game hinting that you were already being spied on long before the betrayal.
I love that theory that he's spying on you this entire time, and like the fact that did you mention the like the beetles around the map? How like they also have his like eye symbol, so maybe like they're scoping out for him, and it leads to this final fight. I think it's so cool. Absolute A tier for me.
Yeah.
I would say he's probably like just in front of Moog, maybe just behind Radagon. Maybe lower, maybe like Electo.
Yeah, maybe like behind Electo.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's fair. Cool. The legend.
The off to S tier.
Yeah. No, actually though. Just for the meme. Nah, I'm kidding. I do think he's a great boss though. Soldier. Thank you, Flix. I'm sure Soldier Godric is better than all the other bosses. He's so hard, but it's meant to be a real challenge to turn away weak players. Yeah. I actually think he's a great kind of intro boss. Like, yes, he's a funny kind of gimmick boss. Not even gimmick boss. He's just a tutorial boss. But I think as a tutorial to new players, he does the job. It is a normal enemy that has a boss health bar, but it teaches you the basic combat of the game. But also just the meme about him, I think it's got to give him a good placement. I'm thinking B tier.
I think Soldier of God like deserves no less than A.
Okay, fine. Well, what do you
like maybe at the bottom of A or something, or like above Patches because he sucks.
Don't disrespect Patches like that. I'm putting him behind Patches. Above Bale. Yeah. All right. Spirit Collar. So this is the one with the Crucible Knight you were saying.
Yeah.
I think
so
it's a cool
this
gimmick.
is the one that you don't even need to fight the Crucible Knight to actually kill him. You can find his like glow in the corner of the room.
That's cool. For the gimmick, I think it's a B tier, but I don't think it's that interesting. I think it's low B.
Yeah, like really near the bottom of B tier.
We'll say bottom of B tier.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. All right. First version of Radahn.
Ooh,
Star Scourge Radahn. I think,
straight test
yeah,
tier.
this is
Has
another
to.
S tier. Radahn is just such an icon. Yeah, I do think he's probably the better Radahn version. Like,
Indeed.
I just, everything about him when he, like, you spawn in and he's just on this hill. Like, the build up to him alone is amazing. We could go on and
Yeah.
on, but I'm sure everyone...
He gets
like,
his own
like-
pre-rendered cutscene.
Yeah, this is one of those bosses that I don't even think we have to go into. Everyone knows why Radahn is great. I think his kind of, I don't know, just everything about it. It's a great fight. It's cinematic. It's challenging. This was the first time playing Elden Ring that I was like truly like heart beating fast, adrenaline rush. Oh my god, I'm about to kill him. Like, great fight. So for that, definitely S tier. Moving on. Stone Digger Troll. This is the guy in Limgrave, I believe.
Yeah, I was wondering where we would see him.
I mean, for your first troll fight, he's cool.
Yeah, just a very standard troll.
Like, good introduction to the enemy type. Good kind of beginner boss in Limgrave to find. Oh yeah, also Affinity. Affinity said the lore of him fighting Melania and ending up in a tie. That's just adds so much to it.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, yes.
I hope in the Elden Ring movie that we see Radahn versus Melania, because it's just such a cool concept, right? Seeing that like on the big screen would be awesome. But yeah, Stone Digger Troll I think is probably B tier. I view it kind of same vein as like the Pumpkinhead. Probably lower than the Pumpkinhead. We'll put like right behind, probably. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Tibia Mariner. I like them. They're cool.
I don't feel like they do much though.
Yeah, they're not interesting enough to be like a fun fight, but they are memorable. Like especially the first time you fight them in Limgrave, it's cool. But I don't think they're that great. I think they're low B. I would definitely want to fight them over like full-grown Star Beasts and stuff, but I don't think they beat out like Godskin or
not at all. Yeah.
Even Putrid. I think it's a little better than the Falling Star Beast. Not as good as like the Putrid Tree Spirit or Godskin. However, the one with the giant skeleton is sick. I'll put him in front of the Tree Spirit. Yeah, I think that's a fair placement.
Yeah. The Tree Sentinel.
Oh man. So this guy is great. I think the Tree Sentinel does exactly what they wanted him to. He is the first thing you find, you know, most people will go straight to him, and the intention is you realize, holy crap, this guy's really difficult. Let me go explore, come back to him later. And I think he does a great job of teaching the player that this is an open world game and you can approach this game in any way you want. And I think it does a great job.
I ended up deleting the game twice because of him before I fucking finally got over it.
That's great. Yeah, I think it does that similar thing to like most Souls games where if you play a Souls game for the first time, there's a good chance you'll end up rage quitting. But I think Tree Sentinel, assuming you get the memo, it does a good job of teaching you how the game works.
Absolutely.
And for that, I don't think it deserves any less than an A tier. Probably just above Crucible Knight, because I also think the fight itself is pretty solid. I think I like Moog a little more than it though. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think it's good, but not good in the same way that Moog is, where it's like it's got this whole other context to it.
Yeah.
Tree Sentinel is a lot more just,
It's just a boss.
it serves a purpose just very well.
Yeah, like Moog is a character, Godric is a character, Radagon's a character. Tree Sentinel's just a boss. Same with like Crucible Knight, right?
Exactly.
So I think that's a good placement. Then we got the duo. This is way worse than the normal one because this sucks and is an example of how not to do a duo fight because these bosses are basically the same. I think it is really cool how they're like the guards of Lanedale. And it's cool like fighting them once again after, the last time you saw it was in Limgrave. So it's cool to see him again as a duo fight, but they just don't work as a duo fight. It's just annoying. You're just running around trying to create some distance. The only real way to actually have a good time with this fight is if you do the stealth thing where you come up from the side and trigger one without triggering the other, kill it, and then move on to the other. It's just not a good fight, though. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, same. I mean, if you have to do something not intended to enjoy the fight, then the fight probably isn't that good. A single Tree Sentinel is honestly a great boss.
Yeah.
But two, getting ganked by them, again, really not Elden Ring's strong.
Yeah. I think this is at least, I don't know if it's C. Is it high C or low B?
It's low B, maybe medium B. I wouldn't say C.
Just because it is cool to see them again, I'll give it a little higher. I'll say just behind Godskin Noble.
Okay.
I think that's fair enough. Ulcerated True Spirit, I kind of view this in the same regard as the Scarlet Rot version, which I put pretty high. Where did I put it? Oh yeah, here. I think it's just better, a better version.
Yeah, honestly, because
I mean, they're kind of the same.
Don't like the rot stuff.
But yeah, it's just a slightly better. Maybe the rot version is. I think we'll keep the placement. It's fine. Yeah, I think that's valid. Valiant Gargoyles. I don't like this fight.
I hate it too. Like it is only difficult.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. It's again a duo fight that doesn't work. I think the normal gargoyle is good, which I think is the only gargoyle we did was the Blackblade Kindred. Pretty sure.
Wait, I think so. I don't think we've rated a standard gargoyle.
I think it's just because the normal gargoyles are the Blackblade Kindreds. Like, there's no difference. Because like, when do you fight them? There's one in Caelid. There's the one in Caelid outside the Bestial Sanctum, and then there's the one in the mountaintops.
Yeah.
Are there any other gargoyles that you fight?
There's the one in Lanedale, or like inside the inner wall of Lanedale.
Huh. It's probably just the same moveset then. I don't know.
Maybe.
Regardless, it's just a worse version.
I just hate it.
I think it's probably D tier for being like frustrating. I don't think it's as. No, I actually think it's.
I would say it's worse than the fucking Crucible Knights.
Yeah, but it is still. I don't think it's quite F tier material.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Two more. You know what? Let's save Vike for last. Let's do Wormface. No. This guy's. I don't really think I like him at all. It's definitely a gimmick fight where he just if you stay too close to him, you will die, which I don't like.
Yeah. I mean, okay, I would at least put him in C because he looks cool. His lore is cool. Being like a human that was forced to turn into this by like Godwin's corruption. That's pretty fucking cool.
Maybe like just behind the other Estelle.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to cap it all off, I think it's kind of poetic that our final boss is Vike, the Knight of the Round Table, who is the the main guy. He is John Elden Ring. He is the guy on the cover, which I think is awesome. Lore-wise, he is awesome as well. Isn't he basically the precursor to us? Like he is the but like before us, he was the one tarnished who made it further than anyone else. And the only reason he didn't make it was because after finding out he would have to sacrifice his maiden, he couldn't go through with it. And so he decided to not do that. I'm not sure why he ends up in the Ever jail though.
He was jailed by the fire monks because they figured out that he wanted to completely burn the Earth Tree to the ground. So yeah, just to be safe, just fucking put him in prison forever.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think just the fact that he is John Elden Ring and he has such a really cool story, even though he's a tarnished and even though his fight is I think he's an A tier.
Agreed.
I'll put him just in front of Gideon, honestly. I think that's maybe in front of Electo or no?
Yeah.
Bet. We'll keep him right there then. He's the true Elden Lord. And with that is every boss in Elden Ring. For the most part. Before we end things off, though, we gotta discuss S tier. I think our S tier lineup is brilliant. I like every single one of these bosses a ton. So I'm gonna give my ranking, and then we'll see how you differ.
Okay.
So I just based on principle, I gotta put Ancestor Spirit. I just love it so much. That's top for me. Then I think we go Mesmer. And then I think Melania. Then Godfrey, honestly. I really like Godfrey. I think he's a great character. I think he's got so much aura. So cool. Then Radahn. Then ooh, this is hard. I think Margit goes at the bottom, with Rykard just barely beating him out. I think Placidusax is probably right there. I think just barely beating Mohg as much as I love Mohg. And I think Midra is right here in front of Placidusax and just behind Radahn.
Okay. I will say, I really do believe that Melania needs to be in the top 2 at the very least. She's too iconic and popular to lose to Mesmer. Like, that much I know.
Tell you what, I'll swap Ancestor Spirit and Melania.
Okay, amazing.
So Melania, then Mesmer, then Ancestor Spirit.
Alright. Godfrey is good where he's at. Radahn is good where he's at. Midra's pretty good. I would maybe swap Mohg and Placidusax. This is because we know so much more.
Yeah. As cool as Placidusax is, Mohg is a super cool character.
Yeah.
Yeah. Affinity says it goes Melania, Godfrey, Radahn, Rykard, Margit, Placidusax, Mohg, and Mesmer. And the rest he doesn't really feel is an S tier. I could kind of see that. I think Placidusax, Mohg, and Mesmer are way better than Rykard. Like, Rykard's really cool, but like at the end of the day, he isn't a fight. It's like a cutscene. And I know Ancestor Spirit's similar, but I think Ancestor Spirit's just cooler to me. I don't know. I think I'm happy with this though.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this is fine. I think Mesmer is where he needs to be, honestly, because his backstory, hell, his current story up until we fought him, was like actually incredible. It was beautiful, and then the ending to top it all off, just god tier.
Yeah, and then I assume you're good with Bale being just the king.
Oh yeah.
Cool. All right, that is every boss ranked in Elden Ring. Very
All
much
185 of them.
yeah, assuming, we're not
God damn.
talking every single boss. This is mostly every boss
Yeah.
without straight up duplicates. And
Yeah.
I think this is a solid ranking of both of our opinions kind of put together. Obviously it's not going to be perfect. A lot of, I feel like, B and C tier is just kind of like, yeah, we think it feels good right here. I'm sure a lot of these could be pretty interchangeable.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely see why Ancestor Spirit was the focal point of my video. I love that boss. It is so cool to me. But yeah.
So the single worst boss is the Royal Revenant.
Yeah. And the single best is Bale, followed by Melania. I think this is a very solid list, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah. We've been streaming for almost 7 hours.
God damn.
That is crazy.
God damn.
So I will say thank you all very much for hanging out, for listening to us yap for so long. Let me go ahead and download this. Download image. Cool. All right. Yeah. Again, thank you all very, very much for hanging out. Thank you to Mannequin for
Oh yeah, of course. It's my pleasure.
embarking on this incredible journey. So without any more yapping, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. So again, thank you all for watching. I will be streaming probably more later this week. So again, here's one little final list or final show of the list. I'll probably be throwing the image in the Discord as well. But yeah, I will see you guys in the next stream. Have a good one, everyone.